Hello. If you don't know what I'm doing, I'm I'm ba- I'm gonna do an all episodes run, except if you wait, that's the wrong category. Grey listed. Let me just go my categories. Version. It's not a PC. It's a console. Yep. What would I do for this run? I'll basically play all 73 episodes, which is gonna be really long. I'm gonna follow the standard timing rules that this game that I gave for the console version. In fact, in fact, in fact, the game will start now.
Well, hello, I'm Donnie. I'm the custodial of all... No, it is. Oops, okay, I see. Big hurry. Hurry it up, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Supreme Court Children's Vitamins. There may not be a lot of vitamins in hamburger, but there are plenty of vitamins in Warren Burger.
Okay, it's time.
The Wii.
Astronomy. How many Earths could you stuff into the volume of Uranus before it just couldn't take anymore? You could fit a little over...
How did I get to 1990? That's actually buffer strat impressive.
Or if you really relax. Take a good look at $5 artwork. Suppose Jackson Pollock had become a sandwich artist at Subway. What would his supervisor have noted about his performance? Eat fresh, answer stupid. Let me show you something. Pollock was a pioneer of the drip method, a style where forceful, rapid, and impulsive strokes of sauce, paint, were directly applied onto the canvas. And in the time it took to complete this question, 5 new Subways just opened up in your town. Enjoy. Here we have Who's the Dummy? So, I've been practicing ventriloquism lately, and I'm getting pretty good. I just have a little trouble with my B's,
If you somehow decide to, for whatever reason, for whatever stupid reason you chose to watch my entire 13-hour long run I did on the PC version. I'm doing this but on console.
Which of these tropical destinations is a U.S. territory and therefore wouldn't require a task tort to travel to? Guam is United States territory.
One is United States.
Think I don't know that? You know how embarrassing it is for me when I'm on a date and I need you to unzip my pants?
4 is fine here, but later in the game, 4 gets shot. Police come to see the evicted of crimes.
Cowboy. That's 2 village people right there. Here boy are all village people. Pirate is not. I always wondered what village those people came from. Or ever
Yes,
was
this is the
they
U.
from.
Yes, this is Wii Flow.
Yes, this is Wii Flow.
Up next, Hope Rock, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names for each one. Tell me if it's
Here,
same
I can't
or
accidentally choose
I can't
player
accidentally
2.
player
Player
song.
2.
If it's a Pope, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Brittany, you're familiar with the dis or dat. Perfect.
This or that.
This or that.
But I also plan to do a all you don't know Jack games run and where I practically speedrun all you don't know Jack games that I can run that are available in some way, which should be shorter than this. We're only 4 minutes in, so time to sit down and get some popcorn, because this is gonna be long. I mean long.
I pezzed my pants. Suppose Pez comes out with a Perez Hilton dispenser. If your Perez Hilton Pez is packed completely full of Pez, just like Perez is chock full of juicy celebrity gossip, how many Pez could you suck from Perez's neck? I bet this
Not
Pez is
8, it's meant to be 12.
a standard Pez dispenser, whether shaped like
Here,
Perez
I
or
can
not,
hold the
still
1
pieces
button.
of candy.
You can't on the console versions. The DS version is the DS version. The DS version is actually shorter because the game plays a bit differently. Oh, and the major reason, it doesn't have all 73.
Anniversary. That was the year Tiger regained the #1 ranking in the world, and you're just getting further away from any possible #1 ranking. Now pay attention. The 5-year anniversary is the Wood anniversary, and 2009 was the year of Wood's, hard times. Yeah, I'm guessing he wishes there was a little less wood that year.
Rotten chicken taken out of meat. Get some merry hate.
Next up, foodies in a half shell. Given the dietary habits of tortoises, what would the Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoises most likely order at Pizza Hut? Smart people choose this. Unlike
I got the wrong answer of the game. That is lucky. From the circling the D-pad.
Also, and I've done some research on this, very few tortoises are actually ninjas.
Yes.
Pizza has the wrong answer baked
Yes.
into the crust. But your supreme mistake is brought to you
But
Supreme
oh look,
Reward.
now we're here. A lower res.
Vitamins.
Yup,
Keeps
get
children
you.
happy and healthy like John Roberts, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Samuel Alito.
Ah,
Today's wrong
yes.
answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000.
Politics.
Nice.
Imagine if there was a video that was literally built to teach politics to children. Like, why? Why teach politics and democracy to children? Like, that would be a bit weird.
Have in common. Have you ever tried to bend a Victoria's Secret model? They're not as malleable as you'd think. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. The cleavage of a mineral refers to the way it can be split along a parallel surface. Feldspars is perfect in one direction, so that's what a Victoria's Secret model and feldspar have in common.
Yeah, that's not very appropriate. But yet I'm playing a video game for 13 hours straight.
Say hello to Harold and Kumar go to the Middle Ages. If it were like the castles of yore, how could White Castle defend itself from the marauding Harold and Kumar? Because black makes fast food restaurants invisible? Don't be stupid. a castle was to pour hot oil on attackers from up above. It was also how medieval chefs got the idea to deep fry meat. Well, okay, that's how you do that. The hair up there.
Multiplayer actually requires multiple controllers. The first game bum 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 bum.
That's the game! On a scale of bald to Alec Baldwin, you just scored negative bald.
Saving content.
What's going on, Donnie?
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
Would this be episode 2?
No? Great. I've got it locked. Okay, let's cut to the tape.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Fistable Bowling Equipment, Inc. Bury yourself in your ball, right up to your wrist. Fistable Bowling Equipment.
And we're off. Kicking things off, Muppet rabies. Considering their natural life cycles, which Muppet baby shouldn't have arms? Baby Fog. Don't make me rub your nose in this. Here's where the money is. Frogs are armless tadpoles during the early stages of their life cycles. So really, baby Kermit shouldn't have any arms or legs. Or be able to talk, or sleep in a crib with a bear and a pig. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of problems with that show. Take a stab at Girl Got Issues. If Joan of Arc revealed her visions on the Dr. Phil show, what would he tell her? I so wanted you to pick this one. Joan of Arc claimed to hear the voices of Saints Michael, Catherine, and Margaret, which persuaded her to save France from the English attempted conquest in the 100 Years' War. But Dr. Phil only answers to one voice, and that's Oprah. No, her head wasn't in the gutter. And you know what else is never in the gutter? A one-hole fistable bowling ball. Just like the one you just won from Fistable Bowling Equipment, Inc. Because when life gives you a 7-10 split, you should fist it hard. This wrong answer of the game just gets you an extra 4,000 smackers. Congratulations. It's time for all headbands on deck. If the CEO of Old Navy required his employees to refer to him as the highest naval officer rank, how should he be addressed? No, Captain is wrong, and so are cargo pants. Do you really need all those pockets? It's so obvious. In the naval hierarchy, the Fleet Admiral is the highest possible ranking. But that's just his day title. At home, he requires his family to refer to him as the seaman of boxer shorts. Open wide for Intern Art History 101. And yep, it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's a video with over 250,000 views on YouTube or a painting by Renoir. If it's a YouTube video, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Renoir painting, press okay, great. Let's just get right to it. Maybe you need to take more art classes, or maybe you need to watch more videos of people getting whacked in the groin. Look, I dare you to find me a work of art in the Louvre that is better than a cat playing a piano. I mean, it's a cat playing piano. No, don't stop. Don't stop. Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah. Let's try. It's in the mole. If I wanted to whack one mole worth of moles during a game of whack-a-mole, how many would that be? No, no, 8,000 times no. No, I'll get this.
Would it lag my game to see? Would it lag my game to have the PC version opened up so that I know what the sponsor of the game would be? That would actually be a bit weird.
Dave and Buster's prize tickets.
Oh god.
Just enough to win an ashtray and a comb. That's round one. But you couldn't tell that from looking at your score. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. Okay, here it comes. May I introduce... Stop eating your crayons. Which of these is not a Crayola crayon eating another Crayola crayon? Thank you for picking this. Let's just stop for a moment and think about a beaver eating macaroni and cheese. Why
Really?
didn't you pick this? I kid you not, Crayola has 120
I'm not
what they
gonna-
call core colors. And 6 of them are manatee, salmon, canary, inchworm, beaver, and macaroni. There is no elephant or peanut. Some other actual Crayola colors could use feeding a spirit. Wait,
I'm actually using the PC version to determine what my save file what episode I'm on. No! Question intro leggy!
watch a movie. And I meow. Oh, okay. Overall, you may would ear or anything. It was good. The my ponytail cat was a little awkward, though.
I'm controlling the PC version of the game. Really? Do I actually have to lower the quality again? Don't make me use the lowest. No, it's lagging.
have used all nicknames. Dirty Bastard, ODB, Dirt, The correct answer is Windows file names cannot contain a less than, greater than, colon, double quotation mark, forward or backslash, vertical. So Questlove couldn't name a file with his name on a Windows computer. But it could be a different symbol. Well, almost any. Never let me go. Coming up, hop rocks. Okay, take a moment to collect your thoughts. This next question is going to require some high-level mathematical thinking. I'm about to ask you has puzzled humans for centuries. Ready? How many squares do you make when you play Foursquare? Did you used to take the short rhombus to school? The titular squares, of course. Then there's the one big square they make up together. I can ask how much back toe board, but I didn't want to blow your mind. Brace yourself. I'm sorry. I'm talking to. Does two words for that performance. P.U. You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Okay, looks like our players all set.
Seconds, people.
Yes, it is. Allow me to... Move it along, right. Let's go, people.
Of the game. Bye. Not the 80s anymore.
Eyes and big cash. Okay, that's why I waited longer. Right off the bat, she sounds a little hoarse. If Lady Gaga performed it, then face it, it's likely. Which lady would she be impersonating? Time to try this. According to popular legend, Lady Gaga rode through the town of Coventry stark naked to oppose the high taxes imposed by her husband. Doesn't sound much like a lady to me. Gaga ain't a horse, but she'd rather take a ride on your disco stick. Old, what the hell is a disco stick? I'm sure it's dirty, but in what way? And on its way. I'm feeling butter, thank you. Suppose I Can't Believe It's Not Butter comes out with a 5 stages of grief line of products. After I Can't Believe It's Not Butter, which
I
product will
found a
come next in the
playlist
line?
playlist from Games
I
and
know, I've
Toilets
been there.
Productions.
Look, margarine isn't
What
the
the
end of the
f
world.
is
A lot of
that?
people eat
That
them,
has
turned
a
out just fine.
playthrough full of every
Ready for this?
episode.
In the Kubler-Ross model of
They
grief,
do
the
realize
5
that,
stages are
though
denial,
I'm
followed by
pioneering in
anger,
all
then
this,
bargaining,
that I'm a
depression, and
pioneer in
acceptance.
one of this because I don't do a
And I have to
random
be
video
honest,
for
I'd
this.
totally buy a product called a
I
Murray Angry, but
stream
it's
on Twitch
better.
the
Especially if
entirety
they got
of
Mel
this.
Gibson for the commercials, and he was yelling at a piece of toast. Here, yep, Mr. Blackwell, Mrs. Dash. It's a
If
this or
you're
that.
wondering why the info was the same, and
I'm
while I
gonna
was
read off 7 things. For each one,
giving
tell me if
intro,
it's
I
a
forgot. I
kind of
need to
spice
redo that.
or
I had to redo
a
that.
fashion faux pas caused by too tight clothing. If it's a spice, press left on your plus
Why
control.
does the game need
If
to
it's
give
a
a
fashion
lecture?
faux pas, or we could just get started. That performance could have used to pinch more dillweed, you dillweed.
Yep. We.
Blood is just advice, but I swear once in college, I saw something disturbing that perfectly fits that description. Try this on for size. Thou shalt not veg. Which of these shows would not violate one of the 10 commandments? Diagnosis, wrongness. Want to see the right answer? Thou shalt not break out of prison is not one of the 10 commandments. So if you're ever in prison and you decide to break out, just know that God is totally behind you.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one, did you catch the mugger's mug? Something feels off today. I can't quite put my thumb on it. Let's see. I came in yelling at the staff. I threw jelly donuts at the craft services guy. I burned money in front of my director to reflect my higher status. It's been an average day. Oh, I know. I haven't read my fortune cookie from last night.
Cookie, fortune,
Okay. Here we go. Watch out for those with big egos. Well, considering the sizes of their heads, whom should I be most cautious of? Give me your tired, your meek, your poor trivia game players. Allow me. With faces about 60 feet tall, the fellas on Mount Rushmore have the largest heads, with the Sphinx coming in second with a 30-foot mug. It's easy to have an ego when you're the biggest thing in South Dakota, or the only thing in South Dakota. Hey, I could go on all day with jokes about South Dakota, like, no. Wait, I guess I can't. There isn't really anything else to say about South Dakota. Oh, thank you. That's the end of round 1. And it looks like your score is screaming for help. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game.
You know what's
It's
even
still out
weirder?
there. Okay, let's see what's next.
Yo! Did you know in You Don't Know Jack 2015, which uses
This one's called
You Don't Know Jack
New
2015
Jersey
uses
Shore
the
is
same
getting
menu
old.
code as the console versions of You Don't Know
Suppose
Jack
Snooki and the
2011.
gang shoot a special edition of MTV's
2011,
Jersey Shore in South
2011,
America. If it's set near an actual
2011,
ocean shore,
11,
what might it be
you
called?
cannot do
The situation
any
with this
form
country
of
is that
skip
it's
that lets you
landlocked.
skip all the
Where's
way
that
to episode
confounded right answer?
73
Uruguay is located on the
see
southeastern
from the
coast of South
beginning
America.
in You Don't Know Jack 2015,
I think
which
as a sign of
uses
good diplomacy, we owe it to the people of
same menu
Uruguay
code,
to not expose them to the
for
cast
some
of Jersey
reason
Shore.
on the PC version and maybe console versions if it even
This one's known as
exists.
Run
I
Along
don't know
Face
if it's
and
patched or not.
What could conservative
Or not,
spokesperson Ann
but I'm
Coulter
for some
do to
reason
make
using
herself
like
cultier?
using like what seems to be like
Sorry,
the 1.0 version.
barfed in my mouth a little there. No, honestly. A colt is a young male horse, so the first thing Ann should do would be to get a sex change. She's halfway there. She's got balls.
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, eHarmony equals MC squared. As you know, I've been single for a while now, and that's great because I love having me time 24 hours a day. But I keep seeing these eHarmony ads talking about 29 dimensions of compatibility, but I wonder, maybe it's not scientific. Space-time dimensions identify modern string theory. What would I have to look forward to? You're having enough trouble with 3 dimensions. Let's leave the other 30 out of it, okay? Here's what a right answer looks like. According to M theory, an expansion of string theory, there are 11 possible space-time dimensions. So with its 29 dimensions of compatibility, eHarmony kicks string theory's ass. Oh, that settles it. I'm signing up for eHarmony right now. Okay, let me just check out the website on my phone here. A 45-minute questionnaire?
But nine.
Oh, that.
Scrolling through the mark with the sarsaparilla. For me,
Here we have a fun string theory question. Which of these children's string games would the girls in the Crucible be suspected of playing?
Fun fact, a side effect of me running the console version is that because the Wiimote is wireless, and if my headphones are charged enough, I can go to the toilet, which does mean that I will no longer be able to see the screen, but I'll be able to continue playing the game as long as I'm careful to not drop the Wiimote or have the batteries break or have something going on.
Take a good look at Hedwig and the Angry Grinch. Let's say that the size of a normal heart is large. By the end of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, what size is the Grinch's heart? That heart is getting too big, it's gonna blow!
XL.
Watch how easy this is. The Grinch's heart starts out 2 sizes too small and then grows 3 sizes that day. So it would have gone from small, 2 sizes less than large, up to extra large, 3 sizes up from small. And if you don't think an organ can shrink and grow like that, you've never seen me in a swimsuit. Oh, I'll just shut my mouth then. Here's your clue. BFFs. These twosomes are thick as thieves. Good luck.
If each episode, which is one split, has 11 splits for one split, this game would have way too many splits. When you split doesn't matter until an auto splitter is created. I don't know when an auto splitter will be created though. Well, I don't even know if it's even possible to determine. Oh yeah, saving content.
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
Time for me to go to the toilet.
One contestant.
30 seconds to places.
Nope, got it. This one is chomping at short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, Conrad.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Fatmouth Fascist Fish, the animatronic fish that's sweeping the nation. He sings, he moves, he hates democracy. Fatmouth Fascist Fish.
All right, here we go. To get started, architecture. I'm having a beer party this weekend. It's just like other parties except with beer. Suppose I fashion an archway of different beer cases. Where should I put the keystone? Maybe you should just stick to drink wine coolers instead. I so wanted you to pick this one. The keystone is the apex of the arch, locking the other pieces in position. I also plan to fashion a decorative harp out of cases of harp. Take a stab at... In the beginning, there was candy. Which of these candy names best describes a supernova? Sucker. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. When a star explodes, it's called a supernova. And it may leave behind a red dwarf, which is awesome because red is my favorite flavor. Let's try J-Wo. If you have a JPEG of J-Lo and it's of a place on J-Lo's body that matches what the J in JPEG stands for, what do you have a digital picture of? J-Lo? J-No! The correct answer is JPEG, the most common of digital photograph formats, stands for Joint Photographic Experts Group. So you'd have a picture of her joints, perhaps a sexy knuckle or a hot elbow. Of course, a single photograph isn't what you want. What you want is a nice 2-hour moving picture such as Geely or Monster-in-Law. Yeah, that's what you want. May I introduce Toys R. Kelly, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, tell me if it's the name of an R. Kelly album or a toy you'd find at Toys R Us. If it's an R. Kelly album, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a toy from Toys R Us, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Rockstar bounce, double, rock and roll. On the one hand, you could say you did close enough to getting them all right. On the other hand, wasn't close enough R. Kelly's legal defense? I heard Toys R Us was going to sell an R. Kelly action figure. The only action figure that can't get within a 20-mile radius of children.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one for you. The primordial bread bowl.
Clever strats.
If Panera honored the
Because I haven't
prehistoric
had to go to the
supercontinent that
toilet.
consisted of all the continents
Which
smushed
can
together
happen.
with a sandwich that
Which
smushed
can
all of
happen
Panera's
to every
sandwiches
time.
together, what would it be called? No, that's an actual sandwich. This would have worked. Pangea is the landmass that before continental drift was comprised of all the major continents. And like the Pangea, once it's in your stomach, it splits apart and rapidly drifts toward your South Pole. Let's say so long to round 1, where you pretty much crap your pants. Don't forget in round 2, all the cash is done. And don't forget taking. Okay, how about it?
I love
Say hello to Sham Ow! I assume you've seen those commercials for the slap chop and the Sham Wow. Say you have a horrible kitchen accident and kill someone with a slap chop. If one Sham Wow soaks up 25 ounces of liquid as advertised and your victim has 11 pints of blood, how many Sham Wows will you need? 28.
28.
Take 28. This thing was made in Germany. They only make good stuff in Germany. Where's the confounded right answer? There are 16 ounces in a pint. Thus, the math comes out to about 7.04 ShamWows to do the job. So to play it safe, you'd want to use 8. Now, to get rid of the body, you're going to want to go with the Ronco 5-tray electric food dehydrator and jerky maker. Coming up next, Enfuego. Anybody who knows me knows I enjoy 3 things: waffles, children's toys, and spaghetti sauce. Not necessarily order. And speaking of order,
By the way, true any percent runs of the of Euroject 2015 is now way easier. You just need to use a really strange glitch that exists. I were to basically skip the whole game, you press enter you then press enter and the left arrow very quickly, and by the order, yes, I specifically meant that order I said it in. Still don't get that order. I still don't get why it works that way. Also, if possible, can someone port the console version of this game to the PC, so I can check if it's even, so if the code is even compatible with it?
Which of these jam bands is singing a song about jam? Jam is made of fruit smashed whole, whereas jelly is made of fruit juice. Jiggle. So why is it when you're hanging outside a Mo concert, all you can find to eat is a sandwich made of organic mushrooms, ham, and 7-grain bread? Here's a good one. The Fast and the Gaseous.
Mobile racing
What would
game,
Vin
and it
Diesel have to
requires
do if he wanted to change his name to Vin Unleaded Gasoline?
taking for random tracks.
Not
Like,
to
I
be
didn't have an
crude,
internet
but
connection
that was
at the time.
unfucking
I played on an
believable.
iPad. I don't have an iPad.
No, I'll get
Long
this.
ago, probably
Gasoline
2015.
goes through more of a
And
refining process than diesel fuel.
I found a glitch where if
You can't refine Vin
and
Diesel.
where if I
He's too
start
tough
a
and
gl-
reckless to
if I
tame. Just like me.
start the one I
Oops,
can't
my
play
roasted
and
tea
then,
is ready.
and then switch in the menu, it starts the one I switched to. I still don't get why, but at least I now
And
have
on its
access
way,
to 3
Caribbean blue
instead
humor.
of 1.
What's the capital city of the
But
Turks and
that's still
Caicos
pretty much
Islands,
it.
Peter?
That's what I'm assuming. I couldn't remember much.
Ah!
For what I know, it was made
Pay
in
attention.
Unreal Engine
Yep,
3 or
Cockburn
4.
Town is the capital of the sunny
4.
Caribbean islands
Could be
of Turks
Unreal
and
Engine
Caicos.
3.
So if you go, make
I'm
sure
gonna
you
go.
take plenty
I'm
of
gonna be safe
ointments.
and go with 4.
Oh, do you need to be somewhere? My mistake. Here's your clue. Ante up. I've got antes in my panties.
What's the fastest way to finish in this section? Like... Yo! By the way, you don't reject 2011 and 2015, essentially the same game. Also, yes, I'm not only gonna pull the all-nighter, I'm actually gonna go over into daytime. I'm not gonna take a sleep at night.
There it is! Wow. Wow. You should have just given up and said uncle.
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
I strongly suggest you...
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Hey, yeah? Well then, girdle your loins. Ah, you're in a hurry. I see. Begin the commencing.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Passion Barrel Barrel
I'm gonna
Wear.
randomly sit
Comfort,
on by my
freedom,
own
style,
chair.
and the faint smell of pickles. Wear your well.
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. Okay, let's get this show on the road. First on the docket, I can't feel my potatoes. Oh, I love Pringles. You know what their slogan says? Once you
If
pop,
I get
you can't
100%
stop.
safe for
It's
both
so
this
true.
PC and console version, version, I will
If
also
once
be
you
able
popped,
to.
you couldn't stop, and you
I
decided
would.
to enter a
I could
12-step
also make
program at
100% safer
Pringleaholics
for the
Anonymous,
DS
what would
version,
be
but the
first
DS
step?
version, it's pointless
The
for
first
that.
step of the 12-step program, as created by AA, is admitting you have a problem and are powerless to your addiction. For the record, I certainly don't have a Pringle problem. I only eat them at parties and nightclub bathrooms.
And then he has a
in bed
dream.
while watching old
Aim,
episodes
and
of
when he
Love
tells him
Connection.
about the stream, a whole animation plays saying nocturnal admissions for cooking from
Next up, make this your main
admissions from
profile
Cookie
question.
Masterson.
Who would most likely
And
use the
then we have,
famous
and then we get
surgeon's
this cool
photograph as their
animation
main
on,
profile
a cool
pic on
animation of what it
Facebook?
was like, and I thought
Nice
they would
job,
told me what
Einstein.
movie I watched last
Were you
night.
thinking of
Because
this
give
one?
you full, why am I
The famous
explaining
photograph of
nocturnal
Nessie poking
admissions
her
from
head out of
Cookie
the water is known
Masterson?
as the surgeon's photograph because it was
Why?
supposedly taken by a doctor. And since then, the photo has indeed proven to be doctored. By the way, Nessie enjoys water skiing, long walks on the beach at night, and playing Mafia Wars. Oh, and she's a die-hard Christian. Here's one I like to call, Who Be You? Which arrangement of B words fills in the following blanks? Blank movie, blank Arthur, blank cool, Sloop John blank. B movie, B Arthur, B cool, the 2005 movie starring John Travolta, and Sloop John B, the Beach Boys song. Hey, Beach
question,
Boys, BB.
Schmidt, one question.
One thing I'm
Actually,
very
Schmidt,
proud of is that I got straight B's
I
in
have a
college,
question.
'cause hepatitis C
should I
is the
create
bad
a
one,
separate
right?
board for the DLC? Or not? If I should,
This one's
what
called
would I do?
Vegetable. Which VeggieTales character would be classified as having an ectomorph body type?
We're already almost an
Ectomorphs
hour
have thin,
in.
narrow chests and abdomens.
To be honest, an hour is short to me
Which
now.
is too skinny if you ask me.
Like, it
Personally, I
is.
prefer something with a little meat on its
I've been
bones,
playing
or
hour-long
meat,
content
like
for a
bones,
while.
like chicken wings.
It's just
I'm hungry.
2-hour-long content really does serve the amount. 5-hour-long content? Bit weird.
I call this
7
one
hours for
Yo-ho,
SpongeBob
ow!
rating?
And
Yeah,
it's
that's
this
a
or
bit
that.
excessive, but if I were to watch it, I would. I
I'm gonna
would.
read off
I'll still
7
try to
things,
watch
and for each
all
one,
of
tell
it.
me if it's a type of ab exercise,
Ew.
pirate ship, or
Press left.
both. If it's an ab exercise, press left.
Press
If it's part of a pirate ship,
Yeah, boo! Both use the A button. You.
of course, the easiest exercise for a pirate to do is the
Ba-dum,
amputated
ba-dum,
leg lift.
ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
That brings a close to round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint,
What
the wrong
if?
answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. All right, let's get back to it. Bucker up for I Can't Quit You movie franchise. Suppose they make a sequel to Brokeback Mountain set on the second tallest mountain in the world. What might it be called? The mountain known as K2 on the border of Pakistan and China is the second tallest mountain in the world after Mount Everest. Personally, I prefer Brokeback Mountain, the remount.
Have 2 hairbands on a Wiimote. That's a bit excessive.
Next, my accountant's a real joker. Why might an accountant use a Heath ledger? Why the hell would you need to keep track of a fireplace? One answer coming up. Accountants use ledgers to keep track of things, like heath, a kind of shrubbery. And after a full day of shrubbery accounting, I'm sure he's pretty bushed.
Oh, if your Wiimote gets disconnected.
Take it out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Oh God.
Next.
The Wii
American
does drain the
literature is
batteries a bit
garbage.
quick. Oh,
somebody
funky
said
trash!
Looking through your trash. What's it say about you? Funky trash.
All right. This steaming pile of trash smells literary. Let's see what we can find. There's an ambulance driver's license from World War I, some Cuban cigar butts, and an empty bottle of foot cream specifically designed for six-toed cats. What famous author does this trash belong to? Ernest Hemingway was a volunteer ambulance driver in World War I, spent 20 years living in Cuba, and owned a collection of six-toed cats known as Hemingway cats. Let's see what else Hemingway threw out. Oh, what's this? A Farewell to Arms 2, Armless and Lovin' It. Jeez, I'll just put that back in the garbage.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Coming up, I'd like to make a reservation for 6.3 people, please. Based on the average household size in the United States, what might you expect to hear at one of these restaurants? Funny, considering the average person who eats at Denny's weighs as much as 3.2 people. Ready for this? The average American household is made up of 2.6 people, give or take an arm or a torso. Though if you base it on weight, that number increases significantly after eating at Cheesecake Factory.
Hold me, never let me go.
Why not try fries or tater tots? Hey, did you know King Tut was just 9 years old when he became Pharaoh of Egypt? Probably still read the Egyptian funny papers every day. Considering which animal the Egyptians worshipped, which ancient comic strip character would King Tut have enjoyed the most? Garfield You should have your own comic strip called Dopus. Smart people choose this. The ancient Egyptians were known to revere and worship cats, like Garfield and Garfield Hotep. And they hated Mondays. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. A banana by any other name would smell as banana-y. Perhaps you know these foods by their aliases. Good luck. That's the game! I bet you're known by another name. Let me guess. Chucklehead?
Saving content.
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
We have a live one. All set.
30 seconds to air.
Not a problem. No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Being able to skip the intro faster
Answer of the game is
would
brought to you by
actually help
Romanticlip
help
and
out.
toenail clippers, because
Would
the
actually
couple
help
that
out
gets
due to
together
you
stays
wasting
together.
less time on the
So, why not
intro
get started?
compared to the PC version, and where the instruction only appears.
Okay, to get things started, to era is human. Hey, what's going on? Not only is this not going on now, but since it was a period of time before much complex life on Earth, nothing much was going on then either.
Left.
Here's what a right answer looks like. The Cenozoic era is what's been going on geologically for the last 65 million years. Same crap, different epoch. It's time for Menage a Tub. You know that nursery rhyme, rub-a-dub-dub? What the hell are those three men doing in a tub anyway? Sounds like some sort of strange Cialis commercial. Suppose the three men in a tub are floating along in the ocean when they hit a giant iceberg. If their survival rate is the same as the people on the Titanic, who will survive? Yeah, that's right, everybody on the Titanic survived and lived happily ever after. Here's what you meant to pick. On the Titanic, about 1,500 people died and just over 700 people survived. So roughly 1 in 3 people survived, like the butcher. Just his luck. The butcher survives and all he has to eat is fish. This one's called A Profound Tweet. Because he famously penned the line, "Brevity is the soul of wit," which author would probably be a fan of Twitter? Shakespeare wrote "Brevity is the soul of wit" for Polonius during the second act of Hamlet. Or as Hamlet is called in tweet speak, Ham. Here's one I like to call Getting Shot with a T-shirt Gun. If the mascot for the San Jose Sharks wanted to mirror the feud in West Side Story, what team would he taunt with vicious finger snaps? No one really picks on the Pacers. Yeah, everyone knows if you leave them alone long enough, they'll just kind of wear themselves out. It's actually really cute. Let me show you something. The Jets are the rivals to the Sharks in West Side Story. So while it would be weird for a hockey mascot to taunt a football mascot, you can't always predict hate. But for the sake of innocent civilians, hopefully the mindless violence wouldn't escalate to drive-by dancings.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at, close the door, I'm undressing. And hey, it's a this or that. I'm gonna read you a list of 7 names. For each one, you need to tell me whether it's the name of a brand of ranch salad dressing or the name of a legal brothel in Nevada. If it's a ranch dressing, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Nevada brothel, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. Cherry. If I were you, I'd be embarrassed by that performance. And of course, this goes for both of these categories. If you smell blue cheese, ask for a refund. Round 1 is complete. Let's hope you do a hell of a lot better the rest of the way. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. All right, you ready? Too bad. I call this one, Show Me the Moonie. About how long was Neil Armstrong's historic walk on the moon? As long as it takes... It was begging to be picked. Neil Armstrong's walk on the moon was about 2.5 hours long, so if you include previews and credits, yeah, it's about that. That is, unless you believe the moon landing was also just a cleverly made movie. Next up, Comfy in Nautica. How many Snuggies would a giant squid need in order to accommodate all of its appendages? All squids have 8 arms plus 2 longer tentacles. So with 2 armholes each, a squid would need 5 Snuggies. Of course, I only have 2 arms, but I have 5 Snuggies just for variety.
Blooded chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
How about Arch, your arch enemy?
It's the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you're alright. Question.
Okay, it's an order question.
Yo.
Which means I'm giving out a $1,000 bonus to anybody who gets it right. So, put these things in chronological order based on when they first appeared. The St. Louis Arch, the McDonald's Golden Arches, the Archie comics. Lucky for you, McDonald's offers a wide variety of menu options for $1. Next time, try this. Archie was introduced in 1941, the McDonald's Arches in 1962, and the St. Louis Arch was completed in 1965. And after reading the scathing book on American fast food production, Fast Food Nation, I'll never be able to pick up another Archie comic book, because I realized I hate to read.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I
Here's a good one. Drill, baby, drill. So with all these ecological disasters happening around the world, you'd think folks would be ready to embrace alternative forms of energy. Not so. Which protest sign would you see Don Quixote carrying at an anti-environment rally? They're not the only things that aren't very bright. It's so obvious. In Cervantes' novel, Don Quixote thinks windmills are evil, ferocious giants. I think Don Quixote watches too much Fox News.
Hold me, never let me go.
Coming up, it's snowing dogs and dogs. Suppose American Idol's Randy Jackson judged an Iditarod competition. If he were judging a team with the maximum allowable number of dogs, what would he say? I don't know, dog. Kinda pitchy. Why didn't you pick this? A musher is allowed to have up to 16 dogs in the Iditarod. At this point, they might as well just add a team of dogs to American Idol's contestant list. Like our intern Kyle here, who auditioned last season. Hey Kyle, sing something!
If I know.
I can't. I don't like this weird bit. Well, I don't need a dog that sings.
I see you don't need me for anything. It's all yours. You have a nice scalp, so stop hiding it. Please take off your headgear when you go indoors. Good luck.
Until question you wish until a new game is started. For those who want to run this game, I just recommend not like fuck. Why would you be playing a video game that literally involves playing this for 13 hours straight? If there's a way to quickly mash A the most consistent way, those who do Tetris hyper tapping would be able to excel in this. Be able to excel in Wiimote A button pressing, unless they do the stupidest.
So, you probably think you have to buy a backwards baseball cap in order to wear it that way, am I right?
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Danny, let us know what we're
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Done.
No? Okay, time is money, got it. Let's get this ball running.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Granny's Roach Butter. Slow chuck, down home, authentic roach flavor and love.
Okay, let's hit it. First, John and Kate plus eggs. Suppose John and Kate Gosselin had 8 goslings instead of children. In keeping with the mating habits of geese, how long should John and Kate stay together? Geese, unlike John and Kate, mate for life. Also, I learned by watching Dancing with the Stars that geese are great dancers when compared to Kate Gosselin. Let's try.
I'm gonna stay awake for more
Honk
than
if
24
horny.
hours. I'm not joking.
And the car horns only played songs that came from the same country as the cars
I once
originally
did that
manufactured in.
for-
Which horn would come with BMW? Looks like them Duke boys are in a heap of trouble. Here's where the money is. The BMW and the Christmas song O Tannenbaum are both German. I'm not sure what country my car is from exactly, but based on the horn, it's wherever that I'm a Barbie Girl song was recorded. Why not try solid unsalted gold? If rolled gold introduced a pretzel made of 99% pure gold, what would it be called? Who the hell eats wheat pretzels? Me. 24 karat gold is an alloy made of 99 to 99.9% pure gold. I've made my own prototype here, and let me tell you, it tastes... Ow! Ow! Take a good look at... You're in McEcstasy. And oh yeah, baby, it's a this or that. I am going to read 7 phrases. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a McDonald's slogan or a song by Barry White. If it's McDonald's, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Barry White, okay, great. Let's just get right to it. What? Never.
Oh yeah, you're ready to go all night long. And by go, I mean do a bad job.
You know, maybe McDonald's should start writing sexy love songs for their ads. Their products already sound sexy. Big and tasty, quarter pounder, chicken strips, apple turnover.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce 10 lines of the nude and famous. Based on their heights, which of these pasty nudes would need to spend the most time in a spray tan booth? You'd think she'd be sunburnt, considering she has no way of applying sunscreen. Want to see the answer? Michelangelo's original sculpture stands ripped at approximately 14.5 feet, by far the tallest of these 4. Although if he were sprayed orange, people might just think it's a 14-foot statue of Regis Philbin. That's all we got for round 1. Although your score seems to be stuck in neutral. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Let's get back to the action. And on its way. The doctor will see you now, Ms. Montana. Let me see if I got this straight. Miley Cyrus plays Hannah Montana, but all her little fangirls know it's Miley Cyrus. But when she tours as Hannah Montana, and there was a movie about this, and hang on. The Miley Cyrus Hannah Montana phenomenon is best explained by what medical diagnosis? Dissociative identity disorder is a fancy doctorin way of saying multiple personalities. I think it's fascinating how you can simultaneously have 2 personalities and no personality. Buck her up for. I admit to letting the dogs out. Hi, everybody. I'm here with everyone's favorite Billy O'Brien.
And I'm here with everybody's favorite
Oh
Johnny
God, why am I so
Ventriloquist,
close to the
Cookie
mic?
Masterson.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the
Did you know you don't know Jack
What news do you bring
2015?
today, Billy?
I'm dying.
You're dying? Oh my God, Billy.
No, I'm not dying. I'm dying a purebred tooth. I want to dye a dog to win Dustin's show at the Westminster Dog Show. If my best bet was to have a dog in the herding category, which tooth should I purchase? That was unbelievably bad. Somebody teach me.
But can't sleep.
That doesn't mean I can't read.
Want to see the right? A border collie is the only dog on this list that could compete in the herding category at the Westminster Dog Show.
I want to know that show.
You're numbered? Billy, you said
I just have a very detailed day schedule.
now. Oh, I've never tried the global position. Your GPS told you to drive as the crow flies. Do. GPS? GP, no. It was begging to be picked. As the crow flies refers to moving in a straight line. The GPS voice is so trustworthy and comforting. Sometimes during a long drive, I tell her my secrets.
Fun fact, I
Up
played a
next.
FNAF fan game series called
say you
Five
get
Nights
mad
at
at somebody
Sonic's
while talking
once.
with your BlackBerry and you make a
Once,
fart noise at them,
sometimes not being
aka
able to
a
go through the
raspberry.
first
You know,
game. Now, with the first game is actually really easy. I'm legit, once you reach 5 AM, you're good to go.
This would have worked. In the biblical world, when a raspberry and a
And
blackberry
by good to
join
go, but
together
you
in a
can just
magical
close
union,
the
you get a
doors,
loganberry.
and that's literally it.
A great feature of the loganberry
Yes.
is if you accidentally eat your phone and poop it out,
I have
seeds
the
will
main
eventually
theme
recycle
here.
with proper guard.
Let me just... Now you have the main... this.
Here we have your mom's an empowered woman. Imagine this. One day your mom shows you a tattoo across the can tell you the tattoo is an ambigram. Which of these responses to your mom's new tattoo is also an ambigram? An ambigram is an image or text that looks the same right side up and upside down. But why would she want one on her lower back? I mean, no one will ever see it upside down, right? Right? Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. What are you searching for? I hope it's something good. Good luck.
If possible, during the run, I'll actually do an attempted insurance. If I have a way of keeping my capture card my capture card and audio input data is connected, while also having a reliable mouse. Headphones are why I keep thinking the one on my headphones.
That's all she wrote! Well, you searched and searched, but the only thing you found is complete and utter failure.
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
All right, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
We're at 30 seconds.
Good, I'm ready too. A little hot under the cellar, huh? Let's move it out.
Today's wrong answer to the game is brought to you by Brown Anna Banana Toaster. For a perfectly toasted banana the first time and every time. Hey, nice banana.
Banana
Okay, let's see what happens. To get things rolling, will you calamari me? If Nadia Suleiman, better known as the Octomom, actually behaved like a female octopus, what would happen after she gave birth? That's how she got into this mess in the first place. Here's what you meant to pick. Female octopuses, octopi? No, whatever. Die shortly after their eggs hatch, so the octomom would unfortunately kick the bucket. Then they bury her in one casket and her uterus in another. Say hello to I Heart Atom. If Albert Einstein had written a romantic comedy about the atomic relationship between neutrons and electrons, which Jennifer Aniston flick would have provided the most appropriate title? And I thought Marley and Me was sad. Want to see the answer? Because neutrons have no electrical charge, the negatively charged electrons are not and never will be attracted to them. But I did see a picture in Us Weekly of an electron getting frozen yogurt with a proton in Palm Springs. Woo! Here's one for you. Bed bugs, bye bye bye, and it's a toxic dis or dat. I'm gonna read
Battery check.
you a list of 7 names. For each one, you need to tell me if it's a boy band or an insect repellent brand. If it's a boy band, press left on your plus control pad. If it's insect repellent, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Don't feel too bad. Technically, all of these could be considered a kind of repellent. I play the 98 Degrees Christmas CD to keep ants out of my kitchen.
Got it 27.
This one's known as
4 is
Facelift.
still safe.
Which website would not be a fancier version of Facebook? Ready for this? Nate's book would be a fancy name for Ass Book. And trust me, you don't want your friend to poke you on Ass Book.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up next, Gory. Suppose Al
Yes,
Gore gets
this is
gored during the
why.
running of the bulls in Spain. If he demands a recount of all the bulls and steers in the run, what will the recount find? That's a lot of bull. Here's what a right answer looks like. Each day of the running of the Bulls Festival, 6 bulls are released along with 6 steer, so 12 animals in total. The bull's horn didn't pierce Al Gore all the way through. It just left him with dangling chaps. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And from the look of your score, we didn't get out of there soon enough. Keep in mind, all the prizes are... Our
That's
wrong answer
fair.
is still out there waiting to be picked. Let's move on, shall we? I love you, Meth Cooper. I've been watching that AMC show Breaking Bad about a high school chemistry teacher who uses his science powers for evil by manufacturing. Speaking of chemistry, the title Breaking Bad contains several chemical symbols such as K, N, and B. So now it's time for a chemistry pop quiz. Those symbols have I matched with the wrong name? N stands for nitrogen. Nickel is Ni. Chemistry was never my strong suit in high school. And by that I mean I didn't have chemistry with anyone of the opposite sex, or the same sex, really. Take a good look at. This heavy metal band is confusing. What might a typical headbanger yell at a Satan-worshipping death metal concert? Neptune's... Wait, hold on, give me a second. There's gotta be a way to tie this into a Uranus joke. Correct answer, show yourself. Satan is a vegetarian meat substitute made from cooked wheat gluten. Yeah, that should be a pretty awesome concert.
What in chickens picking out a mate? Guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, Refereo. I don't know if you've ever been to Rio de Janeiro, but they have that giant stone statue looming over the city called Christ the Redeemer. It's real famous. If Rio's Christ the Redeemer statue were refereeing a game played by other giant statues, what call would he be making? Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. The Christ the Redeemer statue's arm sides, sort of like an umpire calling a baseball player safe. Still, Christ would make a pretty annoying constantly saying things like, you know, the only way to be truly safe is to accept me as your personal savior.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I rhyme.
Here's one for you. Stop rhyming now, I mean it. Eating which of these snacks would make Mr. Peanut a cannibal? Corn nuts, crack nuts. I so wanted you to pick this one. Cracker Jacks is the only snack listed that contains nuts. What does Mr. Peanut eat anyway? I'm guessing it's a lot of fish. Don't know why, just seems like he'd eat a lot of fish. Maybe it's the monocle.
Hold me, never let me go.
Coming up next, Big Dickens. Which Charles Dickens novel ends most like the way The Sopranos ended? Oh, great. Now I actually have to read Little Dorrit and see if you're right or not. Daniel Doyce was waiting there, Mr.
Oh.
Pinks. Little Dorrit's old friend held the inkstand.
He has to read it. I didn't
They made their usual
some
rapport.
rockets is way longer than they need to be. Why?
Where's that confounded right answer? Dickens died before finishing the mystery of Edwin Drood, so it pretty much stops without getting to an ending, just as, love it or hate it, the last episode of The Sopranos dramatically cuts to black. I hate it when things don't have proper endings. Reminds me of a joke. A mobster, a writer, and a turn-of-the-century
My favorite
British
from
street
Charles
urchin walk
Dickens
into a-
happens to be the Christmas Carol. Like, it's the Christmas Carol. What'd you think?
Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. Sequel, the subtitle. Get ready for a massive
Fun
disappointment.
fact,
Good luck.
in episode 37 on the Nintendo DS version, it takes the final Jake attack from episode 73 for some reason. My brain was thinking, what's the first game to introduce the spelling for 1 to 10? 10, like it's the number. Like you have the word, say the word 1, but the number itself. But the number itself takes up the characters at the left, which means that instead of 1 being spelled like O and E, it's still spelled like 1 and E. Oh. 1.
Today's wrong answer of the game is hop along, Harry's unlimited time Pantorium. You've got one. You've only got one option. Hop along, Harry's.
Okay, let's light this sucker. Coffee is dead to me. Coffee Mate comes out with a new coffee creamer called Cream Mate. If it only dissolves at the minimum human body cremation temperature, how hot would your coffee have to be? Now, let me just taste some of this 2600 degree coffee here. Now pay attention. In crematoriums, bodies are burned between 1400 and 1800 degrees, generally speaking. If the temperature drops below 1400, you might end up with a thumb in your decorative urn. And with coffee that hot, the side of the McDonald's cup would read, "Warning, if you are reading this, then you have..." How about Rhyme of the Ancient Soulja Boy? The best rappers had such a nimble control over words that their songs rival the work of the Romantic era poets. And then there's Soulja Boy, tell 'em. Suppose Soulja Boy wanted to bust some rap adaptation of the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. For the music video, what would be an appropriate choice of bling? Speaking of blowholes, let me show you something. In Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, the mariner kills an albatross and then is punished by having to wear it around his neck. If he ever makes a tutorial video on how to do the dance steps, I'd be really curious to see how one goes about albatrossing that hoe. Up next, Olive Garden. Suppose the Olive Garden slogan, "When you're here, your family," were literally true. Because they're not related, which dining duo would suddenly share the same genetic makeup? Bob Dylan? Nope, and this estranged father and daughter pair might be able to call for the check if only the salad bowl would end already. One right answer coming up. Ed Harris is not related to Neil Patrick Harris. They should change their slogan to, "When you're here, it's because you couldn't make reservations at a better Italian restaurant." This one's known as, "I'll pop a Capulet in your assulet." Remember when Juliet said, "Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?" Well, which of these songs correctly uses the word wherefore? The word wherefore, believe it or not, means why. That reminds me, I need to ask my psychiatrist wherefore I cry myself to sleep every night.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one I like to call a diaper rash of success, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 words or expressions, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's written on an inspirational poster sold by Successories. You know, those posters that have a picture of a mountain and then underneath is written teamwork, those posters. Or a brand of adult diapers. If it's from an inspirational Successories poster, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an adult diaper, or we could just get started. I've got a framed poster for you to hang on your wall. It says, "You can't do it." I've been looking around on Successories' website, and they have tons more posters that would make good names for adult diapers. My personal favorites are "Let It Flow" and "Make Your Mark." Round 1 is in the books. You'll want to try and earn some cash from now on. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And lest
That's
you
there
forget,
again.
the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. And get out there and make me proud. And now, I said help, not kelp. Who could really use a hand? Hey, you got a fortune. And it says, "Help, I'm trapped in a trivia question factory. Allow me." If you remember, Luke lost his hand in episode 5 when his dad cut it off with his big flashlight sword thingy. So he could really use a hand. Sure, Luke eventually got a prosthesis, but it never felt quite right. Why? Well, he just couldn't put his finger on it. Let's try. Look what that Muppet did to the rug. If Muppet Dog Rolf is rolfling, what dog trick did you teach him?
Yep, Plutino.
Smart people choose this. ROFL is an internet acronym for rolling on the floor laughing. So Rolf would be rolling over and laughing at you. The easiest trick to get a Muppet to do is stay. You just take your arm out of it.
Lord, didn't you pick it up, mate? Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for Old Derriere. So they say it's impossible to drink a gallon of milk in an hour. I say phooey. That's why I've recruited stagehand Old Man to put this one to the test. Now, Old Man, you've been drinking that gallon for about 59 minutes, am I right?
That's right, Cookie. I'm almost there. I can almost taste the victory. Tastes kind of like milk.
You can do it. I got a buck riding on this, so don't screw it up. Now, Old Man says he can almost taste the victory. If his attempt at finishing a gallon of milk in an hour results in a Pyrrhic victory, what will happen?
Another gallon? Come on, I don't have any more room. No, wait. Now I'm good.
Here's where the money is. He'll finish the gallon, but a Pyrrhic victory is a victory that's gained at a great cost. In this case, weeks of lactose-induced intestinal chaos.
Well, it's a good thing I'm wearing my nappies. Those things can hold anything. Almost anything. Towel!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I die.
I call this one... cereal! Which of these breakfast cereal mascots would give Jonathan Harker nightmares? Harker is a character from Bram Stoker's novel Dracula, and Count Chocula is some kind of a chocolate-loving vampire. I once had a very scary nightmare with Dracula in it. Yeah, see, Dracula and I were playing backgammon when suddenly I had to give a big important speech in front of an audience. Oh.
Hold me, never let me go.
Here's a good one. Suck of the Irish. Which famous movie kiss best replicates the experience of kissing the Blarney Stone? You will now be haunted by Patrick Swayze for the rest of your life. The correct answer is... the classic Spider-Man kiss involved Spider-Man hanging upside down and kissing MJ. And in order to kiss the famous Blarney Stone in Ireland, you have to hang upside down. It's very similar. See, in one scenario, Tobey Maguire kisses a dripping wet Kirsten Dunst. And in the other scenario, you're dangled upside down by an elderly Irish man so you can bring your mouth into contact with 7 centuries of bacteria. Of course, who wants to hear my yapping? Oh, I'm still doing it. Sorry, here you go. You have 7 what? I'll show you my 7 if you show me yours. Good luck.
Working hours is normally over half a day, but is pretty long. Because this is the second starting hour of run, this means we need to remember. This is given to the console category. I don't think console existed. Would benefit from having the tile vault finished.
There you have it! Were you pulling for 7 wrong responses for every correct one? I think you came close.
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Okay, looks like our players all...
It's 30 seconds, folks.
Hey,
Fair enough. Coming out. Oh, you got your panties in a bag? Start the game!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Bloodco. All your blood needs without the mess and fuss. Any type, any thickness, any gender. Bloodco.
Okie doke, this is really happening.
I realize that I'm naming myself Jack.
Let's start with, can't we all just get along, John?
Jack.
What do donut rivals Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme have in common?
The game
Bam!
will
That's wrong.
respond.
It's so
like,
obvious.
this game series,
Alliteration is the
yeah, it's
repetition of the
cool.
first sounds
You
and
don't know
words. And
Jack
both
because you
Dunkin',
don't know
Donuts,
Jack.
and
You
Krispy Kreme have that.
don't know Jack.
So you see, they're not so different after all.
And I
You
love
know
the
what? Tomorrow
gimmick.
morning, I'm gonna eat a Dunkin'
I love
Donut
that you
and
can't
a
just
Krispy
replay
Kreme
the
at
application
same
now, same
time,
goes,
and
just know
put
you
them
have
out later
to
in
get
one unified
different
group of
questions
compassion
per
and
game. But
understanding.
this is a weird experience. Are there even
And on
falls
its
in this
way,
game? Where
Space,
two
the final
sometimes
frontier.
falls.
If Star Trek's Mr. Spock decides to have his ears vulcanized, what will be true about them? What? Were you thinking of this one? Vulcanization is the process where rubber is converted to stronger, more durable materials. So Mr. Spock's pointy ears would become stronger. Which would be great because then it would be easier for Scotty to use them to open his beer bottles. Here we have Bibla Blah Blah. What biblical album title would be appropriate for a Kesha album featuring different versions of her song Blah Blah Blah? Nope. No, I think that third wise
Honestly.
man was known as a real chatty Cathy. Dude, seriously, we know you're smart already. No, I'll get this. The Tower of Babel is a story in the book of Genesis where God confused the language of all humans so they
If
could
the
no longer
audio
understand each
gets
other.
muted, they're like,
Thing is, I
why
speak
would
English, and I
the
still have no
main
idea what
theme
Kesha's talking
for a
about.
gripping game that's really easy to beat? You
Try this
ever get
exercise.
like that's a bit
Undead
weird.
Anatomy.
If it ever did
Which of these
happen.
movie monsters is truly heartless? Why
Oh
did you
look,
pick
I got
this?
the wrong answer in
A
the
mummy's
game.
organs are
Wow,
replaced by
free
organs
money.
during mummification, so the mummy would not have a heart. Though mummification was perfected over thousands of years, the Egyptians always had difficulty removing the water on the knee without the tweezers touching the metal sides of the game board. Then what is that red stuff shooting out of his chest when he gets
If
a
you wonder
stake in the
why I'm
heart?
choosing all sorts of random ones instead
What
of
is
just
it?
the top
Why,
one,
it's blood, of
I
course.
can't hold
You
a
just won
button.
blood
I can't
from
hold a button
Bloodco.
and have
We
it
have
go through the
blood.
entire game.
Why
No,
do you need to
you
know where it
cannot
came from?
hold it in. Like
This
I
wrong
can't
answer
hold
of the game
A
is
to
worth
mash. I
$4,000.
have to actually mash
Congratulations.
A. Just like I have to mash A in the. Just like I have to mash A in the. Just like I have to mash A in the rest
Walk
of
her
the
up,
game.
Florp. Your
Rest
hair
of the
smells like
game.
blackberry, and it's a dis or dat.
Just like I.
I'm gonna read off 7 phrases. For each one, tell me if it's a feature of the Nexus 1 phone, a feature of Nexus shampoo, or both. If it's about the Nexus phone, press left on your plus control pad. If it's
Plus
about the
control
Nexus
pad.
shampoo, you're familiar with the dis or dat. Perfect.
I love being able to mash A. I love the A button. Sure, I just love the A button. These remotes still have no mic.
All this talk of phones and shampoo reminds me I need to go to the beauty parlor and make an appointment for my permanent.
The Wii is very iconic.
That'll bring an end to our first
To its
round.
motion controls. And did you
Look at
ever
your score.
have
We
to
didn't get out of there soon
have to
enough.
swiftly move the
Remember, I'm
Wiimote
doubling
back-
the value of each question in round
down
2.
in order to
Okay,
buzz
then,
in?
Here we go.
Like, that would be weird. Like, this game, you cannot use extensions.
May I introduce where the Banshees live, and they do live well. How tall is the tallest stone at Stonehenge? 2. I'm stabbing your score with an ice pick. Watch how easy this is. Oliver Stone is 6 feet tall. The tallest stone at Stonehenge is about 24 feet tall. So you could stack 4 Oliver Stones on top of each other to reach that height. The only difference between Stonehenge and 4 Oliver Stones on top of each other is I'd be upset if Stone fell over.
Question 7.
Say hello to. I'd like to return this maid of milking, please. If you had to individually wrap all the items from the song The 12 Days of Christmas, how many packages would you end up with? 12. Great, you've upset the 6 geese a-laying. It's their nap time. I so wanted you to pick this one. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 equals 78 individually wrapped gifts. You might want to invest in a large mallet, too. The Lords of Leaping are a lot easier to wrap when they're unconscious.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a stab at... Who sort of said this, more or less? It's time for a Who Said It question. Now Chad, our production assistant, will hand me a piece of paper with a famous quote and...
Wait, you need that now?
Yeah, didn't get the email?
I told you, man, for business-related stuff, you gotta message me on Facebook.
So you don't have the quote?
No, but I remember it, I think. Well, let me take a stab at it.
Okay, who said, Chad?
If you poke my eye out, then, I poke out yours, then the whole world isn't gonna see anything that well, I guess? No, man, I'm almost positive that's wrong.
Where's that confounded right answer?
Oh wait, I found the quote. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And that was said by Mahatma Gandhi. Hey, that's pretty right on. I think I'm gonna start following this Gandhi guy on Twitter.
Thanks for your help, Chad.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I'm right.
Coming up, a barrel of donkeys. Which element of the classic arcade game Donkey Kong does not represent a simple machine? No, Jumpman's hammer is a classic lever, as in, I don't think you'll ever be good at video games. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. The ramps are inclined planes, the hammer is a lever, and the elevators are pulleys. But Donkey Kong's stack just sits there, and it's not any kind of simple machine.
Don't bring up my physics.
What's in
Don't
those
bring up my
barrels?
physics or
I'm guessing thousands
electricity.
of rotting
Don't
princess
bring up
torsos.
the one science class I did. I think it's at term 2.
Why not
It was-
try in bed? This is the part of the game where I
think
start
it's
to feel
term
like I
1.
need a little snack.
Don't know.
Maybe I'll have a fortune cookie.
Fortune cookie go! Cookie fortune cookie! Cookie fortune cookie. I love the fortune cookies.
You have an unusually magnetic personality. Well, if I'm so friggin' magnetic, who's most attracted to me? Oil can! It's so obvious. Magnets barely attract gold or silver and mostly know with tin, but they sure do love iron. And if I were really magnetic, the last place I should be is near all this expensive electronic equipment. Oh, you know all about the attack.
Boy? Boy?
Yeah, you spooked me all night long. I'm bringing Spooky back. Good luck.
Where'd they go? Where did my... How? That thing was... As the game's playing, like you don't know Drake Volume 1 with its dark background. Like black. like, oh, excuse.
That's the game!
You will be cursed before this jack attack for all eternity. Woo! Woo! Isn't this a really great ghost voice? I've been practicing. Woo!
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Did the Wii just freeze? I think the Wii froze. The Wii froze. I got a crash. The Wii crashed. Yeah, the Wii froze. I lost time. Time. Oh, I forgot. Center bar is still at the one monitor. Yes, I do the cracky. Good.
The logos are on standby.
Lose legal.
We're set.
Yeah, we've got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
I don't think the name is changed.
Near the border have increased as militants on both sides.
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
30 seconds to places.
No, it is. I've got to... No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Country Charm Indoor Outhouses. Oh, the convenience of an indoor restroom with all the charm of crabbing through a wooden hole.
So let's get to it. First question, pleasurable measurables. Hey, remember that internet video sensation, 2 Girls, 1 Cup? Here's a clip of it now. I'm kidding, what do you think I am, some kind of sicko? Say Rachel Ray and Martha Stewart make a wholesome version of the video 2 Girls, 1 Cup featuring chocolate ice cream. If they can't find a cup and use an equivalent, what might the video be called? A cup in cooking terms is equal to a half pint, or 16 tablespoons. By the way, I'm filming your reaction to this question right now, and it is absolutely priceless.
Oh, it does contain the fall.
I call this one, dot your black eyes and cross your P's. Which of these is Will.i.am's name in the present perfect progressive form? Yeah, tonight's not going to be a good night. Ready for this? The present perfect progressive tense uses has or have plus been plus the present participle. As in, Will, I have been feeling very fergalicious lately. Take a stab at lucky number 17. What could have been a cover story for the first issue of 17 magazine? Special suffragette. I'm not a crook, but I will steal some of your cash. Here's what a right answer looks like. 17 magazine was first published in 1944 during World War II. So a girl who was 17 when 17 first came out, well, she probably just reads AARP magazine now, or Dead People, the tabloid for dead people. Coming up next, it was the best of prime time, it was the worst of prime time, and it was a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 TV shows. For each one, tell me if it was on TV Guide's list of the 50 best shows of all time, or on TV Guide's list of the 50 worst shows of all time. If it's one of TV Guide's best, press left on your plus control pad. If it's one of TV Guide's worst, I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Look, this isn't that hard. Watch TV, play a video game. If you can't master those two things, I'm not sure what hope you have for succeeding in the real world. The Jerry Springer Show was rated the worst TV show of all time, which begs the question, have the makers of TV Guide even seen 2.5 Men? I mean, come on, you haven't seen it, have you? Just watch it once, TV Guide people. It's not like you don't know when it's on.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for Lady Luck is a dirty tramp. Which casino game takes a lot of balls to play? Keno is a game of chance similar to Lotto that uses 80 balls circulating in an enclosed bubble. So it takes a lot of balls to play it. When playing Keno, it also helps to have a really big sack to put your winnings in. We finished round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Let's see what's in store. Here we have U2SA. If you went to see U2, one of the most popular touring acts in the world, play in the biggest stadium venue in the world, how would Bono most likely open the concert?
9! Das ist wrong!
The answer? At 250,000 seats, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has the greatest seating capacity in the world, making it big enough for U2's fans. And they can actually add over 100,000 spots for ground seating as well, meaning there might even be enough space for Bono's ego.
Question 7.
Try this on for size. Me captain is Sue captain.
It's the perfect choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Okay, I'm gonna make this one even more worth your while by adding another $1,000 for a correct answer. Rank these captains in order of their first appearance from the oldest to the most recent. Captain Morgan's Rum, Captain Planet, Captain Crunch. Captain Morgan Rum first appeared in 1945, Captain Crunch in 63, and Captain Planet in 1990. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. And what do these 3 captains all have in common? They were usually present at the breakfast table when I was growing up.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next, Jesus, master of the sacrifice bunt. If Major League Baseball followed the same hierarchy as the Catholic Church, what would be the AAA minor league team for the St. Louis Cardinals? Deacons? No. Deacons are like the T-ball of Catholicism. Allow me. In the order of Catholic precedence, archbishops are just below cardinals. I do love going to a Memphis Archbishops game. Between innings, the nuns come out of the dugout and shoot Jesus t-shirts out of air cannons.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I'm right.
May I introduce office politics? What do U.S. Vice President Joe Biden and Jim Halpert from The Office have in common? You can't see it, but I'm awkwardly looking at the camera and smirking. Correct answer, show yourself. Joe Biden was born in Scranton and the office is set there. Proving once again that Scranton, Pennsylvania is the cultural and political epicenter of the United States.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream
This one's known as Oz Trippin'. Suppose the poppies in The Wizard of Oz made the Scarecrow dream about the world's #1 opium-producing country. Where would he follow the yellow brick road of his mind to? If you only had a brain. Sometimes this stuff just writes itself. No, I'll get this. Afghanistan is the world's largest opium producer. And why do you think the Lollipop Guild enjoyed suckers so much? One word, ecstasy. Okay, if that's how you want it, here's the clue. You taught me everything I know. Wax on, wax off, Daniel-san. Good luck. There you have it! Have I taught you nothing?
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
We have a live one. All set.
We're at 30 seconds.
Great. One player coming down the pipe.
Okay, folks.
Got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Girly Drink Supply Warehouse. When a blue drink flamingo tumbler isn't enough, add some plastic.
Okay, no turning back. First up. Oh, brothers. If my grandmother is the great-grandmother of the Jonas Brothers, and the Jonas Brothers are not my sons, which they aren't, how should I refer to them at family reunions? Oh, speaking of removing something, the correct answer is, by sharing the same grandparent with a generational gap between us, we would be first cousins once removed. To reiterate, I am not actually related to the Jonas Brothers. That's what we do at this game, we make things up, okay? Moving on. Excuse me, moving on. Here's one for you. I've got linguine on my boot. Italy is often referred to as being shaped like a big boot. If it's a thigh-high boot, where's Rome? Maybe you should have stretched properly first. Let me show you something. The city of Rome, located in the Lazio region of Italy, would put it slightly below the kneecap if Italy were a thigh-high. Yes, the Italians brought us some of the greatest historical figures ever known. Mario and Luigi, Chef Boyardee, Da Vinci Codes. And now, this, that, and the other question. Who is the eponymous character on Seinfeld? The character Jerry's last name is Seinfeld, making him the eponymous character in the show. Another word for this is titular. He's the titular character in the show. And speaking of titular, he's real and he's spectacular. Next up, Bond, Elmo Bond, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. Each one, tell me if it's a Bond girl from a James Bond movie or a Sesame Street Muppet. If she's a Bond girl, press left on your plus control pad. If she's from Sesame Street, okay, great, let's just get right to it. Sounds like Pierce Brosnan level Bond. This dis or dat has been brought to you by the letters OCTOPUSSY and the number 007.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to The Night is Young, Angus. You know that AC/DC song, You Shook Me All Night Long? Well, on what date in the Northern Hemisphere would shaking me all night long take the least time and energy? Much like a 55-year-old man who runs around stage playing guitar in a British schoolboy uniform, you look extremely ridiculous right about now. Were you thinking of this one? The night is the shortest it gets all year on the summer solstice, which falls right around June 22nd. Although at this age, if AC/DC is still shaking all night long, it's probably due to some unfortunate disorder. That about does it for round 1. But you couldn't tell that by looking at your score. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. It's time. And on its way, check your butterfly. Growing up, I had a pet butterfly I called Benjamin. Unfortunately, like most things I've loved, it died after I accidentally sat on it. If Benjamin the butterfly pulled a Benjamin Button, how would its stages of life go? I can forgive the fact that you must not read much, but not seeing all Brad Pitt's movies? Unforgivable! It was begging to be picked. Benjamin Button lived his life in reverse from old man to baby, and this one is the opposite of the usual butterfly life cycle. Oh, I'm starting to get a little tired. I'd have to sit down for this next question. Poopsie! Oh, I'm so sorry.
Question 7.
Open wide for he's a wild animal on the football field. Which NFL football team is not represented by a mammal? Prepare to be mauled. Now pay attention. Birds aren't mammals, so those Arizona Cardinals are cold-blooded. Still not sure what the Browns are.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, Quiz'em. Quiz'em? What could that mean? Oh no.
Maybe it means I'm Dak.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. We should spend some personal time together. We should go see a musical play.
A musical? I don't know. It would have to be a really good one.
Which of these musicals has won a Pulitzer Prize for drama? Fame? Speaking of die.
One right answer coming up. Believe it or not, South Pacific won a Pulitzer Prize in 1950. Hey Billy, say Les Miserables.
Les Miserables.
Say Bye Bye Birdie.
Die Dirty.
Say Porgy and Bess.
Porgy and Bess. Stop making fun of me.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Let's try M&M's with a glass of milk. Okay, M&M's were first introduced in 1941. So, say Eminem remixes some of his songs to honor the only 3 M&M's colors that have been around constantly since 1941. Which song would not be part of the list? You choked, Rabbit, you choked! Oh, honestly. Brown, yellow, and green have always been part of the M&M lineup. Orange was introduced later. But give Orange some credit. Eminem too. It ain't easy being the new color in town, especially when you've been preceded by Vanilla Ice.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dreaming questions.
Here's one I like to call Time to Class It Up. Oh, look, a kazoo. What was I playing? Hungarian rap? Nah, I just made that name up. Want to see the right answer? Yes, that was me playing Blue Danube on kazoo. And now I'm going to play a song by the Beatles on kazoo. We don't really have the money for the rights to any Beatles songs, but luckily I'm not very good at playing the kazoo. Oh, just shut my mouth then. Here's your clue. Everything's going to be K. Name the K. K. Good luck, K. There it is! Ka!
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
All right, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
And 30 seconds, people.
Not a problem. This player has it down packed, ready to go.
We're almost at go.
Engine pangs, huh? Hop to it, Conrad.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by You've Got Gallstone Jewelers. Because sometimes love hurts.
So, let's happen. Let's begin with more crazy W's. What do Willy Wonka and Andy Warhol have in common? Both have... Your score is going to pretend to be sick now. This would have worked. Wonka owned the chocolate factory and Warhol owned the factory, the name of his famous art studio. You are likely to see people licking the walls in both factories. Coming up. Waiter, there's a saint in my drink. I'm telling you, the face of the Virgin Mary is busy these days. Always popping up like she does in trees and birthmarks and oil spill patterns. Because it is a virgin drink, in which of these beverages would you be most likely to see the face of the Virgin Mary? Dram? I bet you see the face of a virgin every day when you look in the mirror. Booyah! Smart people choose this. Horchata is a non-alcoholic Mexican rice milk. And while it's technically a virgin drink, there was that one time a bartender just stuck the tip of a celery stalk in it. How about, I love you for your cookies. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've been really lonely lately. And when that happens, I sit around eating sweets. Well, mostly just cookies. Well, mostly just fortune cookies.
Cookie fortune, cookie fortune, cookie messages.
Oh, yeah. You're the only ones who understand me. You're the only friends I have. Wait a second. What's this fortune say? Hey, this is great. You will find true love on April 22nd. All right! Based on the date, what would be an appropriate gift to give my new lover? A coat? I already have a flag with my image on it. It's called my freak flag. Yeah, baby. Why didn't you pick this? Although all these gifts are pretty appropriate, April 22nd is Earth Day, so a huge chunk of Earth seems most appropriate. Every Earth Day, I decorate my house with thousands of green lights that line the windows and the roof, with an animatronic on the front lawn. Take a good look at. I'm more than a celebrity, I'm a celebrity author. Which celebrity-written book would most likely win the Caldecott Medal? You know, when I saw Martha Stewart and Tart in the same title, I thought it simply must be an autobiography. But either way, you're wrong. Here's what you meant to pick. If Roast Beef Could Fly is Jay Leno's attempt at a children's book, and the Caldecott Medal is awarded to the best children's book of the year. I actually read this book, and it's just a piece of roast
If I
beef
had a
giving
mouse
a tepid
connected, I
monologue
could
for 20
actually
pages.
attempt to beat Five Nights at
It's
Sonic
that Jay Leno
1,
is writing
like the
children's books because
entirety
the only
of
people I
it,
know who like him are
like
elderly.
maybe 1 to 5,
If Leno won the
if
Caldecott, he'd
even
probably be humble
possible,
and give the award to someone
attempt
who really
to
deserved
do
it,
night
and then take it
6.
back a few months later.
Like that would be impressive for a game that easy. Even though Unital Drake is like really easy if you're trying to speedrun it, like if you know the answer, use the go the answer because the answer is faster. If you don't know the answer, just choose a random number of buttons in order to get your vote in as quick as
A
possible.
British term for toilet. If it's a fancy hotel, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a British toilet, press right. Ah, you're familiar with the this or that. Perfect. Can somebody tell me why there's a telephone in hotel bathrooms? It makes no sense. I mean, I always use my cell phone to call my mom while I'm pooping.
Okay.
That'll wrap up round 1.
Why do you have to call someone while you're on the toilet? Like, that's a bit weird.
Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Well, no time like the present. Up next, jellyfishing. Well, we're all in for a real treat because world-renowned animal expert Hans Hansen is here.
It's actually Hans Hansen.
Yeah, anyway. Hans, what animals do you have for us today?
Well, first off, we have a splendorous creature of the sea, the glorious jellyfish.
Wow, that truly is a beautiful Holy! It stung me, Hans! Ow! Ow!
Oh dear, jellyfish stings can be quite toxic and painful.
No f***ing it's killing me! Quick! Quick, Hans, do something!
Oh, well, let's see. We could pour vinegar. Oh yes, that's right. Vinegar is generally regarded as the best home remedy for jellyfish stings.
Wait, some weirdos think it's urine?
An old wives' tale, as I recall.
So for anyone out there that peed on themselves or had someone else pee on them after a jellyfish sting, just know it served no medical purpose. You had urine on you for
Do you
no
want to be a
reason.
category extensions category?
Get out of here, Hans!
Do you want to be a category extensions category?
This one's
Oh,
called
I can tell.
There's a soccer player in
what
my
it
soup.
is.
Suppose Top Ramen releases a World Cup of noodles. If they base their campaign on the total number of competing teams in each World Cup of soccer, what slogan might they use? What color card do they give for ignorance? This would have worked. Every 4 years, 32 teams are selected to compete in the World Cup. And every 4 years, I buy another economy pack of ramen from Costco. It only costs like $20, and I have over 1,400 meals.
Looking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a stab at I has question. Who is most likely to have a prescription for Yaz? No, but remember when Naz went by the name Nasty Naz? Yeah, me neither. Oh, honestly. Yaz is a birth control pill for women, and Diaz is the only woman in this group. Although I'm not completely convinced Jason Mraz doesn't have reproductive organs.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nice.
May I introduce Better Late Late, Never Never Ever. When the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson airs at 12:35 a.m. Eastern, 11:35 Central, what time is it in Ferguson's native country? Scotland, Ferguson's home country, is 5 hours ahead of New York. Which means they're in the future.
Hold me, never let me go.
How about the naming of the shrew? Who has a name that does not claim to identify where they're from? Nerd! I so wanted you to pick this one. Da, de, and van all essentially mean of or from, but le just means the, as in Pepe the Pew. Which leads me to the timeless question. Would you rather smell the pew or smell of pew? Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. Hey, that's my sister. So keep your hands off her. Good luck. That's all she wrote!
They're seriously, my CPS, even with the rolling stretch, isn't too good enough. And the A button is actually smaller than a keyboard key.
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to air.
Nope, got it. You're in a hurry. I see. Begin the commencing.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by One Trick Cactus Company. The plural of cactus may be but our focus is on cactu.
All right, let's move. Right off the bat, partly sunny with a chance. How much of a Lovato is a demi-Lovato? 1/3 of a Lovato. Like they say, 3/4 of a Lovato only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Here's what a right answer looks like. Demi means half, so demi-Lovato is actually half of a Lovato. All right, bring me the Lovato. Take a good look at Pee-wee's Big Art Venture. Imagine we could get Paul Rubens of Pee Wee Herman fame to host our game. It would be pretty sweet. Anyway, if we could somehow convince him to do it. How would it sound theoretically if Paul Rubens pronounced the name of a Peter Paul Rubens painting? Well, the starry night is big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Ready for this? The Hippopotamus Hunt is one of the more famous paintings by Peter Paul Rubens, often referred to just as Rubens. You know, if we could get Paul Rubens to host this game, it would be a guaranteed hit. Open wide for fashion you can believe in, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off the names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a nonprofit humanitarian organization or a brand of designer jeans. If it's a nonprofit, press left on your plus control pad. If it's jeans, or we could just get started. Not bad, but you're a little stiff. You might want to go up a size. Or 3. Yeah, nothing says I enjoy helping the less fortunate better than a $300 pair of jeans. Here's one for you. A salute to Dick. Did you know that the first Gap store opened in 1969, the same year Richard Nixon's office? If the Gap decided to honor Richard Nixon by keeping their stores open for the duration of the audio gap found on the Watergate tapes, approximately what would the store's hours be? The missing audio gap in the Watergate tapes was 18.5 minutes long, so the gap would be open from 9 until a little after 9:18. Coincidentally, that missing audio was just 18.5 minutes of Nixon telling Henry Kissinger how good his ass looked in khakis.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one Nostra Awesome. Man, you know that Nostradamus guy who wrote all those quatrains that predicted everything that's ever happened? Turns out the dude even predicted video games. Because he never mentions it in his quatrains, which video game series did Nostradamus not predict? I have a prediction about your very near future. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Nostradamus mentions the words Battlefield, Quake, and Portal multiple times each, but he never mentions the word Doom. Now, he also didn't predict Tetris specifically, but he did say, beasts ferocious from hunger will swim across rivers. The greater part of the region will be against the Hister. The great one will cause it to be dragged in an iron cage, when the German child will observe nothing. And it's pretty obvious by that he meant Tetris.
Yeah, I still don't
Round
get
1
that.
is in the books, although your score seems to be stuck in neutral. Don't forget, all the questions
Although your
around
score
2 are
seems
worth
to be
double.
stuck in neutral.
And
Yeah,
hint, hint, the wrong
14.
answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's keep. This one's known as the writings on the Walmart. Suppose Walmart goes literal and starts selling commemorative pieces of the Berlin Wall. If they roll back the price so it matches the year in which the wall came down, how much will a piece cost? Built in 1961, the Berlin Wall, which separated East from West Berlin, was eventually destroyed in 1989 by Germans from either side. The Berlin Wall, 28 years of existence. Multiply that by about 13 and you have the average age of the Walmart greeter. Try this on for size. You can Olympic your nose. Which of these events might occur if the Olympics were held on Olympus Mons? A biathlon? You're such a triple Lutz. No, I'll get this. Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system, is located on the surface of Mars. Olympic mountain biking. I know I look forward to it every 4 years.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Say hello to Martha Stewart dying. You know, time in the slammer really puts perspective on the realities of life and death. Suppose Martha Stewart changes the name of her TV show from Martha Stewart Living to Martha Stewart Living Wills. What would she teach you to make? Everything goes to your spouse except the money you get writing on this answer. I'll take that. Watch how easy this is. A living will is a document that indicates your wishes for your medical care should you ever become seriously incapacitated, such as a vegetative state or irreversible coma. It's a pull-the-plug order, if you will. You know, like they did with the Martha Stewart version of The Apprentice.
Scrolling through the park with sarsaparilla.
Coming up, how many balls do you have? Let's put these balls in. Okay, I'm handing out a $1,000 bonus for correct answer. Put these things in order based on the number of balls they have, from fewest balls to most balls. A standard game of ski, game of bumper pull, a game of Quidditch from Harry Potter. Quidditch has 4 balls, skee ball usually has 9 balls, and bumper pull has 10 balls. That earned you an extra grand. Now, a lot of people like to roll their balls when they play skee ball. I prefer throwing them overhand as hard as I can. I've been ejected from a number of Chuck E. Cheese establishments.
Let me never let me go.
Why not try Long John Corporate Meddlers? Suppose Long John Silver's expands its menu. Which of the following menu items would be anatomically possible? And this shouldn't come as a shock. It was begging to be picked. A whale's fin has 5 fingers. An order of whale fingers also comes with a complimentary 3-gallon bucket of barbecue dipping sauce. Brace yourself. I'm sorry, was I talking too much? Fine, here's your clue. A boy and his robot. Let's get automated. Good luck. That's the game! Let me guess, your intelligence is artificial?
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Alrighty then. Okay, let's cut to the tape.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Rug Munchers Dietary Flooring. We put a whole new spin on the 5-second rule.
And so it begins. First up, 6 feet under the sea. If vicious piranhas attacked and killed SpongeBob SquarePants and all his friends in Bikini Bottom, who would actually bleed blood? Interesting that you chose the least intelligent character in the group. Were you thinking of this one? Sponges, starfish, and, ghosts don't have blood, but squids and octopuses do. Man, that kind of massacre would be terrible. There's nothing worse than a bloody Bikini Bottom. Coming up next, Frosty My Tips. If Wendy's honors the iconic hairstyle of Dave Thomas's daughter Wendy on their value menu, what food item might they add? Cinnamon Dave Thomas's daughter is pictured above each Wendy's franchise with her famous red pigtails. Actually, a lot of fast food franchises use the image of the owner's kid as a logo. The Domino's guy had one weird-looking kid. Let's try a racy sport. Suppose Speed Racer enters a NASCAR race. If he receives the black flag, what should he do? Now pay attention. A black flag means the driver needs to pull over into the pit, usually due to a rule violation. Not positive it's a rule violation, but I'm pretty sure it's not a good idea to have a monkey in the passenger seat of a Mach 5 car. And now, Comcast Fable. The moral of Aesop's fable, The Fisherman and the Little Fish, would be most applicable to a contestant on which TV show? The Mole? Are you? Apparently not. Next time, try this. In the fable, the fisherman has to decide, do I throw the little fish back in for a chance to catch a bigger fish later? He decides to keep what he's got. This is pretty much the same decision Deal or No Deal contestants face, except with money, not fish. Yeah, that show is called Eel or No Eel. It's hosted by Howie Manned Eel.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next, Buddha Scootin' Boogie, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 Twitter tweets. For each one, tell me if it's a tweet from the Dalai Lama or a tweet from Taylor Swift. If it's a Dalai Lama tweet, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Taylor Swift tweet, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Love and I may or may not. You are draped in robes of shame. You know, the Dalai Lama had a really inspiring tweet today, but halfway through it, he was interrupted by a tweet from Kanye West saying that Beyonce's tweets were the best of all time. That's all we got for round 1, where you pretty much crapped your pants. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, let's do this. Bucker up for... Oh, Mom, we're having meatloaf again? If Meatloaf changed his name to Steak Tartare, what would the reviews say about the music on his new album, Cow Out of Hell? No, but your score just went down in flames. Right answer coming up. That's right, Steak Tartare is served raw, diced, and spiced. Fly scares out there these days. I usually heat mine up by the dashboard lights. Here we have the spirit of 75-ish. What's not 76? Nope, Halley's Comet appears every 76 years or so. And it's really very exciting until you actually see it. At which point you look for about 10 seconds, then go back inside and watch monkey videos on YouTube. share the last name of something. Good luck.
Honestly.
There it is! That performance was like Frank Stallone, Tito Jackson, Jim Belushi, and Roger Clinton all rolled up into a giant inadequacy burrito. Nice work.
Nice work, folks. Okay, Daddy, let us know.
You have a live one. All set.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Great, let me get to the crux of the mantle then. Oops, okay, I see. Big hurry. Hurry it up, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Grim Toothpaste Kegs. Squeeze from the bottom, screw that. For best results, puff from the top.
Try to choose the wrong answer, brought to you by our sponsor to get prizes and cash. Alright, let's do this thing. Let's start with suspendered in midair. Suppose Larry King comes out with his own line of Larry King-sized beds, big enough to hold up to 7 spouses. If it's the widest and longest bed possible, what will it be? King-size beds are as wide as they get, and California Kings are narrower but longer than Kings. So this combo would be the widest and longest. Each purchase of a Larry King-size bed comes with a complimentary set of giant suspenders to strap you and your loved ones in each night. Say hello to Kobe Drives the Lane. If Kobe Bryant teamed up with retailer Lane Bryant, what specialty product line might he endorse? Plush toy basketball. Lane Bryant has stores all over the country specializing in clothing for the larger ladies. And of course, the signature line of shoes would be the Nike Padonkadonks. I call this one Cat Thing You Do. If the average life expectancy for cats is 12 years, how many lives did the Broadway run of the musical Cats use up? The correct answer is Cats ran on Broadway for 18 years. The longest running show is Phantom of the Opera, just over 20 years, which is only a very small fraction of the life expectancy of a phantom. Take a good look at Splashenpfeffer und Itza die Soldat. I'm going to read off 7 things. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a fish disease or the name of a beloved Beatrix Potter character. If it's a fish disease, press left on your plus see the answer? The U.S. Revolutionary War concluded and America's independence was recognized with the signing of the Treaty of Paris. The Treaty in Paris is the name of an internet video I may be interested in seeing, but my mom won't give me the parental control password for the laptop we share. We finished round one. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, in round two, everything is worth twice as much. And don't forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. It's time. It's time for 20,000 Leagues Under Admission Requirements. If the Justice League had a superhero student exchange with the Ivy League, which of these superheroes would be taking advantage of the program? Dumber than a speeding locomotive. Smart people choose this. Dartmouth is one of the 8 universities in the Ivy League. Some of the lesser superheroes didn't qualify for the exchange program, but Aquaman found a really great male correspondence course in locksmithing. Here's a good one. Rated A for Alien. Suppose the aliens had survived their famous crash at Roswell, New Mexico and escaped. If they got together for a 30-year crash anniversary, which double feature could they have seen in theaters that year? No, and I think aliens would object to the way they're portrayed in E.T. Aliens loving Reese's Pieces is a horrible stereotype, people. Where's that confounded right answer? The Roswell incident happened in 1947, so the 30-year anniversary would be 1977, a banner year for alien movies. I think if aliens ever show up, it'd be a great idea to let them go see movies. Of course, with my luck, one of them would plop himself right down in front of me with his giant oblong head.
Fucking chicken is picking out of me. Guess I'll marry hate.
Coming up, history repeats itself, more or less. It's time for another Who Said It question. Now, our production assistant, Chad, will hand me a piece of paper with a famous quote, and...
Whoa, hold up. You did not tell me about this.
Chad, yes, I did. I emailed you. I Facebooked you. I spoke to you face to face.
Did you see the Twitter link to my Tumblr post where I explain you should only contact me through my landline?
I'm going to rip your face off.
No worries, bro. I got a good quote. I think I remember it right.
Okay. Who said, Chad?
We shouldn't be afraid of anything, but we, should be afraid of being afraid?
Don't call me a crook.
Chad, that's the wrong president, and it was a misquote. Why didn't you pick this?
Okay, just pull it up on my BlackBerry. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, said by FDR during his first inaugural address. Sorry.
Here's a similar piece of wisdom for you, Chad. The only thing you have to fear is losing your job for incompetence.
Competence? I don't have any problem using the bathroom.
Hey, Chad, I really hate you. This one's called Old Spice. Which of these is not a synonym for one of the Spice Girls? Active is a synonym for sporty, and there was indeed a sporty Spice. Although these days, probably the most activity she gets is yelling bingo. Here's what a right answer looks like. None of the Spice Girls were smart. Wait, that didn't come out right. Bucker up for whistle while you consult the stars.
Yeah, but you said that I'll be able to do the 13-hour long run.
You're watching YouTube. You're not doing a run.
I am. I'm on the Nintendo Wii. I'm looking through OBS.
bestseller, huh? Let's move it out, gang!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Digitensils Electronic Utensils. Say goodbye to analog food consumption. Say hello to Digitensils.
All right, let's get this party started. Right off the top, I'm converting. Woohoo! If Miley Cyrus moved overseas and changed her name to Kilometery Cyrus, how much of her name would she lose? That is 0% correct. Ready for this? 1 kilometer equals 0.621 miles. So Miley would be shaving off 0.38 or 38% from her former name. I wonder if that means she'd also be 38% less loud. That would truly be the best of both worlds. Coming up next, ominous news in 30 minutes or less. If the CEO of Little Caesars Pizza gets an anonymous email that says, "Beware the Ides of March," what should he add into his Outlook calendar? March 1, be wrong. One right answer coming up. The Ides of March falls on the 15th of the month, a date that Julius Caesar was warned of and subsequently killed on. Little Caesars was actually founded by Julius Caesar's son, who vowed to avenge his father's death. And then he got bored of that and started making pizza. Why not try? I'm kicking you out. Please vote for me. On Survivor, contestants who've already been voted out come back to vote on the season's winner. But if Survivor added a grand tribal council with the same duties as a grand jury, what would they do? A grand jury decides whether or not a case will even go to trial. Personally, I think the show would be a lot better if the jury had the power to sentence contestants to death. I wonder if they'd still draw little frowny faces next to the names if it was a vote for lethal injection. And now, rub some sherbet on your knee. And guess what? It's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a Baskin-Robbins ice cream flavor or the name of a pain-relieving cream or ointment. If it's ice cream, press left on your plus control pad. If it's pain relief cream, you're familiar with the this or dat. Perfect. Wow, that's 2 scoops of ignorance. Now if they could only come out with some sort of ointment for brain freeze.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at Geck of the Morning to you. Imagine that the Geico Gecko saved so much money on car insurance that he quit show business. What would he be able to do at his retirement party? I wonder if Geico offers stupidity insurance. The correct answer is, although they don't have forked tongues, gills, or poisonous bites, geckos do have adhesive pads on their feet for climbing. Very few, interestingly enough, walk on their hind legs, speak, or give a shit about car insurance. Let's say so long to round 1. Let's hope you do a hell of a lot better the rest of the way. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay then, here we go. May I introduce a real wine connoisseur? If you know me, you know I love me some sparkling wine, and I love to sweat. I'm a sweaty, sparkling wine drinker, basically. With that in mind, if Brute deodorant were like Brute champagne, how could I describe my armpits after applying it? Now, regardless of what I put on them, my armpits always feel bubbly. Allow me. Sparkling wines, like champagne, are classified by their sweetness. The least sweet, or driest, is the Brute. The only problem with using Brute, though, is that every time I hail a cab, a cork shoots out of my armpit. Try this on for size. Not so Little Miss Sunshine. Considering the past winners of the Miss Universe pageant, which of these child beauty pageant winners will most likely grow up to become Miss Universe? After Miss USA, Miss Venezuela has won the most Miss Universe titles, so Little Miss Venezuelan Tropical Rainstorm stands the best chance of eventually becoming Miss Universe. You know, I say there's no age too young to enter a girl into a beauty pageant. I say take some sonogram photos, draw some lipstick on them, attach them to sticks, and dance them around a stage.
Walking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, zebras who blow whistles. You know, it seems like every other year some NFL football team changes cities or just disappears.
It's the book that choices into order, then buzz in and see if you're alright.
And as always, there's an extra $1,000 for a correct answer on this one. Based on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, put these NFL teams in order from most to least endangered. Detroit Lions, Cincinnati Bengals, Carolina Panthers. Lions, Bengals, Panthers? Oh my! Now pay attention. Bengal tigers, like all tigers, are endangered. Lions are vulnerable, and panthers, also known as cougars or pumas, are not in trouble at all. The pig that made the football is pretty endangered too.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Let's try. My friends are all ugly and weird. Which Friends characters are least likely to be friends with benefits? Ross and Monica were brother and sister, so that would be super gross. Although, no, it's super gross.
Hold me, never let me go.
Here we have, my belief system really makes my eyes pop. On what show would Stacy and Clinton advise against wearing zippers? Wrong answers are so out this season. It was begging to be picked. Although they all certainly have strict clothing restrictions, the Amish are the ones who are super anti-zippers. And when was the last time you saw an Amish person in a tube top? Lighten up, Amish! Wait, who am I talking to? They're not playing this game. I see you don't need me for anything. It's all yours. You're the boss of me. If all else fails, say yes, sir, or ma'am. Good luck. Step into my office and close the door behind you.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
We're at 30 seconds.
Good, I'm ready too. 1, move it along, right. Let's go, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Crazy Eddie's Discount Amoebas. Why pay too much for something so little?
Okay, what are we waiting for? First on the docket, Keith Richards lookalikes have organs too. Let's say Captain Jack Sparrow is standing on a ship facing the front. Where would his appendix be located? Take a bow, you're an idiot. Watch how easy this is. The appendix is located under the large intestine on the right side or the starboard side of your body. It's also pretty close to the poop deck. Next up, the arts of fake war. Vincent Van Gogh had been a madman at paintball. If he'd used the same type of paint as he did for his famous Starry Night, what would his enemies say after they got shot? Stop coming up with fake excuses for your wet crotch. Want to see the answer? Starry Night was oil on canvas. I bet paintballing with Van Gogh is tiresome. There's only so many times you can hear, "You shot my ear off!" Ah, just kidding. It was already off. Here's one for you. Hot body language. Based on his discovery, what pickup line would Joseph Henry most likely use on a girl he's interested in? Next time, try this. Joseph Henry was credited for developing the telegraph in 1831. And if you thought sexting was crazy, you heard it back then. Whoa! That is rated NC-17. No, he wouldn't have access to his cell. But you know who does? You, because you just won an amoeba from Crazy Eddie's Discount Amoebas. Life is complicated. Your pet shouldn't be. This wrong answer of the game has earned you $4,000. Don't spend it all in one place. How about H-E hockey sticks? Which NHL team's name actually contains a misspelling? Oh, honestly. The plural of leaf is leaves. L-E-A-V-E-S. Leafs is not a word. And hockey is barely a sport, am I right? Please don't hurt me, giant hockey people.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's called Delusion. It's what's for dinner, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read a list of 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a real-life foodie or a fake person created by ad wizards. If it's an actual real person in the food industry, press left on your plus control pad. If it's some made-up character an ad exec came up with, or we could just get started. This skull would taste way better covered in syrup. Still looks like... Wait, are you telling me half of the hands that feed me are fake? What's next? You gonna tell me the Jolly Green Giant is a figment of my imagination? Well, he's real to me, okay? And he is the sweetest man I've ever met. That's round 1. But you couldn't tell that by looking at your score. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. Coming up next, ribbed for the undead's pleasure. If a zombie stops by a rib joint and eats 12 of the cashier's ribs, what would it be charged for? A half slab? You're a half slab short of a full rack. No, I'll get this. The human skeleton has 12 pairs of ribs. 1/2 of the rib cage is a full slab. The worst part is afterwards when the zombie gets little pieces of moist towelette stuck on its decomposing face. And now... Wait, what? Oh, before we get on to the next question, just a real simple question, real quick here. What was the name of the Icelandic volcano that erupted in early 2010 again? That's the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and an all-around non-volcano. I so wanted you to pick this one. That's right, Eyjafjallajökull erupted in April 2010. Or as it was later called when it immigrated to the United States, Bob.
Lordin' chicken picking out a mate. Gizon, Mary 8.
Take a good look at getting a dummy ache. So I've been getting a lot better with my ventriloquist puppet, Billy O'Brien. My B's, P's, and M's still aren't 100%, but I think it's good enough for Billy to ask another question. Right, Billy?
How could I possibly be as bad as you, Cookie Masterson?
Just get on with the question, Billy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Which candy bar is not made by Nars? M&M's? Your nunny is a duck that melts in your hands, not in your mouth.
Here's where the money is.
Sounds like all non-joy is made by Hershey's.
And just to show you how good a ventriloquist I am, now I'm going to make Billy talk while eating this Mounds bar.
Boy, this is pretty... wow, wow.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
And on its way, well, stuff my Maxim. If FHM Magazine's sexiest woman, Megan Fox, were discovered to be just a very attractive female fox, what would be an appropriate headline for her? No, that'd be the headline if B. Arthur had turned out to be a bee, and if she had booty, which I'm not sure if she did, I never looked. And she's dead now, so let's stop talking like this. Here's what you meant to pick. A female fox is called a vixen, so that'd be a good headline if Megan Fox were, in fact, just a very attractive fox. In which case, I'd still do her.
Hold me, never let me go.
Here's a good one. Sorry, I don't eat meatwad. What should Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force change his name to if he wants to be the leanest? You are an idiot wad. It's so obvious. Ground sirloin has the lowest fat content out of any of these. Although if your ground beef has a tooth and two eyes, I wouldn't be too worried about the fat content. Oh, do you need to be somewhere? My mistake. Here's your clue. State your name. Do states have last names? They do. That's all she wrote! Well, you seem like someone who's traveled from state to state. First a state of hope, then a state of confusion, followed by a state of shock. Now you've established a permanent residency in the state of disappointment.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Dow Jones dropped.
Yeah, we've got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
And 30 seconds, people.
No? Okay, this guy
insincere greeting card factory. Because you totally deserve the very best.
All right, here goes nothing. First, for your calculation, if Iron Man married Carbon Woman, what child would they produce? Foiled again. Let me show you something. The marriage of iron and carbon creates steel. You know, the trouble with marrying Carbon Woman is she's always leaving carbon footprints on the carpet. Why not try? Take a look. It's in a book. If the secret ingredient on Iron Chef America were green eggs and ham, who would not be asked to be an expert judge? A mouse in a house? You've just committed suicide. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. In Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham, Sam suggests to his friend that he eat the green eggs and ham with a mouse in a house, a fox in a box, and a goat in a boat. A dog is never brought into the picture. I'm writing my own version of Green Eggs and Ham. I would not, could not with a marmoset. I would not, could not in a... Open wide for... The words are baked right in. I took 437 fortune cookies from the local Chinese restaurant Walks Up. Hey, if they don't want people to take these things, they shouldn't leave them out in front in that giant tub. Opening fortune cookie 1 of 437. Okay. It says, life is the longest roller coaster ride of them all. You know, I really believe that. I do. So, if that's true, what would you say about life in America? Life's a... You're blitzed right now, aren't you? Correct answer, show yourself. If life is the longest roller coaster ride and you're in America, you'd be talking about the wooden roller coaster known as the Beast at Kings Island Amusement Park in Ohio. Life really is like a roller coaster. There are ups, there are downs, there's vomiting, you could die at any time, it costs money to ride it. Come to think of it, life kind of sucks. Take a stab at Happy Dead Mother's Day. According to the Disney adaptations, which of these greeting cards could actually be sent next Mother's Day? Geppetto was both father and mother to Pinocchio. And did he ever get a card or a phone call, ungrateful puppet? This would have worked. Out of all these characters, Simba was the only one with a mom. And wasn't he lucky?
When are you gonna clean this den? You're supposed to be out hunting. Your father is rolling over in his unmarked grave.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to Ham and Existentialism. Sounds like you're playing a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a German philosopher or the name of a German sausage. If it's a German philosopher, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a German sausage, I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Hi. Like sausages and philosophy, that performance was a bunch of baloney. If you think about it, philosophy and sausages are a lot alike. Over time, you come to realize it's just made up of a bunch of lips and assholes. That'll bring an end to our first round. You want to try and earn some cash from now on. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Now get out there and make me proud. It's time for... There's there's no Siegfried Fischbacher and team. Being part of a famous duo like Simon and Garfunkel or Tegan and Sarah must be tough. They must want to yell, "I am an individual and not just part of this machine." Which of the following would be accurate if one of the duo's members insisted on using his full name? The country duo Brooks and Dunn is made up of Kix Brooks, seriously, and Ronnie Dunn. I've always been a solo performer, but I did briefly do a show called Cookie and Cream. I wasn't part of a duo, it was just me dancing around in whipped cream. Hey look, I had to pay my way through college somehow. I call this one Men, Women, and Children First. Which series of words correctly fills in the following blanks? Blank of men, what blank wants, blank of honor. See, ladies first isn't always the best policy. Where's that confounded right answer? Children of men, what women want, and men of honor. After years of talking to women, I've figured out what they want. Evidently, they want me to stop calling them at 2 in the morning crying.
Fucking chickens picking out of me. Get on, Mary Hate.
Coming up, Comedy Central presents Billy Shakespeare. If Comedy Central aired only Shakespearean comedies one weekend, which of these stage productions would air? Throw Carrot Top and Dane Cook into this mix and you've got my worst nightmare. Allow me. Merchant of Venice, though often depicted as dramatic and serious, is considered one of Shakespeare's comedies, ending on a positive note for the story's protagonists. If you're anti-Semitic and you're ready to die for Bassanio, you might be a Merchant of Venice.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
Here's one I like to call Open Face-Off. So, I have an idea for a restaurant that only serves open-face sandwiches. Wait, what's going on? Are you the exterminator?
Horace, yeah, I'm setting the rodent assassin T-170, which is top-of-the-line heavy-duty mousetrap. Your rats here just use the smaller ones as weapons.
Is that normal?
Yeah, sure, it's normal if you're a rat that's been bred and trained by Contras.
Huh. If the rats in our studio were bred and trained by the Central American counter-revolutionary forces known as Contras, then what kind of rats would they be? Let your place air out next time they fumigate before you move back in. Watch how easy this is. Yeah, the Contras were a collection of military groups that sought to overthrow the left-wing government in Nicaragua in the 80s. The 80s were crazy. I mean, can you believe the clothes everyone wore?
Did you hear that?
Of course I did. It was that bastard Rat King. This isn't over, Rat King. Or should I say, no es termino. That's a good one, Rat King. Okay, we're cool.
Hold me, never let me go.
Next, botanical bloopers. If Discovery Channel had a show called America's Funniest Plant Videos, which of these lines would describe the botanical equivalent of a guy getting hit in the crotch? Ow! The stamen is the male reproductive part of a flower, and therefore the most hilarious part for a flower to get injured. It's even funnier if it gets punched in the stamen by a 4-year-old wearing a Superman costume. Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. Just dance. You just have to listen to the lyrics and learn how to do it. Good luck. wedding.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
Alright, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
30 seconds to air.
Alrighty then. I've got one antique. Move it along right. Let's go, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Dick's Dickies. Don't trust your Dickie to just anybody. Trust Dick with your Dickie.
Hang on tight, in for a ride. Okay, to get things started, rockin' some Crocs. Suppose the makers of Crocs created Crocs, a line of comfortable shoes for actual crocodiles. The shoes need room for toes? Yet, you've hit croc bottom. Next time, try this. Crocodiles have 5 toes in their front legs and 4 toes in their back legs. So the Crocs would need 5 toes. I just think it's weird when baby crocodiles wear Crocs. What kind of crocodile parent does that? Buck her up for dirty literature. Considering the messy environment the characters in the Grapes of Wrath had to deal with, what cleaning product should they have purchased? No, but I must say your wrong answer has never looked brighter. Oh, honestly. The Grapes of Wrath was set in the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. Then again, when you're living in a depression, the first thing that should probably get left off the budget is a Swiffer. Here's one for you. Uganda get killed. If he lives to be 80, what are the odds that Jamaican sprinter Usain Lightning Bolt will get hit by a lightning bolt? 1. False start. Correct answer, show yourself. If you or Usain Bolt were to live to be 80 years old, the odds of getting hit by lightning over your lifetime would be 1 in 3,000. But don't worry, at 80, your odds of hitting a lightning bolt with your Oldsmobile are actually much higher. Let's try. That state has huge air balls. If college basketball's Final Four were composed solely of representatives of the Final Four states admitted to the Union, which team could feasibly appear in the championship? Ah, you're sweet for picking Delaware, but, no. One right answer coming up. Arizona was the 48th state to enter the Union, so along with New Mexico, Alaska, and Hawaii, they'd be in the Final Four. And if they got eliminated in order from 47 state to 50 state, that would mean the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors would win the National Basketball Championship.
Where's the vibe, girl? My world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Up next, the Fartful Dodger, and it's this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a character in a Charles Dickens story or a slang term for a fart. If it's Dickens, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a fart, hey, great, let's just get right to it. Congrats, you met my not-so-great expectations. Who knew that when Charles Dickens... Oops, I think I just made it funny to him. That brings us close to round 1. And it looks like your score is screaming for help. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. And that's small talk. Next up, call me Cookie. Let's say for Kesha's European tour, she converts her name to Keuroha. Which country would not accept her? If Kesha converted her dollar sign to euros, she wouldn't be accepted in Sweden where they use a monetary unit called the krona. You can use krona to buy meatballs and furniture at IKEA. Here we have X-Men. Suppose you were married to Mystique from the X-Men comics. If you got fed up with her crap and wanted to leave her, what true statement could she make to try to get you back? You've just made a horrible Mystique. Smart people choose this. Mystique has the unique ability to morph into the shape of anyone she's seen. Which would be all fine and good if she'd do something other than watch Richard Simmons videos.
Walking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry a hate.
May I introduce... Read the package carefully. So you know products list their ingredients on their packages in order of most prominent ingredient to least prominent, right?
It's the choices into order and buzz in and see if you are right.
And yeah, I'm adding $1,000 for this one. Anyway, arrange these 3 main ingredients of Oscar Mayer light bologna as they appear on the package. Mechanically separated chicken, water, pork. There is more chicken and water than pork in Oscar Mayer light bologna. That just earned you an extra $1,000. So in a weird way, Oscar Mayer bologna is a lot like us. It's made up of mostly water and chicken. Take a good look at. Books have big words in them. Which best-selling children's book can be considered an epistolary book? No, get this. An epistolary novel relies on a series of correspondence, usually in the form of letters, or sometimes diary entries, to tell the story. So if Random House were to somehow get their hands on my life's correspondence with Coolio, it would also be classified as an epistolary novel. Dick and Jane doesn't fit. But you know what always fits? A brand new Dickie compliments of Dick's Dickies. The comfort of an ascot meets the character of a turtleneck sweater. Who can resist? Dick's Dickies. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dreaming
Next up, it tastes like burning. I enjoy Taco Bell, especially their explosively hot volcano menu at 3:30 in the morning. I'm kind of a health nut. When I'm eating a volcano taco from Taco Bell, what would be an appropriate name for the sauce that erupts out of the taco and onto my lap? Molten rock located within a volcano is magma, but as soon as it emerges out of the volcano, it is known as lava. And at about 5:30 in the morning, I usually get to experience an eruption all over again. I'm sorry, was I talking too much? Fine, here's your clue. It's good to be the king. I'm the king of trivia. You hear me, Alex Trebek? Good luck. Well, you're not exactly the king of right answers, are you? I hereby deem you the pawn of your own stupidity. You don't know Jack!
everyone. Donnie, what are you doing?
We have a live one all set.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Hi there. You do? Then percolate on this. Got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Magic Pudding. A magician never reveals his secrets or nutritional information.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Okay, let's begin. To get started, the rise of the Phoenix online. If the University of Phoenix graduating seniors want to do pranks / honor their mythological mascot, how often should they set the school on fire? You would certainly use a few more online degrees. Want to see the right answer? According to the Egyptian legend, every 500 years the phoenix builds a nest, manipulates the sun's rays to set it on fire, and then rises from the ashes to live through the cycle again. But seeing as how the University of Phoenix is mostly an online university, I guess the seniors could just set their computers on fire. Here's one for you. Put a top hat on that colon. Including official grammatical terminology, who's the former lead guitarist of Guns N' Roses? Tilda. Well, you can wait till the end of time and this'll still be wrong. Hey, alright. Want to see the answer? The official term for a forward slash is a virgule, so you'd call him / virgule. Or, you know, / virgule. As in, excuse me, can I get your autograph, Mr. / virgule? I loved your work on Sweet Child / Zygote of Mine. Let's try. I subscribe to the Baltimore Sun, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 titles. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a major American newspaper or a depraved sex act. If it's a newspaper, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a sex act, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Let's see what the headline is today. Ooh, contestant bites it on a dis or dat. And thanks to the internet, both newspapers and depraved sex acts can be viewed instantly for free. This one's called Thank You for Being a Fiend. It would be called to the crime scene if Dexter killed the Golden Girls. And how many times do I have to tell you that NCIS only investigates naval and marine crimes? If you'd read my NCIS fan fiction, you would know that. Why didn't you pick this? Dexter or the Golden Girls. Both shows are set in Miami. And that should be a pretty short episode of Dexter, given the number of Golden Girls there are left to kill.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at what's the motto with you? If your motto were Carpe Noctem, which of these songs would most likely be your theme music? Don't you good for you? Here's what you meant to pick. Carpe Noctem is Latin for seize the night. I caught the night fever once, but a topical cream fixed it right up. Round 1 is complete, although your score seems to be stuck in neutral. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And hint, hint, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. All right, let's get back to it. Say hello to... Oh, crap. Ever play Farmville on Facebook? Yeah, you and my brother, accountant, mail lady, doctor, nephew, hairstylist, agent, the 3 women at the pie shop, my in-house masseuse, my robot Carl, and half the rest of the known world. If you decide to plant only the #1 food crop in the USA when playing Farmville, what Facebook status update will you post about it? The U.S.'s #1 food crop is corn, a grain that America produces more than any other country. It's nice to know all those virtual Facebook farmers are doing their part to end virtual world hunger. Here's a good one. The radio is giving off some harmful pundit waves. Suppose Rush Limbaugh used the radio waves to bash the rest of the electromagnetic spectrum. Which of these statements would not be included in that rant? Microwaves, gamma rays, visible light along with radio waves are on the electromagnetic spectrum. Sound waves are not. Rush Limbaugh likes his electromagnetic waves to be small, not to interfere with citizens' lives, and to be really into the Second Amendment.
This has been Political Commentary with Cookie Masterson. Lord, didn't chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
This one's known as This Garbage Kicks Trash. So, I've been training to be a Hollywood action star. I've been practicing my roundhouse kicks on big old bags of trash people are sending in for our Send In Your Trash feature.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Hey-ya! Oh man, that was a good one. Jeez, there's trash everywhere. I wonder whose this was. Let's see here. There's some old bass strings, a bus schedule, and a red pill. What Star's garbage did I just kick the crap out of? Get this motherfucking dummy off this motherfucking game! It's so obvious. Oh yeah, he plays bass in his band Dog Star. He chased a bus. He took a red pill in the Matrix. I just owned Keanu Reeves' garbage. Man, he really makes a lot of garbage. Specifically, on the day the Earth stood still. How about show me your O face? Which company's brand name is not spelled with a negative O? Brillo, the company that makes Brillo pads, is spelled B-I-L-L-O, no dash. But I really love Brillo. It's a product I use. How else do you think I keep my skin so blemish-free? Ah! Yeah, that looks good. Ah! Hope me never let me Coming up, make-believe economics. So, my nephew lost a tooth the other day, and apparently the tooth fairy gave him $2 for it. I'm trying to explain to him that that's obviously not true. Every time he loses a tooth, he gets the same thing, $2. Well, if the tooth fairy really saw teeth as a commodity, abiding by the laws of supply and demand, which type of tooth would yield the most value? Way to really tear into that long answer there, Fang. Ready for this? Because humans have fewer canines than incisors or molars, supply and demand dictates that canines would be in greatest demand and thus most valuable. I told my nephew there was a booger fairy that paid $1 for every booger he left under his pair of pillows, and that appears to be my brother calling. I think I'm just gonna let it ring. Yeah. Of course, who wants to be my yapping? Oh, I'm still doing it. So, what team are you on? I'm on Team Love. Good luck. badly, I'm not sure any team would have you.
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Donnie, let us know what we're...
Okay, we've got one contestant. Get moving, people.
We're at 30 seconds.
Not about the player. You got your panties in a bag. Start the game.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Ted. Longer last impression.
And right this way. Kicking things off, beauty secrets of the stars. How might Jessica Simpson explain to Jupiter how Proactive Acne Solution could help remove its giant red spot? Herbal mask, not enough. What you need is a paper bag. The correct answer is Jupiter's famous red spot has infected 3-century-old storm system, twice the size of our planet Earth. It would have gone away a century ago, but Jupiter just kept picking at it. Next, lick my bootylicious. What would have happened had Destiny's Child practiced Manifest Destiny? It would have... Manifest Destiny refers to the early American idea that the U.S. must inevitably expand its boundaries westward to the Pacific. We now know that Manifest Destiny was really an excuse for John Quincy Adams to dress up in historical dresses. It's time for The Early Bird Gets on My Nerves. All these birds outside are giving me such a headache. I wish they'd shut up. Shut up, stupid birds! Well, at least I can find solace in my favorite snack, fortune cookies.
Cookie fortune, cookie fortune, cookie master.
Okay, let's see what this one says. Sometimes silence says a lot. Yeah, how fitting. Assuming silence does say a lot, which one of these annoying birds is saying a whole lot? Storks are virtually voiceless, leading them to say the most with their silence. I suppose storks don't really have a lot to say, since they're so busy flying, delivering babies, and appearing on jars of Elastic pickles. And now, there's more. This game is Dragon. If the movie How to Train Your Dragon gave instructions to train a dragon in the way Pavlov trained his dog, what would happen if you were training your dragon and the doorbell rang? Oh man, wouldn't it be a curse to fall asleep every time the... Kick yourself. Pavlov's dog would drool when a bell rung because it was conditioned to expect food. Whenever I see the DreamWorks logo appear in the opening credits, I've been conditioned to wish I'd watch a Pixar movie.
Where's the vibe, girl? My world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Up next, my stump hurts, and it's a dispat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of tree or a medical condition. If it's a tree, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a medical condition, press right. Ah, you're familiar with that. Perfect. Oh, bladder nuts. Not quite perfect. I once had an annoying French girlfriend who reminded me of a tree. The tree I'm referring to specifically is, of course, the weeping European beech. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And keep in mind, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's move on, shall we? Here's one I like to call, I got my target on Tarchet. Suppose I lose my mind and start shooting arrows with the logo of a Target department store. If I wanted to honor the Olympic archery rules, what parking section should I be in? Where is our right answer? I knew I put it here somewhere. The regulation distance for Olympic archery is 70 meters from the target. And when I'm done at Target, I'm going to use my BB gun to shoot the star out of the Walmart sign. I could win a unicorn mirror. Bucker up for Patty's Pub Quiz. Which potential spin-off of the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia would have the most technically correct title, sunniness-wise? You show no signs of intelligent life. Let me show you something. Yuma, Arizona is the sunniest place in the United States, with the sun shining 90% of all possible daylight hours. Sounds awesome. I would love to see any television show where Danny DeVito was even sweatier than usual.
Fucking chicken picking out of me. Guess I'll marry hate.
Why not try? I don't. If TV's The Bachelor surprised his one true love with a trip to the wedding invitation store, which of the following acronyms might the couple come across? Now pay attention. Save the dates. The first wedding invitations that are sent out are somehow commonly referred to as STDs. I can't tell you how many STDs I've acquired over the years. Maybe someday I'll be the one giving me STDs. Oh, this answer is dead on arrival. Just like the designer body bag you've just won from Ted's Drop Dead Gorgeous Body Bags. Because form follows function, but fashion follows you to the grave. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a whopping $8,000. Enjoy. Here we have. Has anyone seen my pants? If the sisterhood of the traveling pants actress Amber Tamblyn were actually made out of amber, what would be true of her movies? Tar, nar. I so wanted you to pick this one. Amber is fossilized tree resin. Resin is stuff that trees excrete to protect against insects and such, but it's not sap, which is more like tree blood. You know, I'm actually wearing a pair of traveling pants right now. Yes, they're currently traveling up my ass crack. Open wide for Step Up to the Streets. Which Stairmaster setting would give you the longest workout? Crap. Give me your tired, your poor, your stupid, your dimwitted, your knuckleheads, nincompoops, and dum-dums. And we'll take you too, you idiot. It was begging to be picked. It's over 1,600 steps to the top of the Eiffel Tower. So that would be more than 3 times the workout provided by any of these other choices. And when you get to the top, you can enjoy a healthy post-workout French snack of baguettes, soft cheeses, and a pack of cigarettes. Okay, if that's how you want it. Here's the trapped like a rat. I'd rather be anywhere but here. Good luck. directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. In fact, just turn in all your brightly colored money and your tiny thimble.
You don't know Jack!
Hello, folks.
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Great. One way coming out of pipe. No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Reformed Robots House Cleaning Company. They've been reprogrammed to do no harm. And your windows.
Okay, let's not waste any more time. To begin with, a brief history of time. Suppose Stephen Hawking opens an upscale grocery competitor to Whole Foods named Black Whole Foods. What statement would be true about his new store?
A black hole is a collapsed star that is so massive nothing can escape. Not light or shopping carts.
That's right, Stephen. Everything around the black hole just disappears. Just like your paycheck when you shop at Whole Foods. Thank you, Stephen. I call this one question number 5. A lot of people consider Lou Bega to be a hit wonder with the song Mambo number 5, but I have to disagree. It's only been a little over a decade since the song came out, people. There's still plenty of time for him to have another hit that sounds vaguely like his first. So, if Lou Bega wrote a song about all the dancing girls he met in Brazil, what would it be called? A little bit of failure in your life, a little bit of money in my pocket. Here's where money is. The samba was developed in Brazil in the 19th century. So the next time you go to Lowe's, be nice to the cashier, because he may just have another hit on the way. Coming up next, I go nuts for A&E TV. Which animated animal would not appear on an episode of Hoarders? If you had your own TV show, it would be called Stupid Human, and it would probably fail, in part because that title would be awful. Here's what you meant to pick. A clownfish does not hoard its food, but instead eats the leftovers of the anemone it lives with. Another misconception about clownfish. They're not particularly funny, not even for a fish. Open wide for the Ministry of Silly Books, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names. One, tell me if it's a Pulitzer Prize winner for fiction since 1980, or a Monty Python comedy sketch. If it won a Pulitzer, press left on your plus control pad. If it's performed by Python, okay, great, let's just get right to it. Breathing lessons. Maybe you should consider reading a few more books, like, say, Annie. There's the famous Monty Python sketch, The Fish Slapping Dance, which is based, of course, on the classic novel Moby Dick.
Where's the Bible girl? Rock my world. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try. Warning, high fructose corn syrup. Say the U.S. Department of Homeland Security takes a Mountain Dew Code Red taste test. If they respond as if the Homeland Security advisory system is at threat level red, what will they say? This should leave a bad taste in your mouth. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. The color red in the Homeland Security advisory system means the nation is facing a severe threat. Just remember, kids, if your urine looks like Mountain Dew, you're fine. If your urine looks like Mountain Dew, code red, see a doctor immediately. That's the end of round 1. And from look at your score, we didn't get out of there soon enough. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Let's get back to the action. tabloid math. If a back issue of Us Weekly featured the headline, John plus Kate plus 8 minus John, what would the exclamation point represent? File. An exclamation point is the symbol used for the mathematical term factorial, which equals John multiplied by John minus 1 multiplied by John minus 2, etc., until you get to 0. So if John equals 4, John factorial would be 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which equals another number. You figure it out. I hated that show. It made me want to square John and Kate right in their asymptotes. Try this on for size. I can't find my fingers, but Nathan Fillion is a giant. Well, it happened again. I ate a 2-pound Chipotle burrito and watched this movie right before I went to sleep, which of course caused me to have a crazy dream. I dreamt that I became this slave and had to fight against a series of opponents in front of hundreds of people. I fought several men and even had to fight larger versions of my cats, mayonnaise, and poopsie. It broke my heart, but I had to slay them. And afterwards, I was all mad and was like, is everybody enjoying this? Finally, my last opponent was the person who enslaved me to begin with. And guess what? It was my mom! Once I defeated her, the dream ended with me dreaming about my former life. It was so weird. What movie was I watching? You are not Spartacus. No, honestly. Yeah, I was watching Gladiator. And the leftover burrito isn't half bad. I'm so glad I didn't really kill you, Poopsie. Give your puppy a kiss. Oh! I love you too, Poopsie!
Fucking chicken's picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next, I miss microfiche. If you were doing research online, which of the following would you be unable to find? Wikipedia's entry on Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica's entry on Encyclopedia Britannica, Wikipedia has a page for every episode of Frasier. Of course it has a page for itself. One right answer coming up. Wikipedia has an entry on Wikipedia, Britannica has an entry on Britannica, and Urban Dictionary has several entries on Urban Dictionary. But the Merriam-Webster Dictionary isn't that self-referential. Yeah, and gullible isn't in the dictionary either. That's a good one.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not.
Here's one for you. Strike Lee. Suppose Malcolm X were still alive and he decided to go bowling. It could happen. If Malcolm X were to bowl a turkey, what would be displayed on his lane's computer screen? Malcolm, you're working on 2 strikes here. One more and you would have had the right answer. The correct answer is, a turkey is when a player bowls 3 consecutive strikes, and X means strike. And if you think those rental bowling shoes are sanitary, you've been hoodwinked. You've been had. You've been took. You've been led astray, run amok. You've been bamboozled. And your feet are infected. Hold me, never let me go. May I introduce My Feet Are Smelling. Hey, you know those groundbreakingly clever Dr. Scholl's commercials where everyone's gelling with words that rhyme with gelin, like Magellan? Ha! Woo! Those are some classic clever commercials. I tell ya, I could listen to words that rhyme with gelin all day. If you were gelling near the Strait of Magellan, what might you be yelling? Unlike Magellan, you clearly have no idea where you're going. Want to see the right answer? At the bottom tip of South America, the Strait of Magellan runs through Chile. It's where Magellan went, say, yelling. His trip ended tragically when his feet, unprotected by Dr. Scholl's gel inserts, became inflamed and fell off. True story. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right. 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Facial hair makes the man. Let's do this in style. That's the game!
You don't know Jack! That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to places.
Good, I'm ready too. Short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, comrades!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Salvador's Unnecessary Animal Hybrids. Giraffe frogs and rhinoceros on sale now.
All right, let's make history. To get things rolling, I'm forever in blue, Gene. You ever have anyone look at your unzipped zipper and tell you in super secret code XYZ? You know, examine your zipper. Well, suppose Wrangler came out with Mom Jean jeans, inspired by the human female chromosome. How would you tell your mom to examine her Mom Jean jean zipper? XXZ? If the goal was to pick mutant genes, you would have nailed it. Next time, try this. Female genes are identified with an XX chromosome pair. And for the record, these genes with the stretch waist are unisex. So everybody stop with the snickering! Coming up, Dr. Person, Medicine Person. Which of these doctors might be called if the ghost of Doc Holliday were haunting a Wild West ghost town? Perhaps you should trade your soul to the devil in exchange for a clue. Ready for this? Dr. Venkman is one of the main characters in Ghostbusters. You could also call TV's the Ghost Hunters, TV's the Ghost Whisperer, or of course, TV's Scooby-Doo. How about, oh, the places you'll go? And yeah, it's this or that. I'm going to throw out 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a drug used to control urine flow or a Dr. Seuss character. If it's a P drug, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Dr. Seuss, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. Your flow of answers is weak, starting and stopping. It should be a constant stream of right answers, a powerful golden torrent of knowledge. I think I may need to see a doctor because lately my trips to the bathroom are 1 piss, 2 piss, red piss, blue piss. Next up, Lather, Prince, Repeat. Hey, you see Jake Gyllenhaal, Guile? You see him in Prince of Persia? Is he hot or what? Oh my god, did I say that out loud? What would Prince of Persia be called if it were updated to reflect contemporary geography? Here's what a right answer looks like. Iran used to be Persia. That was right around the same time the U.S. invaded Persia to seize their stockpile of flying carpets in Operation Desert Shag.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to Into Thin Hair. Being trapped on the top floor of which of these buildings would cause Rapunzel to grow her hair out the longest? Formerly known as the Sears Tower, Willis Tower's top floor is the highest of these four buildings, not counting architectural spires and antennas. And Rapunzel grew her hair out the window all the way to ground level so some stud could climb up and save her. I guess she prefers a muscular guy over somebody smart enough to take the elevator. That's round one, where you pretty much crapped your pants. Remember, in round two, every question is worth double. Let's see what's in store. It's time for Field of Presidents. I love baseball nicknames. A-Rod plays for the Yankees, K-Rod plays for the Mets, and Jay Hay plays for the Braves. Okay, suppose the Washington Nationals wanted to put together a dream team of U.S. presidents, numbering them according to their order in office. Which president would wear number 3? Now would be a good time for a hilarious James Madison joke. Okay, look, I don't know everything about everything. Where's that confounded right answer? T.J. or Thomas Jefferson was the 3rd U.S. president. Poor guy lived a century too early. Can you imagine the perks of being the real Thomas Jefferson on nickel beer night? Hey, give me a beer, will ya? Oh, you want to see a nickel? Check out the face, buddy. See that? I am the nickel. Booyah! Let's take a good look at. I've got some film in my throat. Which singer's name does not appear in the title of a Best Picture Oscar winner? Oh, come on now. The Sting? The Sting! Robert Redford and Paul Newman? I'm canceling your Netflix privileges. Don't think I don't have the authority. Watch how easy this is. All About Eve, The Sting, and Tom Jones are all titles of Best Picture winners, but no Best Picture winner has ever had Prince in the title. Perhaps less surprisingly, no Best Picture winner has ever actually had Prince in it.
Lord and chicken's picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one I like to call Saying for the Birds is for the Birds. So, I agreed to take care of an ex-coworker's ridiculous parrot again. I don't know why I do this. I don't even like the guy. Or the parrot. This thing will eat anything. Like wood chips. And trash from the street. Hey, pretty bird, why don't you try eating some of Uncle Cookie's extra hot chili? Oh, crap, I don't have any crackers. Since I don't have any crackers, what should Polly ask for to help stop the intense burning sensation? Polly always wants a beer, but she hasn't admitted it's a problem yet. Now pay attention. Cold milk is the most effective remedy for a burning mouth because it contains casein, which washes away capsaicin, the active component in chili peppers. The only problem is I think Polly's lactose intolerant. Oh! Polly, open a window!
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not mine.
Why not try? Never too young to party backstage. Who is the only one legally able to drive home after hosting Saturday Night Live for the first time? Lindsay, you'll never be home alone. You'll always have this wrong answer to keep you company. Let me show you something. Lindsay Lohan was 17 years old at the time of taping, thus able to drive herself home. Well, let's be honest. Is she ever really able to drive herself home?
Hold me, never let me go.
This This one's called Obliging Mary J. If Mary J. Blige only traveled by bilge while touring, what would a concert venue need to be equipped with in order to receive her? A bilge is the lowest section of a ship's hull, so she's traveling by boat. And if there's one thing I know about Mary J. Blige, actually I don't know anything about Mary J. Blige. Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. Dog bless us, everyone. What kind of dog are you? Good luck. There it is! That performance actually reminded me more of Cujo, only because watching you do so poorly made me wish I was getting mauled by a giant demonic dog. But you can't always get everything you want.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Oh.
Yeah, we got a hot one. Everybody at the...
And 30 seconds, people.
No instructions then. One player desiring Okay, let's cut to the tape.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by No Surprise Jack in the Boxes. You will be notified in advance how and when the Jack will come out of the box.
So let's get to it. First question. Elmer Fudd loves hunts. Sorry, just checking the evites for my party. Looks like Donnie's not coming. His response is pretty long, but the gist of it is he's getting a hysterectomy that day. Poor guy. Oh well. If Elmer Fudd successfully hunted the following Looney Tunes animals, which would be the biggest haul? At 8 to 15 ounces, a full-grown roadrunner is just slightly heavier than your brain. Were you thinking of this one? Full-grown coyotes can weigh as much as 23 kilograms or 50 pounds, heavier than any of these other animals. Although as heavy as they are, sometimes when they run off a cliff, they won't fall for several seconds, often giving them enough time to hold up a tiny wooden sign with an expression of dismay painted on it, like, uh-oh, or eat. Take a stab at mini golf geography. Hey, remember Vern Troyer, Mini-Me? Wonder what he's up to lately. Say Vern Troyer opens Mini-Me's North American Mini-Golf. If he puts the lighthouse hole in the northeast section and the windmill hole in the midwest section, where should he put the totem pole hole? Totem poles were erected by Native American tribes of the Pacific Northwest. And he should put the clown hole right smack dab over Washington, D.C., am I right? Yeah! Here's a good one. Boxers versus briefs. And no boxer briefs here, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 pairs of names. For each pair, tell me if it's a landmark Supreme Court case or a landmark boxing match. If it's a Supreme Court case, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a boxing match, or we could just get started. Not bad, kid. You'll get him next time. Now go ice that finger. My favorite Supreme Court case was Bush versus Gore, when Ruth Bader Ginsburg bit off part of Justice Scalia's ear. Here we have You Incandescent Tube. Which of the following is a real short film shot and distributed by Thomas Edison? Two Dogs Humping? Maybe in his private collection. Why didn't you pick this? In 1903, Topsy the Elephant was killed by electrocution, and it was filmed by Thomas Edison, whose other films included Two Men Dancing and Woman Washing Baby. And let me tell you, the Woman Washing Baby rickroll was hilarious.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Up next, balls throughout history. People tell me this LeBron James kid is a pretty good basketball player. Perhaps, but does he rule? Which of the following do NBA star LeBron King James and King James I of England not have in common? Not only is it a basketball team, but Cavalier means nightly or courtly. Dictionary, get one. It's so obvious. LeBron James, perhaps the greatest high school basketball player ever, attended school in the Cleveland area, not overseas. King James I could also perfectly execute a swing the cat jam, although back then it meant you swung a cat around until it died and made a jam out of it. We finished round one, and it looks like your score is screaming for help. Don't forget, in round two, all the cash is doubled. And hint, hint, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. All right, you ready? Too bad. And now, Pixar movies make me gassy.
Hey guys, did you get this e-bite to Cookie's party?
Yeah, why does he want us to bring towels? He doesn't even have a pool.
Hey guys, you coming to my party?
Yeah, sorry Cookie, we're, getting lobotomies that day.
Together?
Yeah, we got a 2-for-1 deal.
Good coupon.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I wanted to reenact the movie Up, what would I definitely not want to attach to my house? Carbon dioxide is denser than air, so balloons filled with CO2 wouldn't be able to float on their own and couldn't even theoretically make a house float like in the movie Up. I thought that movie was so fake. Nobody is computer generated in real life. I call this one Shakira, Princess of Power. Shakira's hips are making confabulatory statements. What is true? Her hips don't. Want to see the answer? Confabulation is the replacement of a gap in memory by a false memory the person believes to be true. In reality, Shakira's hips really don't lie. I wish you would know. It's so mean sometimes. How about what's inside Richard Hatch? Okay, I'm lost. Has been off the air for a little while now, but I keep rewatching DVDs because I still don't understand what happened. One question: why do writers write so many British characters? Charles Widmore always Hawking, Desmond, Charlie. Is it because people who write British accents sound more mysterious? Anyway, which lost character is not doing something British? I so wanted you to pick this one. Monster cheese, smoked or not, is actually an American cheese. It originated right here in America. That just reminded me the smoke monster never even had a name. Unless there are clues hidden in the show to the smoke monster's name. I guess I'm gonna have to watch the episodes again. Surprise! Jack is wrong. If you hate being surprised by a Jack, you're gonna love your brand new surprise Jack in the Box. From our wrong answer of the game sponsor, no surprise Jack in the Boxes. If you love children's toys but hate sudden movements, then this no surprise Jack in the Box is for you. Today's wrong answer of the game is accompanied by an $8,000 cash bonus. Have at it.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me about 9.
Take a stab at over, under, across, and through. Who could have learned to tie his tie from Louis Farrakhan? Sea-monk. Yes, Louis Farrakhan wears a necktie that magically defies gravity by floating up at the bottom for no apparent reason. Allow me. Louis Farrakhan, the African-American leader of the Nation of Islam, is pretty well known for wearing bow ties, so he could have taught the Cat in the Hat how to tie his. Also, like the Cat in the Hat, Louis Farrakhan will be played in an upcoming movie by Mike Myers. Hold me, never let me go. Say hello to Party Time. Oh, a response to my Evite. Let's see, from Bob. Will not attend.
Hey, Cookie, would love to come, but I've got cryotherapy treatment for my periungal warts. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for the invite, though.
Periungal warts? This is nuts! I'm hosting the craziest party this side of Vegas next week, and all I'm getting are these lame excuses why people can't come. How is it possible that everyone in the whole studio is sick? I'm getting to the bottom of this, because I already put down a deposit on the life-size Mariska Hargitay ice sculpture, and I'll be damned if I watch it melt by myself. I'm pretty sure all these people are lying, but which one of these excuses for missing the social event of the year makes any sort of sense medically? A nephrologist is a kidney doctor. I hate you, Chad! I hate you so much! Smart people choose this. An otolaryngologist is an ear, nose, throat doctor. All the rest of you are f***ing bad liars. It's fine. I don't want any of you jerks to come. I'll just keep all those gift bags for myself.
Wait, there's gift bags? What's in the gift bags?
What do you mean? The gift is the bag. They've got freshness seals, man. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. Hey, what's that on your flag? My symbol is a phoenix rising from a flexed bicep. Good luck. There you have it! I think it's time to wave the white flag, although you probably don't know what I'm talking about for that either.
You don't know Jack!
That's the map. Donnie, what's happening?
We have a live one. All set.
Oh, great. Ah, you're in a hurry. I see. Begin the commencing.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
First up, there's a war in my pants. If my boxer shorts were to stage a boxer rebellion like one in China in the early 1900s, what would they be rebelling against? Well, there's no dictatorship in my underwear. To tell you the truth, it's more like anarchy down there. Dancer, show yourself. The Boxer Rebellion was a rebellion by the Chinese against the encroachment of foreign influence, just like my boxers would rebel against the introduction of foreign tighty-whities. guys, who's the lilist? Born in '89, Lil Romeo is the youngest. Sadly, we lost one of the Lils when Lil Bow Wow changed it to just Bow Wow. Because nothing proves you're a mature adult like calling yourself Bow Wow. Up next, who you gonna call in the morning? If the Ghostbusters proton pack be jammed by a proton pump inhibitor, what might a clever ghost shove in there? It was begging to be picked. Prevacid and other drugs like Prilosec are proton pump inhibitors that help prevent acid reflux. So Prilosec could foil the Ghostbuster proton packs. Unless their proton packs had Indian food for dinner. Take a good look at Doctorate in Refreshment, and it's a this or dat. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Surgeon General of the United States or the name of a Dr. Pepper knockoff brand. If it's a Surgeon General, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Dr. Pepper knockoff, I understand no need for instructions. Great. Well, that was 23 flavors of mediocre. I always wondered what would have happened if Dr. Pepper never got such a high education. Hard to imagine I could be drinking a United States Senator Pepper right now.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Don Draper, the dweeb. How would Madman John Hamm most likely have gotten teased as a youth? Ham consists of the rump and back thigh of a pig. If I ever encounter John Hamm on the street, I know exactly what I'll do. I'll just stare at him for a brief moment and then say, "That'll do, John, that'll do." That brings a close to round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, I'm doubling the value of the question in round 2. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there. Okay, how about it? This one's known as He's a Willionaire. You see the Karate Kid remake with Will Smith's kid? The original was so much better. Will Smith getting his kid a bunch of starring roles in Hollywood movies is an example of what? Nepotism is when you give special favors to members of your family. And since Will Smith is a producer of the Karate Kid remake, it's possible he pulled a few strings. And I feel like I should get this off my chest. Wow, this is hard. Okay, so my dad was my Weeblo Scouts leader, and he gave me a bowling badge, and I never even went bowling. Open wide for Chair Dope. If Homer Simpson caused a nuclear meltdown at the Springfield nuclear power plant, what would not be a result of his radiation sickness? Throwing up the 20... You're a 40-inch waist. Now pay attention. Discoloration of the skin is a result of radiation poisoning, but the skin turns red, not yellow. Radiation poisoning can also cause humans to give birth to cows, which totally ruins Bart's catchphrase, "Don't have a cow, man."
Lordin' chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry hate.
Here's a good one. TV needs more mediocre ideas. Ooh, I love order.
It's the put the choices into order and listen and see if you are right.
Since these order questions can be kind of tough, and since I'm such a nice guy, you get a $1,000 bonus for getting this right. Put these TV show series spin-offs in order from least time on air to most time on air. Baywatch Nights, The Apprentice, Martha Stewart, Joey. Baywatch Nights for 44, and Joey for a whopping 46. That earned you an extra $1,000. Hey, what if a show called Baywatch Lunch, and it would just be Pamela Anderson eating various delicious meals?
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Here's one I like to call Fierce Creatures. What would Heidi Klum, host of Project Runway, call the show in her native tongue? Heidi Klum is from Germany, and Projekt Landebahn is how she'd say Project Runway in her native tongue. And if you're listening, Heidi Klum, you can bring your native tongue around anytime.
Hold me, never let me go.
Let's try Madden as hell. If John Madden could only announce primetime football games using only prime numbers, what score could he announce? Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. 31 and 17 are both numbers that are only divisible by 1 and itself. Therefore, they're both prime numbers. My dad had a similar disorder, except he couldn't say the words son and love in the same sentence. 9 to 12? No, those are the grades of high school, grades 9 through 12. And you know what that means? You've won a 1994 Owensville High School letter jacket with the name Mike on it from the Owensville High School Lost and Found outlet store. Because someone's personal memories are lost until you find it. This wrong answer of the game has earned you a sweet 8,000 clams. Well done. Oh, I'll just shut my mouth then. Here's your clue. All the married ladies, try not to have any misses. Get it, misses? Good luck. That's the game! Wow, this was bad from the start. Is there any way we can get this game annulled?
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are you doing?
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
We're at 30 seconds.
Fair enough. Coming up. A little hot under the cellar, huh? Let's move it out, gang!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Fat Jim's Weasel Jerky, now with 50% less hair.
And so it begins. Let's begin with a food pyramid scheme. If the Tomb Raider franchise created a sequel called Lara Croft Food Pyramid Raider, what relic would Lara Croft find at the bottom? Smart people choose this. The USDA has grains at the bottom of their food pyramid, stating you should have 6 to 11 servings of it per day. Meanwhile, the United States Department of Awesome states you need to have 6 to 11 servings of high fives in order to have a balanced day of fun. It's time for Looking for Mrs. Right Away. You know, I get pretty lonely doing all this hosting, so I posted a Craigslist ad looking for love from a celebrity. Here it is. Single male seeking actress from the dark continents must love role-playing. I'll be your victim if you'll be my serial killer. Promise to adore you forever. No fatties, please. Who'll be my best celebrity match? No, Penelope just doesn't fit the criteria laid out in this ad. Sorry, Penelope, you're just gonna have to find a way to go on living with me. The correct answer is born in South Africa? Check. Played a serial killer and monster? Check. Model for J'adore ads? Check. People say I'm shooting for somebody way out of my league. Well, I have two words for them. Yeah, whatever the name of that 90-year-old guy was who married Anna Nicole Smith. And on its way to sleep, perchance to not be awake. If the snooze button on Rip Van Winkle's alarm clock gave him 10 extra minutes of sleep, how many times would he have to hit it to sleep for 20 years? According to my calculations, you're so far off that... Okay, now you've broken my calculator. It's so obvious. Taking into account leap years, etc., Rip Van Winkle would have to hit the snooze button about 1,051,920 times, give or take. And don't write in saying something like, oh, it's actually 1,051,921 or 1,051,922, because for your choices I gave you a margin of error of several million, so chill out. Why not try caffeine? And it's a this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a flavor of tea from Celestial Seasonings or a Vin Diesel movie. If it's tea, press left on your plus control pad. If it's diesel, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. That wasn't so much Fast and Furious as it was slow and ridiculous. People often tell me I look like Vin Diesel's teabag. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Next up, H-O-T-T, that's spelled hot, T. If the Red Hot Chili Peppers are pretty hot, which band is the hottest? Don't you ever suck my kiss. Want to see the answer? With a rating of over 1 million on the Scoville Spice Scale, this Indian pepper is the hottest red chili pepper in the world. I once ate 7 of them on a dare in college, which is why I now have to feed myself through my navel. That'll wrap up round 1. You'll want to try and earn some cash from now on. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Okay, here it comes. Coming up, mom's the word. I know this is kind of corny, but I'd like to take a moment to say that I love my mother very much. And also that she's a friggin' liar. Which of these things that my mother told me is actually true? It's also dangerous to swim if you're really dumb. Ready for this? Reading in low light won't damage your eyes, gum doesn't stain your stomach longer than anything else, and swimming after eating won't give you cramps. But Mom was pretty much telling the truth when she said that orange juice and vitamin C in general can at least help ward off a cold. Also, I'm pretty sure Sparky wasn't sent to a special farm for awesome dogs. Question 7! This one's called I'm self-conscious about my Harry Potter. Which of these Harry Potter characters has the least melanin in his hair? Well, why didn't you pick this? Dumbledore has white hair, which is caused by the absence of melanin. I'm sure he could just create a spell to darken his hair, but he's probably afraid he'll just end up looking like one of the guys from ZZ Top. No, Weasley isn't right. But you just weaseled your way into Weasel Jerky from Fat Jim's Weasel Jerky. It's technically edible. This wrong answer of the game is worth $8,000 for you. Nice job.
Fucking chicken's picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here we have throwing your voice away. Maybe I'm going crazy, but I keep smelling wood varnish.
Oh, it's my powerful new cologne.
Oh, Billy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. You know, Cookie, someday I'll be the one in charge.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure you'll always be the dummy.
I beg to differ. I'll rise to the first in command, like, which of these presidents was vice president before he was president? Let me guess. You narrowed it down to the two you'd never heard of before.
Next time, try this.
You bet. Narton Van Buren was vice president before he became president of the United States.
But Billy, I'm not a president. I wasn't elected to be your ventriloquist.
Yeah, nobody would vote for you.
So, I'm not going anywhere.
Unless you meet with a horrible accident.
You somehow managed to be even creepier than most puppets, Billy.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Coming up next, my pies bring all the boys to the shop. If Mrs. Lovett's Pie Shop were to get reviewed on Yelp, what would be her average rating? Here's what a right answer looks like. Mrs. Nellie Lovett is Sweeney Todd's partner in crime. She puts his victims into her meat pies. Just another reason to always trust Yelp. And now, 30 Stonefeller Plaza. Which one of these 30 Rock cast members would weigh 30 stone? Are you kidding? The glasses alone weigh 50 stone. Want to see the right answer? 1 stone equals 14 pounds. So a 30 stone Tina Fey would weigh 420 pounds. Oh boy, if Tina Fey's character weighed 420 pounds, I bet Tracy Morgan would say something really outrageous. I bet he would. I see you don't need me for anything. It's all yours. You've changed, man. I thought I knew you. I really did. Good luck. That's all she wrote! You can open your eyes now. You're still a dope. With hooves?
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to places.
What are you doing up at the whisking hour? Most people are catching 40 wanks right about now. Why aren't you slundering? Oh well, since you're already aroused, how about some instructions? Nope, got it. Oops, okay, I see. Big hurry. Hurry it up, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Bernie's Baby Browning Tanning Beds. Get your baby beach ready today.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Kicking things off, that is some handsome debt. Because it's closest to the card color associated with soccer penalties, which credit card might David Beckham give Victoria to pay for her many extravagant celebrations? No, I think Beckham reserves this one for his daily manicures. This would have worked. The gold MasterCard would be closest to a yellow card, a penalty card which FIFA rules state a player shall be given for displays of extravagant celebrations, such as removing one shirt after a goal. And Victoria's shopping sprees are all being caught on film for an exciting new documentary, Spend It Like Beckham. Here's one for you. Baking a cake with his bare hands. How cool is Bear Grylls, that dude from Man vs. Wild? Surviving harsh elements with only a plastic comb? Awesome. Suppose Bear Grylls baked a layer cake to celebrate his return from the Amazon. If the 4 layers of the cake represented the 4 layers of the rainforest, which part would be the top layer? The fudgy fort? You really fudged this one. Fudge. Let me show you something. In a rainforest, there are 4 layers: the forest floor, the understory, the canopy, and the emergent layer. And the emergent layer consists of the tallest trees at the very top. I heard that Bear Grylls is actually a very good cook. You'd never know it from watching Man vs. Wild, but I guess he makes an amazing souffle made with banana custard and raw warthog balls. This one's called Emotions. Which letters from a Windows version name can also mean dead when used as an emoticon? N-E-M-E-S-E. XP in emoticon language can mean dead. The X is for the X'd out eyes of the dead person, and the P is the dead person's tongue sticking out. Which makes sense. I mean, most dead people, just before they die, go... Next. USA, the network's so great they named a country after it. USA Network's slogan, characters welcome, I'm a character and I'm welcome to watch the network, in which case, thank you USA. Or are there characters on their shows and I'm not the character, and does that mean I'm not welcome? I wonder if they could make it more confusing. Suppose the USA Network changed their slogan to characters based on other fictional characters welcome. Which of these shows would they air? Where's that confounded right answer? Dr. Gregory House's character is based on Sherlock Holmes. You know, the detective. Also little known fact, Jack Bauer from 24 is loosely based on Winnie the Pooh. Think about it. Oh, you just got burned. And now, so can your toddler or infant. With a baby tanning bed courtesy of Bernie's Baby Browning Tanning Beds. Baby, say bye-bye to embarrassing diaper lines today. Today's wrong answer of the game. Enjoy. This one's known as Wagadugu, and it's a highly fashionable dis or dat. For each one, tell me if it's a world capital city or a designer, where, if you will. If it's a world capital, it's left on your control pad. If it's a fashion designer, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. Retort. I got $3 saying you're wearing something from Walmart right now. And most of those designers' clothes are, of course, made in the capital city of China. That about does it for round one. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, in round two, all the cash is doubled. Let's keep going. How about turn your head to the left and Kaufman? For accuracy's sake, how should I change the lyrics to REM's Man on the Moon? If you I've got a moon for you. Here's what you meant to pick. 12 men have walked on the moon's surface, beginning with Neil Armstrong and ending with Harrison Schmitt in 1972. If you ask me, they didn't put anyone on the moon. It was all a Hollywood soundstage. I mean, if they were really there, how come they didn't bring back any cheese? I think I proved my point. Question 7! Next up, I just stepped in something ugly. Suppose you're wearing a stylish pair of Ugg boots. If every time you take a step, the boots let out an Ugg sound, what would that be an example of? Wrong, 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 wrong. Hear the repetition of vowel sounds? Yeah, that was assonance. I so wanted you to pick this one. Onomatopoeia is a word that imitates the sound it represents, like Ugg. But if your Uggs really are making noise every time you step, you might want to double check and make sure you're not wearing actual lambs.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
I call this one, the government is such a dreamboat. Which of these famous brothers would effectively be able to rule a tetrarchic government? You're on a mission from God. To fail. Here's where the money is. A tetrarchic government would be ruled by 4 people, and there are 4 Baldwin brothers. I'd hate to see them eventually usurped by an even more handsome group of brothers. Oh wait, there isn't one.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Up next, I am looking for someone who accepts who I am. Suppose on their first date, Oil revealed to Popeye that she had an acidic level between 1% and 2%. What would that have made her, olive oily speaking? An extract? No, that was my unfortunate nickname in college. Oh, honestly. In order to be classified as virgin olive oil, the acidic level must be more than 1% and less than 2%. Olive oil's virginity may explain why Popeye's arms were so freakishly strong.
Hold me, never let me go.
Bucker up for E-I-E-I-OW! Which farm animal actually has the balls to rule the barnyard? Aw, nuts. A gelding's a castrated horse. One right answer coming up. The ram's the only farm animal here who's not castrated, so the ram's got it in the bag. Or got that in the bag. And if you think about it, rams do look kinda horny. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. CGI people, real voices. These characters are computer generated, but not their voices. Good luck. There it is! Too bad you're not computer generated. Unfortunately, you're real. All too real.
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
All right, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
No instructions. No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Beautiful on the Inside Surgical Artwork, because real art takes guts.
All right, let's move. First on the docket, surely you joust. Imagine you're at the theme restaurant Medieval Times Dinner and Tournament, or similar medieval-themed restaurant / horse show, and you're asked to observe a moment of silence for a fallen jouster. In medieval terms, how long would you wait? Half a... Let's observe a moment of silence for your fallen score. Yep, that about does it. Were you thinking of this one? A moment was a medieval unit of time equal to 1/40th of an hour, or 1.5 minutes. Coincidentally, that's also the time it takes to bludgeon the obnoxious kid sitting next to you with your giant broasted chicken leg. Why not try? You can tell I'm acting because I'm yelling! You ever notice there are just some actors who tend to play the title characters in all their movies? For example, Sylvester Stallone, Rocky, Rambo, Judge Dredd, Tango and Cash. Anyway, in which Al Pacino movie does Pacino not play the title character? Al Pacino did not play Donnie Brasco in Donnie Brasco. Johnny Depp did. Which leads nicely into the question, will Johnny Depp ever play another character in a movie that doesn't involve him wearing makeup and a strange hat and standing in front of a green screen? Here's one I like to call, there once was a twin from Nantucket. If the Minnesota Twins were to sign a man from Nantucket, which of the following would not be true? There once was a man from Nantucket. The Minnesota Twins moved from the Metrodome to Target Stadium in 2010. Now if the Chicago Cubs were to sign a fellow from Venus... Say hello to... I'll sue you right to sleep, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read a list of 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's one of the largest U.S. law firms or a musical duo. If it's a law firm, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a musical duo, or we could just get started. I can't think that the performance on a bus bench or playing for tips outside a casino buffet line. And if you ask me, someone should sue the captain and Tennille for ever breaking up. I miss you, Captain! Tennille.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at Hot Girl on Distraction. What would most likely be the next hit single from singer Katy Perry? You unitard. Correct answer, show yourself. A parry is a maneuver in fencing, so Katy Perry would fence a girl. Oh, and she'd like it. Which is fine as long as she's wearing protection. Round 1 is in the books. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. It's time. And now, me, a game show host. You, an idiot. Which of the following missed connections ads on Craigslist would best describe the star-crossed Greek lovers Hero and Leander? I love you, robot. I love you, human. Watch how easy this is. The Greek myth of Hero and Leander involves a lady who would light a lamp in her tower for a man who would swim to see her. And then one day a storm blew her lamp out and he was washed out to sea. Which just proves my point that long-distance relationships don't work. Did you hear me, Bryn Derry? Stop calling me. It's over between us. Coming up, edible underpants. If each pair of Fruit of the Loom underwear came filled with the actual fruit that's on the label, what would I not be able to whip out of my pants for a quick, healthy snack? No, I'd have some green grapes in there, but be careful, they bruise easily. It's so obvious. Believe it or not, there is no banana on the Fruit of the Loom underwear label. I'm not saying that if you were to reach around in there long enough, though, that you wouldn't find one.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. One man's trash is another man's question. It's time for a send in your trash question.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, so I've got a pile of trash here, and I'm gonna go through the trash and, oh, gross. Okay, we've got a school expulsion form, a picture of a little kid with the name Phoebe written at the bottom, and a red hunting cap. Whose trash is this? Expelled from school, little sister named Phoebe, iconic red hunting cap. Yep, this is the trash of Holden Caulfield, the main character of The Catcher in the Rye. And don't ask me how a fictional character sent in his trash. It's a game, okay? Deal with it. We're making half of this shit up.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, nice.
Open wide for... beef belly jelly bellies. Based on anatomy, if Potbelly's Sandwich Shop made a store that catered to cows, what would it be called? Remind me not to rub your belly for good luck. It was begging to be picked. A cow has a stomach system made up of 4 separate but connected compartments. The rumen, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. I hope cows don't start eating at Potbelly's. It'll make me feel really awkward when I order a steak sandwich.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream questions.
It's time for Housing Bubble, Toil, and Trouble. Suppose Home Shopping Network decided to get into actually selling home mortgages. Individually wrapped, of course. Which of the following hot picks would not be offered? Oh, come on. Everyone knows reverse annuity mortgages are never stain resistant. Want to see the answer? A yam is not a type of mortgage, it's a sweet potato. While we're on the subject, I know a great bank that refinances sweet potatoes. And when I say bank, I mean guy who lives in the apartment next to mine. And when I say lives, I mean squats. But he's the best. Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. Help! Is there a doctor in this movie? I need these doctors' movie stats. Good luck. There you have it!
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Donnie, let us know what
Okay, we've got a contestant ready to go.
And people,
Good, I'm ready too. One contestant. Got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Potoman Toilet Ottomans. When pooping makes you poop, relax with a Potoman.
Hang on tight, we're in ride. Right off the top, natural skin removal. Which composer is least decomposed? That dude is like bone only at this point. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Tchaikovsky, who wrote The Nutcracker and Swan Lake, died in 1893. The rest of those guys were way dead by then. The timelessness of great music makes you think, you know? Everybody dies, but sometimes they leave something wonderful behind. I find that comforting. I also find it comforting to think that everyone in Hoobastank will be dead. Good one. All that and a bag of chips. Imagine a bunch of Merrill Lynch bankers snacking on bailout money while bilking their customers. Because it does not have ridges, what coin might break while scooping up some creamy French onion dip? Quarters are in fact ridged. For your pleasure. Next time, try this. The edges of a nickel are as smooth as a baby's bottom. Oh, and that $3 ATM joke on that too. Take a stab at. My middle name is Grammar. Whose first name cannot be used as a verb? The host of Wheel of... Let's spin the wheel of stupid. One. Mick Jagger is the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, and Mick isn't a verb. You can't mix something. Verb first names are becoming more and more popular these days. Rob Lowe, Drew Barrymore, Murder Smith. And on its way, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, and you guessed it, it's a Dith or Dat. I'm gonna read 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a real person or a fictional person of myth. If they're real, press left on your plus control pad. If they're a myth, you're familiar with the This or Dat. Perfect. You just proved how badly one can possibly do it at This or Dat. I thought it was just an urban legend. But who's to say who's real and who isn't? Characters like Uncle Sam and Santa Claus have a real effect on the world, while people like Heidi Montag are made mostly of synthetics. Coming up next, art imitates Netflix. Based on the subject matter she loved to paint, what DVD would not be in Georgia O'Keeffe's Netflix queue? The Rock? This would have worked. Known for her work she did in New Mexico, Georgia O'Keeffe had an affinity for painting rocks, animal bones, and flowers, but not snow. But I'm sure if she did have a chance to watch Snow Dogs, she would agree that it really is Cuba Gooding Jr. at his finest. That's all we got for round 1. Let's hope you do a hell of a lot better the rest of the way. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And lest you forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Okay, we're bringing it on. Here we have Elves versus the Man. Suppose the Keebler Elves go on strike due to collective bargaining disagreements. What union jargon would they shout out to their replacement workers? No, and don't even try filing a grievance. One right answer coming up. The derogatory term used to call people who replace striking workers is scab. And it's like my dad always said, you can pick your scabs and you can pick your friends, but you can't wipe your friends on the side of the couch. This one's called I Would Walk 500 Miles. I love fortune cookies. They give you little bits of wisdom and really dry out your mouth.
Cookies, fortune cookies, fortune cookies, fortune cookie messages.
Let's see what this one says. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Well, according to this logic, which fondness is largest? Seriously? Fondness for Detroit? Here's where the money is. Atlanta, Georgia is over 700 miles away from Dallas, Texas, making Atlanta's heart nearly twice as fond as any of these other cities. Same goes for restraining orders. The farther they're set, the more you want to be with that person. It's kind of romantic if you think about it.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Yes, I'll marry 8.
Up next, the Incredible Who? What might the Incredible Hulk yell if he started referring to himself by his real name? No, but you might hear that if you went into Andrew Lloyd Webber's house. Let me show you something. The Incredible Hulk, when not green and angry, is known as mild-mannered Bruce Banner. There really are a ton of superheroes named Bruce. Bruce Banner, Bruce Wayne, Bruce Willis and Unbreakable. Bruce Lee is kind of a dead superhero. Bruce, Hornsby.
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Take a stab at Sudoku with you. What do you get if you add up all the digits on a traditional Sudoku board, besides a headache? Add up 1 through 9 and you get 45 times 9 rows gives you 405. Whenever I complete a game of Sudoku, I give it to a little kid and tell him it's a word search. Hilarious. Hold me, never let me go. How about I'm not bitter? What would our producers do if they wanted to sweeten an episode of You Don't Know Jack? Here's a female character for you, Mrs. Wrong Answer.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mrs. Wrong Answer. Boy, is this answer wrong.
Now pay attention. In TV, the process of adding a laugh track is known as sweetening. They really don't need to, though, because I'm naturally funny. Okay, that's enough. All right, I'm feeling a little insecure now. Just leave me alone and stop laughing! Okay, if that's how you want it, here's the clue. I've got total street cred. What kind of street cred do you have? Good luck. That's the game! The only thing about your performance that reminded me of a street was that I wish I had been hit by a car during it.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
All right. Okay, looks like our player is all set.
We're going in 30 seconds.
No, it is. Short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, Conrad!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Mr. Cow's Presidential Grilled Cheese Sandwiches. These sandwiches were elected by the people to serve your taste buds.
it's time. To get started, playing doctor with Snow White. If Disney's Doc were actually a practicing doc, and not some oddly harmonious diamond miner, which of the following dwarfs would he most likely diagnose with aphasia? Wow, what do you expect when you answer everything wrong? I hate this game. Why didn't you pick this? Aphasia refers to the inability to speak, usually due to a disease or injury of the brain. The dwarf Dopey is the only one of the 7 who never utters a word. He needs one of those Stephen Hawking machines.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's up to work we go.
Oh. some sort of celebrity news IV, I'd do it. I would do it. Call me crazy, but I'd do it. If I decide to fashion a Big Dipper of Star magazines in order to get the biggest celebrity scoop possible, get it? Big Dipper? Scoop? Okay. How many Star magazines will I need to best approximate the real Big Dipper? 9! Were you thinking of this one? The Big Dipper constellation is made up of 7 stars, so I'd need 7 Star magazines to create my celebrity news scooper. I could also spread all 7 magazines out on the floor for my cats. Maybe the bright colors of Kim Kardashian will attract them and give them a new place to poop other than my carpet. Why not try Doll House of Horror? And it's a dis or duh! I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of an American Girl doll or one of Charles Manson's murderous Manson girls. If it's an American Girl, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Manson girl, okay, great, let's just get right to it. Why do you hate America? Why? You know, if Charles Manson had ever had the opportunity to hold an American Girl doll, I'm pretty sure he would have turned out a lot. Hey! I call this one, I have a complex about complexes. Suppose Stewie Griffin develops an Oedipus complex and acts it out on an episode of Family Guy. What would happen? Fried mom. No, I'll get this. Oedipus unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. Freud later used that story to talk about boys competing with their fathers for maternal attention. Oh man, then Chris would say something dumb, and then Meg would say something depressing, and that talking dog would talk and drink a martini. Yeah, that'd be a great episode.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for. Better ungulate than never. Using their 2-letter abbreviations, which combination of states spells the name of a South American llama-like mammal? Alabama, Pennsylvania. The abbreviations for these 3 states spell alpaca, which is an animal similar to a llama. And like alpacas, people from Alabama, Pennsylvania, and California spit, don't like being grabbed, and make a work noise when they're excited. That'll bring an end to our first round. But you couldn't tell that by looking at your score. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Okay, here it comes. Here's a good one. Antonio Banderas' sexy sauce-making machine. Suppose Zorro wants to make some orzo using his sword. Which TV infomercial product could help make the proper ingredients for Zorro's orzo? Prepare to lose some dough. Ready for this? Orzo is a rice-shaped pasta. So he could make some pasta, then slice it into tiny bits of orzo with his sword. I don't know, though. Last time I let Zorro cook for me, I pulled out a giant curly Z from my paella.
Question 7.
Try this on for size. Pandas role-playing on the internet.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Get your head in the game, because I'm going to add an extra $1,000 for a correct answer here. Place these things in chronological order of when they were first established. World Wildlife Fund, World of Warcraft, World Wide Web, Walt Disney World. You lost some EXP points, your Mickey Mouse balloon, and a rare subspecies of tree frog on that one. Here's what you meant to pick. The World Wildlife Fund was founded in 1961, Walt Disney World opened in 1971, the World Wide Web started in 1991, and World of Warcraft came along in 2004. This answer would also be true if the WWF stood for World Wrestling Federation, because that started in 1952, just a few years after the aliens landed at Roswell. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, Mother Nature got back. Suppose Sir Mix-a-Lot attempts a comeback by writing a song for the Utah Tourism Board called I Like Big Buttes. Which lyric would be inaccurate? Dial 1-900-WRONG-A-LOT. Smart people choose this. Buttes are steep hills with flat tops that are shaped by erosion, but they develop abruptly, not gradually. I'll never forget the day he got knighted and officially became Sir Mix-a-Lot, and he called the Queen of England her thickness.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
May I introduce My Jedi is Smarter Than Your Jedi. Suppose Albert Einstein had been in charge of teaching Luke Skywalker. Which of these quotes would not be based on one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature? May the quantum... Luke, you're an idiot. The correct answer is... Quantum's a big fancy word, yes, but quantum force is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature. Those are gravity, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. And as we speak, physicists around the globe are still working hard to pinpoint exactly what George Lucas was on when he came up with Jar Jar Binks.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dreaming questions.
It's time for Bridging the Language Gap. Suppose New York bought the Brooklyn Bridge from an IKEA store. Based on how it was assembled, what would the product name most likely be? The Brooklyn Bridge is a suspension bridge. And we know that the bridge wasn't constructed from an IKEA set. There weren't any inexplicable rivets left over. Oh, do you need to be somewhere? My mistake. Here's your clue. That thing shouldn't be flying. Now, if you'll excuse me, my flying pig is waiting. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Well, you flew that jack attack about as well as that balloon from the Balloon Boy hoax. Except you were actually in the balloon as it came crashing horrifically to the ground.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
All right, we have 1 contestant. I repeat, 1 contestant.
30 seconds to air.
Great. 1. Okay, let's cut to the taste.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Rocky's Rodent Rockets. There's no time like the present to shoot your hamster into space.
Okie doke. This is really happening. Right off the bat, the preheat of the moment. How would you blanch Kate Blanchett? that confounded right answer? The process of blanching involves a brief boil followed by a submersion in ice-cold water. And before Kate Blanchett's people start writing us letters, I just want to say I would never dream of blanching her. I've had other dreams, but none about blanching her. And on its way, TiVo didn't record the end of the... And it's a I'm gonna read off the titles of 7 TV shows. For each one, I want you to tell me if the title is a complete sentence or the title is just a sentence fragment. If it's a complete sentence, press left on your plus control pad. If it's just a sentence fragment, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. Here's a complete sentence for you. You're an idiot. Period. Boom. Done. Now, if I can only figure out if it was proper to call the show Doctor Who or Doctor Whom. And now, hell if I know. Who or what are Louisa, Letitia, Lucy, Lucretia, and Lou? Don't make me go all Charlie's Angels on you. You do not want to see me in a woman's jumpsuit. Oh, honestly. Louisa Adams, Letitia Tyler, Lucy Hayes, Lucretia Garfield, and Lou, yes, Lou Hoover, 5 first ladies. The good thing about marrying a girl named Lou is you can be pretty sure she's not a man pretending to be a woman. Otherwise, she would have come up with a better name in order to trick you. Like if someone says her name is Amber and you date her for 5 months and she always looks real nice, and then one day you're walking by the bathroom. I mean, hypothetically speaking, this could happen to somebody else. This one's known as That's My Carcass, folks. Suppose Porky Pig were processed into lunch meat and eaten by Elmer Fudd. Based on the meat content, what would Elmer not be able to say while eating him? You're very, very wrong. Want to see the right answer? Salami, bologna, and chorizo contain pork. Pastrami, however, is made from beef. All those meats are great, but they can't even compare to the deliciousness of Roadrunner meat. I can only get my hands on one. Maybe if I could get some roller skates and a rocket to tie to my back. Genius. I'm off to eBay.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next, fashion for dummies.
Hey, all you blockheads. Hi, Dilly.
Hi, Billy. Everyone, it's Billy O'Brien, my ventriloquist dummy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
You're looking pretty snazzy in that tuxedo, Billy.
Thanks, I got a hot date and I'm trying to spruce myself up.
Spruce yourself up. I get it, 'cause you're made of wood.
Way to explain the joke, Donnie. You have the kinetic sensibility of a car door docks. I'm going to a black tie affair with this hot date. If I don't want to wear a vest under my tuxedo coat, what should I wear? You're lucky you're so far away, otherwise I'd kick you in the Mr. T-nuts.
Correct answer, show yourself. A cummerbund is traditionally worn under a tuxedo jacket when a vest or waistcoat is not. Billy, I wish you would have told me about this earlier. I'll have to rent a tux if we're going to a black tie event.
Come on, Cookie, give me some room to breathe. If you followed me any closer, you'd get my dot. Well, I guess you already are.
All right, back in the box.
No! Don't want to go with my hot date!
Let's say so long to round 1. And from the look of your score, we didn't get out of there soon enough. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And keep in mind, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Okay, how about it? Here's one for you. My vitamins smell like chum. A lot of health nuts recommend taking fish oil every day. I'm a purist and like to get my fish oil straight from the source. That's why I blend up my own raw fish into these all-natural health fish shakes. Suppose I had 4 gills worth of liquefied fish gills. What kind of vessel would be most appropriate for it? Here's the feeling. Oh, that wasn't so... Oh, God! My throat burns! Ah, no! I'm okay. Let me show you something. A gill is a liquid unit of measurement equal to a quarter pint. So you would need a pint glass to hold 4 gills of gills. And before any of you high and mighty do-gooders get pissed off because I'm blending some poor helpless fish, let me defend myself. These fish were already dead when I took them from the orphanage cafeteria.
Question 7.
Here's one I like to call, I cordially invite you to bring it on. Who dances in the most trashy way? Have you considered never using your hands? Watch how easy this is. Stomp is a dance group known for implementing everyday items into their dance routine, including brooms, bins, and trash cans. I sat there for 2 hours, and honestly, I thought those people were stagehands cleaning everything up so the show could start. I was confused, but only because I thought I was in the theater that was showing puppetry of the penis.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a good look at. You can sleep when you tragically die. As we all know, Red Bull gives you wings. Well, which mythological character most likely drank some Red Bull in order to escape imprisonment? No, he's famous for having to push a rock up a hill for all eternity. He drank Rockstar. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. To escape imprisonment, it just flies by means of artificial wings, just like Red Bull gives you wings. Of course, then he crashed into the sea and died, which means he really could have also used a 5-hour energy drink, because as we all know, if you drink 5-hour energy, you won't crash later.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Coming up next, I'm in the Monet. What do artist Claude Monet and comedian Frank Caliendo have in common? Ah, yes, the bridge named after them. Wrong answer. Gets him every time. Here's what you meant to pick. Claude Monet founded the French art movement Impressionism, while Frank Caliendo did impressions of Fat George W. Bush and John Madden for Mad TV in a variety of commercials. But who can really say which artist will ultimately have more influence on our society? Actually, I'm pretty sure I know which one.
Hold me, never let me go.
Coming up, foxholes. What could I do with a Glenn Beck? No, sorry, your name is not on the guest list. Oh, honestly. A glen is a valley and a beck is a swiftly running stream, so I could definitely dip my toe in a Glen Beck. Just have to be careful where I stick my toe. Don't want to accidentally go up creek. Of course, who wants to hear my yapping? Oh, I'm still doing it. Sorry, here you go. What's inside that box? Oh, I hope it's a present. Good luck.
My brain isn't getting tired enough. It wants to go to sleep. Honestly. I think I should have a sleep. But what should I do?
That's the game! Hey, look what's inside your box. Shame.
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
Yeah, we've got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
No? Okay, this... A little hot under the cellar, huh? Let's move it out, gang!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
I'm going to have to temporarily... I'm gonna take a sleep break. I don't want to bore you. So... Let me move that above. I'm gonna be opening up some fake net so that you can, so that there's at least something to do. Also add context. If anyone wants to join.
Bob's Knob Shop. The prices will have you slobbering over Bob's knobs.
All right, here goes nothing. Let's start with a snack of mythic proportions. Which mythological creature is more complex than a Flipsides brand half cracker, half pretzel? The only similarity between a centaur and you is the horse's ass. It's so obvious. While the others are a combination of only two creatures, the chimera is three things. Half lion, half goat, half snake. Wait, yeah, that sounds right. So Flipsides are totally beneath the chimera. He pretty much just eats Neapolitan ice cream. I call this one. Well, Mr. Wonka, you have diabetes. What would it mean if Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory received a golden lion instead of a golden ticket? He's been elevated? No. Smart people choose this. At the Venice Film Fest, the award for Best Picture is a golden lion. Hopefully he made a documentary about the obesity epidemic amongst Oompa Loompas. Let's try Scandals Resort, and it's a this or that. Now, I'm going to list 7 public figures who got involved in sex scandals. For each one, tell me if the scandal was a gay affair or a straight affair. If the affair was with a man, press left on your plus control pad. If it was with a woman, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Nice job. Not amazing, though. Kind of the Paula Jones of performances. And speaking of affairs, I have nothing to share with anyone here. Isn't that right, Kimberly?
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Cookie?
Exactly. Wink, wink. Next. Love gross where my rosemary grows. Which of these is a gross gross? 144 of something is called a gross. But in my opinion, there is no such thing as a gross adult diaper. It's not gross, it's just a natural extension of the very natural process of aging and pooping in one's pants. And thus, to me, soiled adult diapers are not gross, they're beautiful. I'm actually kind of tearing up right now. You know, sometimes there's so much beauty in the world, I just can't take it.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here we have Museum of Ein Farts. Okay, enough childish humor. I can be sophisticated too. Which of the following natural landmarks is closest to MoMA, the world-famous Museum of Modern Art, home to important works by Van Gogh, Gauguin, Matisse, Cezanne, and countless others? The MoMA is in New York City, and the Finger Lakes are in upstate New York. Whew! If we get any more sophisticated, I'm gonna have to turn in my tuxedo t-shirt for a real-life t-shirt. Round 1 is complete. And you should be very proud of that. It's not. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Alright, let's get back to it. And on its way, Engelbert Humperdinck. Okay, so Stephen Colbert of the Colbert Report changed the pronunciation of his name from Colbert to Colbert, and that's how he became rich and famous. So, which character could not follow Stephen Colbert's lead by changing the pronunciation of the Bert in his name? No, that would be Humbert, so you're doubly wrong. I so wanted you to pick this one. That would be Javert, which is Javert, and is already pronounced as air. You know, 2 former You Don't Know Jack writers went on to work for the Colbert Report, which just goes to show that that's a much better job than writing for You Don't Know Jack and this jackass of a host who never brings in donut. Okay, who wrote this? Who wrote it? Question 7! Why not try looking forward to a pulled hammy? I don't even like the taste of these fortune cookies anymore. I just have an insatiable appetite for my future. Well, it's been a few hours. Must find out what's in store for me. Well, okay. You will make it to second base with your love this weekend. Hey, I love baseball. Well, if I start at home, how far will I make it this weekend? You're trying to make me run more than I have to. Not cool. Ready for this? The distance between bases in baseball is 90 feet. Therefore, I'll have to run 180 feet in total. And remember what Coach always said, if you're going to try to make it all the way to home plate, just be sure you're safe.
Fucking chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one for you. Road trip. If Sarah Palin were to jump the fence in her backyard on a Monday and land in Russia, what's the most current thing she could do? Because of the international date line that separates Alaska from Russia, Sarah Palin would arrive in Russia on a Tuesday. Ironic that Russia is a day ahead of the US, considering they're years behind fashion-wise. Fur hats? Come on, Russians!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Here's a good one. Naming your meat. My bologna has a first name. It's Oscar. My bologna has an Italian name. It's... Oh, close. It's actually Bologno. No, I'll get this. Mortadella originated in the town of Bologna and is the Italian equivalent of bologna. It's just like American bologna, but with more hand gestures. Hold me, never let me go. Try this on for size. It's the esophagus of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Because a Siberian tiger can eat up to 60 pounds of food in a day, how many 1-ounce bowls of Frosted Flakes would Tony the Tiger need to eat per day in order to feel full? You're wrong! Want to see the right answer? There are 16 ounces in a pound. 16 multiplied by 60 gives us a grand total of 960 bowls of frosted goodness. Also, tigers don't tend to wear red kerchiefs. They're actually partial to leopard print snuggies. Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. Hey, it's not just for horses. Hey who? Hey me? Go hey yourself. Good luck. There it is! Hey! That was awful.
You don't know Jack!
That's right. Donnie, what's happening?
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
We're at 30 seconds.
Donnie. Alrighty then. I've got... Oh, you got your panties goodies in a bag. Start the game!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Hawaii Hal's Lava Lamp Shades. We don't make your lava lamp, we make your lava lamp better.
All right, here we go. Okay, to get things started, hockey porks. I hate Canadian bacon, partly because it's misleading, but mostly because it's just second-rate ham. Let's call a spade, Canada. Let's say I, for some strange reason, want to make a Canadian BLT. If I want to have a slice of Canadian ham for every Canadian province and territory, how many slices will I need? It disgusts me to picture that much Canadian bacon. Were you thinking of this one? Canada is made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories. And one large island made entirely out of moose jerky. Coming up next, a seasonal crush. If I were to spend 500 days of summer with Zooey Deschanel, roughly how many consecutive summers would we have together? This is not an adorable answer. It was begging to be picked. With approximately 92 days of the summer season, Zoe would have about 5.4 consecutive summers with me. I just hope it goes better than the 7 days, 6 nights I had with Anne Heche. How about, dude, it's not the Pleistocene anymore. Imagine a sequel to Ice Age called After the Ice Age, the 21st Century. Because his species had been around since the Ice Age and still exists, what new character could accurately be the film? If you think you've seen an enormous beaver, then it was most likely a bear. Next time, try this. The snowshoe hare was around during the Ice Age and is still found in parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. They're found there because Minnesota and Wisconsin are actually still in the Ice Age. It's time for Horton Here's a Cordon Bleu, and this is a delicious dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a Dr. Seuss character or a type of cheese. If it's Dr. Seuss, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a cheese, I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Your logic is like Swiss cheese. It's full of holes, it stinks, and large quantities of it give me excess mucus. Dr. Seuss, of course, was just a pen name. His real name was Dr. Limburger Seuss. True fact.
Where's the vibe, girl? My world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at. Damn, I wish I wasn't your lover. Suppose Bill and Hillary Clinton are playing Name One of VH1's 100 Greatest Songs of the 90s, where they take turns yelling out a song from the list. What would they not yell at each other? Bitch. Haha, loser. Want to see the answer? On VH1's Top 100 Songs of the 90s list, there are the songs Bitch by Meredith Brooks, Creep by Radiohead, and Loser by Beck, but no Idiot. Another acceptable answer, thanks to Fiona Apple, would have been Criminal. That's the end of a thrilling first round. Although your score seems to be stuck in neutral. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And don't forget, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Enough small talk. Next up, Calcutta her a break. I miss Mother Teresa. She was always healing the sickly, feeding the hungry, and I like how she looked exactly like Yogi Berra in drag. That woman was a saint. In fact, if the Catholic Church decides to make Mother Teresa a saint using her actual first name, what will she be known as? Yes, her actual name is Teresa. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Where's that confounded right answer? Mother Teresa's real name was Agnes Gansha Bajaksu. Yeah, probably would have gone by Teresa myself. And the church really does think about marketability when they name saints. St. Francis of Assisi, one of the most popular Catholic saints, was actually born Frank Pudding Pop McDonkey Pants. Open wide for... Hey guys, come on back! Which college mascot finds it physically impossible to slap his teammates a high five after a victory? Badger? Yes, you're doing a lot badger than you should be. Here's where the money is. Bucky the Bison only has 2 toes per foot, so there will be no celebratory high-fiving for him. There will also be no celebratory high-fiving for him because he's the mascot for Bucknell University.
Fucking chicken's picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, I know trash when I see it. Well, an intern has just dumped another pile of trash in my Bruno Mali shoes. Must be time for another installment of Send In Your Trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about funky trash?
Okay, let's see what we have here. A smoking jacket, a deed to a mansion built in 1927, and a framed copy of the First Amendment. Whose trash is it? He chose the answer farthest to the right, and yet it's wrong. Why didn't you pick this? Yeah, Hugh Hefner is known for his trademark smoking jacket, various mansions, and his reliance on the First Amendment to make his big bucks. Man, look at all these little bits of rubber in his trash. Hugh must have had himself an epic water balloon fight.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Take a stab at. The TV is staring at me. CBS has been a television station for over 80 years now, which leads me to think, if the aging CBS eye logo starts to develop cataracts, what would it look like? Cataracts are a condition where the proteins in your eyes start to clump together and form a cloudy surface over the lens. And CBS's core demographic should know all too well what that experience is like. Let me never let me go. Up next, a t-shirt of mythical proportions. Suppose your Ed Hardy t-shirt with a Hydra monster on it fits too tight. According to Greek mythology, if a sleeve ripped and cut off one of the Hydra's heads, what would happen? Just like Ed Hardy tees, there's a whole lot going on with your answer, but not a lot of substance. Now pay attention. In Greek mythology, the Hydra was a serpent-like 9-headed monster who grew 2 heads for every one that was chopped off. I heard that for every Ed Hardy t-shirt you burn, 3 more grow in its place, and they have even more stupid shit drawn all over them than the original. I'm sorry, was I talking too much? Fine, here's your clue. Spoiler alert, these all ended in a twist. Good luck. There you have it! Not gonna lie, I called it from the very beginning. Predictable!
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
We have a live one. All
30 seconds to places. Hey, no? Great. Move it along, right. Let's go, people.
Game is brought to you by Shaggy's Roof Carpet. You'll never have to mop your roof again.
All right, let's get this party started. To get things rolling, I Heart Attack New York. In which country is a pizza lover most likely to find a I Heart NY style t-shirt that reads I Heart ZA? Did someone order a pizza with extra pepperoni? Allow me. The official abbreviation for South Africa, whether sending a letter or using an internet domain, is ZA. It's also the symbol for zinc aluminum. If you really love zinc aluminum, you should wear one of these I Heart ZA shirts. I mean, who doesn't love zinc aluminum? I'm never gonna sell these shirts. This one's called Snake It Off. Snake it all off. If wrestler Jake the Snake takes about as long to shed his skin-tight skivvies as it does his snake to shed its skin, how many consecutive Monday Night Raws will he miss while he's undressing? So wrong. This would have worked. A snake shedding process typically lasts up to 2 weeks, or 2 Mondays. However, it only takes 2 hours for Jake to digest an entire field mouse. Pucker up for apostrophe feels so good, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off the names of 7 companies. For each one, tell me if the company has an apostrophe in its logo, or the company does not have an apostrophe in its logo. If there is an apostrophe, press left on your plus control pad. If there's no apostrophe, or we could just get started. Now, do you understand you're supposed to get these right? And if you're my mom, you just add an apostrophe S to the end of everything. Cookie, run down to the Walmarts, and if they don't have it, stop by Best Buys or Targets or Kmart's on the way back. This one's known as A Medical Nightmare on Elm Street. Which of these frightening medical conditions would not cause Freddy Krueger to vigorously scratch himself with his finger knives? Ah! I just had the most horrible dream. I was asking a Nightmare on Elm Street question, and you got it really, really wrong. Oh my god, it wasn't a dream! One right answer coming up. Unlike psoriasis, eczema, and shingles, which cause itching, halitosis causes bad breath. Although it's probably safe to say Freddy Krueger has also not brushed his teeth in a long time.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce I Can Has Cheeseburger in Paradise. Ever been to a Jimmy Buffett concert? His fans call themselves parrot heads, but I kind of lean toward calling them middle-aged, haven't been out of the house in a while, and I'm tipsy from this frozen daiquiri heads. Anyway, since they insist on calling themselves parrot heads, which accessory would be most appropriate if parrot heads had the same physical features as real parrots? 8 breasts? No, that'd be a 4-parrot. Want to see the answer? Get this, parrots are zygodactyls. For those of you who are not veterinarians, that means they have 2 toes in front and 2 in back. Parrot heads, like parrots, also seem to just say the same thing over and over again. Woo, I'm drunk! Woo, I'm drunk! That about does it for round 1. Let's hope you do a hell of a lot better the rest of the way. Keep in mind, round 2. Let's see what's in store. Next up, pastry white thighs. Who would most likely be the cake boss's favorite European queen? Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, supposedly said let them eat cake when she was told her subjects had no bread to eat. That's something the cake boss would like to hear. Cake Boss is one suspenseful, nerve-wracking show. Is he going to use cream filling or fruit? I can't watch! Here's one for you. The color of genius. You know, I think it's time we hired a big-time fashion designer to class up the You Don't Know Jack look. If Donna Cara New York creates a designer You Don't Know Jack game box that uses the 4-color printing process, what will we get? Donna Cara New York, or DKNY, would make a You Don't Know Jack game, or YDKJ, using the color model known as Cyan, Magenta, Yellow, and Key, or CMYK. And then we'll get Calvin Klein to make us some 4-color CK, CMYK, YDKJ underwear.
Fucking chicken picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening. It's true, when pizza's on a bagel, you can eat it any time, even really late at night when you're watching a movie and falling asleep during the credits. Okay, I had this utterly bizarre dream where I was this really smart guy who used his intelligence to con people for a living. I even swindled my own mother, played in my dream by my real mom, into thinking I'm just your average son. And I vaguely remember making fake checks and having these difficult jobs, like a pilot. But here's the weirdest part. A couple of detectives are in pursuit, but they're not people, they're my cats, Mayonnaise and Poopsie. I forge a strong and complicated bond with Mayonnaise all the way until our cat and mouse game ends. What movie was I watching? Yeah, that's it. I watched the 2002 film Catch Me If You Can. In a related note, regardless of the movie, I always end up dreaming that Christopher Walken is my father.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Open wide for... You're that clever landmark, aren't you? Which of these statements about famous landmarks is true? You're actually in the shape of a square. Want to see the right answer? The Leaning Tower of Pisa is in fact, in reality, in actuality, leaning. The only problem is if you send an email from inside the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the font comes out in italics. Hold me, never let me go. Let's try a one-god band. If the Hindu deity Shiva became a rock god, what's the most epic feat it could accomplish while using two-handed instruments? One less synthesizer and you would have had it. Something any band with a synthesizer could say. I so wanted you to pick this one. It takes 2 arms to play all these instruments properly, and Shiva has 8 arms in total. That's 4 bass guitars. So Shiva's gonna get 4 times as many chicks as a normal bass player, which still calculates to 0. Oh, I'll just shut my mouth then. Here's your clue. People, animals, like Crocodile Dundee, but with real actual people. Good luck. people and you don't know animals. You're a complete disgrace to this planet.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
And 30 seconds, people.
Fair enough. Coming. Time is money. Got it. Let's get this ball running.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Internet, the book. 723 trillion pages for just $79.95.
Okay, let's see what happens. First, we like to rock. If Parisians hold a rock concert celebrating the construction of the Eiffel Tower, which band would be the most fitting headliner? The Eiffel Tower is constructed primarily out of wrought iron. It's the picturesque Parisian day. A morning bike ride, an idyllic picnic with a baguette and a bottle of wine, and closing out the night with an Iron Maiden concert. Take a stab at Enter Sandman. If Spider-Man shared the exact same physiology with a spider, what would he rely on to hear the Sandman coming from behind him? Allow me. Because they do not have ears, spiders rely on their leg hair to pick up vibrations around them. So with those blue tights, Spider-Man would pretty much be deaf.
Spider-Man, I've come to kill you.
What?
I said I've come to kill you.
Mildew? No, the web is not helpful here. But you want to know what the web is good for? The internet in book form. Just like the one you won from the internet, the book company. Because when the internet is in book form, you can read the internet anytime. This wrong answer to the game got you $4,000. Nice job. Bucker up for. Oh, my dragonflies and butterflies calendar is here.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you're alright.
I'm adding $1,000 for a correct answer. So, put these C-list holidays in the order they occur each year. Sweetest Day, Cinco de Mayo, Flag Day. Cinco de Mayo. Where's that confounded right answer? Cinco de Mayo is May 5th, duh. Flag Day is June 14th, and Sweetest Day is the third Saturday in October. And speaking of Cinco de Mayo, cue the question for segue. Here we have Math or Us. The formula 4 times pi times radius squared will help you find the surface area of which kid's toy. Honestly, do you know of many mathematical formulas you'd need to help you solve the surface area of a person? Do you? Next time, try this. 4 times pi times radius squared is the formula used to figure out the surface area of a robotic sphere that can expand into some weird mechanical robot toy thing and kill you. I preferred it when toys killed you the old-fashioned way, as choking hazards.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's a good one. Blaxploitation, and it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of a classic 70s blaxploitation film or a brand of white bread. If it's blaxploitation, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a company that makes white bread, you're familiar with the this or that. Perfect. Shut the mouth. Now, I'm not referencing the Shaft theme song. Seriously, shut your mouth. I think the Brownberry Bread Company ought to get Pam Grier to play Foxy Brown in a commercial. The script would be something like, "Hi, I'm Foxy Brown from Brownberry Bread. Now you eat this bread, or I'll come over there and shove it down your throat with my boot." That'll wrap up round one. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. Let's get back to the action. Next, a coin star is born. A lot of people ask me, Cookie, what happens to all the money people don't win during the game? Well, I'll tell you, all that loose, unwon change goes into these buckets. Eventually, we put that change through this coin star machine to convert it all back. Now, this is the sixth question. Each question is now worth $4,000 per player. Using a little math, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out how much is in these buckets. But don't forget that Coinstar charges a 9.8 cent per dollar charge for their services, which leads me to the question, what color is a Coinstar machine? You must have been thinking of red boxes, or maybe you weren't thinking at all. Here's where the money is. Coinstars are green machines. After we run it through the Coinstar, all of that leftover money goes to charity.
Hey, Cookie Baby, is your money ready?
You'll have to wait until the end of the game, Charity. Why not try Gods Will Be Gods? What video game would the Greek god Ares most likely play? Echo the Dolphin? It was begging to be picked. Ares was the god of war, so he would be a fan of Call of Duty. I know. You probably think the first game he'd play is God of War. Don't be so literal.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
Coming up, Dino Scores. If height were the only thing necessary to be good at basketball, which dinosaur would be the Toronto Raptors' #1 draft pick? Oh yeah, airball, and everyone saw. Awkward. Watch how easy this is. The Brachiosaur stood at about 39 feet without shoes on, and that made it the tallest of the tallest dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are very similar to people's interest in the WNBA, extinct.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Say hello to Like a Boss. When Bruce Springsteen plays in Munich, what do his adoring fans most likely call him? Miss Springsteen? Bruce has the testosterone levels of a dozen Bon Jovis. Yeah, a dozen. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Bruce Springsteen is also known as the Boss, and in German that'd be der Chef. Bruce! Spiel geboren in der USA! Ja!
Let me never let me go.
I call this one Internal Organs of the Stars. I love tabloids that have celebrities are just like us sections. It really humanizes celebs, you know? Seeing them walk their dog, shopping for groceries, inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide. If celebrities are just like everybody else, which of these bodily rumors is true? Wow, your answer has really let itself go. Were you thinking of this one? The pancreas, for media darlings and ugly regular folk, produces insulin and glucogen to regulate the level of glucose in the body. As an A-list celebrity myself, I happen to know that most celebrities, myself included, produce an unusual amount of back sweat. Yeah, it's true. Just a little more for all you celebrity lovers out there. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. Milk. Mom, I'd like to know. This one could be a real mother. Good luck. That's the game! Well, you know, my mother always says if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. But I mean, I have to make a living. That really sucked.
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Danny, let us know what we...
All right, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
We're at 30 seconds.
Not a problem. You're in a hurry. I see. Begin the commencing.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by It's Never Too Late Adult Orphanage. Just because they're not cute doesn't mean they're not lonely.
Okay, let's begin. To begin with, Salva Salve. Suppose rapper Flavor Flav is playing a Salvador Dali exhibition. If he wants the giant clock he wears around his neck to match the clocks in Dali's painting The Persistence of Memory, what should he do? Often referred to as Dali's melting clocks, the clocks in Persistence of Memory appear to be melting. Much like Flavor Flav's reality dating show Flavor of Love, I hear Salvador Dali once had his own show where women lined up to take rides on his famous mustache. How about Farfagnoogies? Because it's not an actual beetle, which of these potential Volkswagens would not qualify for a game of Slug Bug? This would have worked. Fireflies, ladybugs, and scarabs are all types of beetles that are classified under the Coleoptera order. Crickets, on the other hand, are not classified as beetles. But I imagine this car would still have a good antenna. Huh? Crickets? Try this on for size. If it's not Harry Potter, it's trash. Time to get trashed.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
This trash seems to be coming of age nicely. Let's see what we got. The severed head of a pig, a pair of cracked children's glasses, and a broken conch shell. Looks like somebody's been recreating a famous novel in their spare time. Which novel is it? A pig head on a stick, the glasses of the character Piggy, and the all-powerful conch shell are all important symbols in the classic novel, Lord of the Flies. I always thought that book was pretty anticlimactic. They just go out and buy some fly paper? Cheap. Up next. This game sounds disgusting, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a college football bowl game or just a menu item at a food chain. If it's a bowl game, press left on your plus control pad. If it's just a food bowl, I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Flag on the play, unnecessary dumbness. Beef O'Brady's sponsors the St. Petersburg Bowl. Unfortunately, Beef O'Brady's didn't decide to call it the Beef O'Brady's Bowl. I think that's a shame because I love saying Beef O'Brady's. Beef O'Brady's.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
It's time for Beef O'Brady's. Hey, you know that Disney Channel show, That's So Raven? Don't pretend you don't know. Anyway, who is Not So Raven? Atticus Finch is the main character in To Kill a Mockingbird and has nothing to do with a raven. Out of Finch, Mockingbird, and Raven, I'd have to say Finch is my favorite bird name. My overall favorite bird is the red-faced booby. Let's say so long to round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay, let's do this. one's called Licturally. You know what I hate? People who overuse the word literally. Literally, I hate it. It literally drives me insane. Considering which part of the cinnamon tree literally gives us cinnamon, from which airport vendor would you literally get your Cinepack of caramel pecan buns? He rewards you not. He rewards you not. He rewards you... Oh, he rewards you not. It's so obvious. Cinnamon is literally scraped from the inner tree bark of a cinnamon tree. So instead of Cinnabon, you'd go to Barkabon. Bark. And on its way, Swankin' It. Hey, what was the name of that Clint Eastwood directed boxing movie with Hilary Swank? You must be thinking of $1 Billion Baby, or more likely, you're not thinking at all. Smart people choose this. That movie was $1 Million Baby. I actually never saw that movie because of personal ethical beliefs. I just don't think babies should box.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry a hate.
Coming up next, we're all the biggest losers. If contestants on The Biggest Loser were judged with a Scoville scale, what would they have to do in order to win? Congratulations, you are the biggest loser. You didn't win anything, and you're just a real big loser. Ready for this? The Scoville scale, or the Scoville organoleptic test, is a scale for measuring the spiciness of peppers. Come to think of it, eating really spicy foods the night before a weigh-in on The Biggest Loser might be a good weight loss strategy.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, night.
This one's known as World War Wonder Bread. What do the Pillsbury mascot and the United States World War I soldier have in common? By picking this answer, the Kaiser has won. Why didn't you pick this? Infantrymen in the United States military were known as doughboys in World War I, and Poppin' Fresh, the Pillsbury mascot, is a tiny man made out of raw dough, also known as a doughboy. And just like the Pillsbury Doughboy, all World War I military doughboys were known to laugh like a little child when you poke them in the stomach with something other than a bayonet. Hold me, never let me go.
Hey, what's up?
Next up, Queasy Does It. If you found yourself in an actual vomitorium, what might you be doing? No, honestly. A vomitorium is a pathway underneath the seating in an amphitheater. The vomitorium was also the name of my dorm room in college. Okay, if that's how you want it, here's the clue. You're so full of it. These things are all full of something. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Well, rest assured you're not full of anything. Certainly not knowledge.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to air.
Alrighty then. I've got one.
having to do this. If you're wondering why I'm in the main menu, why I'm in the Wii menu during this run, I'm having to unscrew something. Also for upgrading, I had to get batteries out of a robot thingy. Also, if you're wondering, yes, I have a European Wii, more specifically an Australian Wii, but yet the region that I'm running the game off of is US. What could that mean?
The logos are on standby.
Lose legal.
We are on.
Service is what creates customer loyalty. Okay, looks like our player is all set.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Good, I'm ready too. Time is money, got it. Let's get this ball running.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Uncle Barty's Specialty Whoopee Cushions.
Okay, turning back.
I'm gonna have to like the game a bit because I'm gonna need to open another
First question.
Use the same
Recommended by
game.
4 out of 5 guidance counselors. What is not true? Colgate University and Colgate toothpaste. Both Colgate and Colgate were in the 1800s, the 1600s. I don't think they brushed their teeth in the 1600s. At school, come to think of it, did people even have? Yeah, pretty sure they didn't have arms. Try this on for size.
If you're wondering if USB loader is allowed or not,
okay, listen up. It's closing time.
I actually
checked
checked Viber. I actually started up to see if it is, and to see if it would be,
is where you stop on the way home
only
and
one
pick up a
person
delicious
voted,
pre-made tuna salad
and they voted
sandwich.
for
Well,
yes.
it seemed like a good idea
So
at
it's
the time.
currently allowed.
Here's what a right answer looks like. The 6 is on the right side and the 20 is up top, just like the hands of a clock at 3 a.m. But listen, any bar that closes at 3 is no bar for me. I'm generally in my snuggie and reading a romance novel by 9:30. Here's a good one. Back in the saddle again, literally. And it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Kentucky Derby winning horse or one of the 100 greatest country music songs of all time, according to Country Music Television. If it's a horse that, in the past 25 years, has won the Kentucky Derby, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a top 100 country song, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Missed it by a nose. If I owned a racehorse, I'd probably name it Don't Come Home a-Drinkin' with Lovin' on Your Mind. Either that or Mr. Horsey. Let's try. I worry I may never get her done. Suppose Larry the Cable Guy wants to reach a different audience by expanding his catchphrase to a compound sentence with a conjunctive adverb. How would it look? On the contrary, which also happens to be a conjunctive adverb, but you obviously didn't know that. Let me show you something. It's a compound sentence and, however, is a conjunctive adverb. But this would be a scary alternate reality where Larry uses complex grammar and English professors wear sleeveless flannel shirts.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one I like to call nights and daytime talk shows. Imagine King Arthur gets transported from his round table to the table on The View. Applying round table principles, who would be considered the head of the table? Correct answer, show yourself. The fundamental purpose of the round table is that no one man is head and that everyone has equal status. But King Arthur always gets to sit next to the guest, especially when a sweet dish like Richard Gere is on. Tasty. Whoopee! Oh, you got it wrong. I just like saying that. Whoopee! Just like I like to say, you've just won a silent but deadly whoopee cushion from Uncle Farty's Specialty Whoopee Cushions. The SBD is the only whoopee cushion that releases a fart smell instead of a fart sound. You'll be happy to know this wrong answer of the game comes with $4,000. Congrats. That's all we got for round one. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Remember, in round two, every question is worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. I call this one Tearing Up My Pouch. If former NSYNCer Joey Fatone were born as a kangaroo Joey, what would he sing when he was born? Well, I always say, if you gotta be wrong, jump in with both feet. No, I'll get this. When kangaroo Joeys are born, they're only about 1 inch long. 1 inch is also the length of my attention span whenever he starts singing. Question 7! Open wide for Honk If You're Holy. If die-hard believers in Calvinism designed their own car decal, what would it look like? You can't seem to separate right from wrong. Here's what you meant to pick. Arminianism is the counter-belief system to Calvinism, claiming among other things that Jesus died for all, not just a pre-selected few. I want to get a car decal of Calvin peeing on a toilet. I hate toilets so much.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
Here's one for you. Waldorf, Gesundheit. Which of these items would not be prevented by the sneeze guard on a Waldorf salad bar? Ready for this? Waldorf salads traditionally include apples, nuts, celery, grapes, and mayonnaise. Artichokes are not included. Which really breaks the artichoke's heart. Hey, thank you.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Here we have fake tan $100, camera $200, vanity priceless. I got tired of receiving only one fortune cookie per restaurant visit, so I did what any sensible consumer would do. I went to Costco and bought 2,500 of them. Now let's see what this fortune says here. People fade, but a picture is timeless. Good. I was hoping all my shirtless photos I took in the mirror would stand the test of time, but who would vehemently disagree with this statement? Wake up! The correct answer is, The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde is a novel about a man whose portrait ages instead of himself. I've already figured out how to avoid feeling old. Just tape a life-size picture of yourself onto all your mirrors. If people say you're in denial, just take them to the mirror and say, a mirror doesn't lie. Hold me, never let me go. And on its way, Gaga! Which lyrics from Lady Gaga's song Bad Romance contain a word that you could not play in a game of Scrabble? I don't care, you won't get it. Allow me. Somehow, almost all the words in this song are playable Scrabble words, except for Roma. Call me a music snob if you want. I prefer the old songs that made sense. Wop babaloo bapa wop bamboo. Sususudio. Okay? Chamon! I see you don't need me for anything. It's all yours. And the award is named, maybe you can win a Jackie. Good luck. for the best worst Jack attack of all time. Congratulations.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Okay.
Okay, we've got.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Alrighty then. I've got one antsy contestant.
We're all.
Hey, okay, let's cut to the tape.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Ketchup, the baked bean sauce condiment. Winner of the best baked bean sauce condiment for 5 years straight.
So let's make this happen. First up, milk. What is up with these substitutes these days? Soy milk, almond milk, coconut milk, rice milk from animals. Considering the animal that makes the fabric known as, it would be the perfect animal mascot for the soy milk brand Silk. Speaking of it, they're delicious. Want to see the answer? Silk is both caterpillars and silk moth. The caterpillars are sometimes referred to as silkworms. Then people might get confused and think silk soy milk comes from caterpillar nipples, which is ridiculous. Everybody knows that soy milk comes from soybean nipples. Up. Bald. Which one of these is not another character? Grief. One right answer. Physicist the roof of his house and talk using only exclamation points. I know it's not. Say hello to Rhymes City. According to Forbes magazine's 2010 list of the miserable cities in America, this song is the most ironic. According to Forbes, the most miserable city in America is the Mistake on the Lake. Give it up for Cleveland, Ohio. Personally, I would have voted for Toledo, but yeah, definitely something in Ohio. Take a stab at Sarah Palin and Tall.
Hey, Cookie. Do you want to sign the sympathy card for Randy's family? I can't believe he's gone.
Oh, yeah. Me neither. You know, Roger, I'm really gonna miss all the, things Randy did, which I was aware of.
Me too. So I guess you're gonna need to hire a new gaffer.
No, that's it. He was a gaffer. What does a gaffer do again?
No, not a camera operator.
Telephone operator?
Nope.
Smooth operator?
Afraid not.
Correct answer. Show yourself.
The gaffer's the head electrician. Come on, Cookie.
Oh, that Randy.
It's so sad. Would you like a mint cookie?
Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, these are so good, Roger. Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't you.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a blanket with arms. It's also a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a member of the superhero team, the Justice League, or an as-seen-on-TV product. If it's a superhero, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an as-seen-on-TV product, okay, great. Let's just get right to it. On the superhero scale, you're about as good as the Wonder Twin that only turns into water. I'm working on a comic book of my own about a superhero called the Floby. He has all the powers of a vacuum that heats hair. We've finished round 1. You'll want to try and earn some cash from now on. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's move on, shall we? How about pull down your square pants and cough? If scientists took over the writing of SpongeBob SquarePants, what would be a potential new name for the show? You should try absorbing more knowledge. It's so obvious. Sponges belong to the phylum Peripera. Of course, if scientists were writing for the show, it would probably be called Peripera Robert Parallelogram Trousers. This one's called The Venerable Drew Brees. What do NFL quarterback Drew Brees and biblical figure Daniel have in common? The biblical Daniel is not a saint, but a prophet. He is, however, famous for surviving in a lion's den. And New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees has played the Detroit Lions several times. And a lesser-known fun fact, they were both featured on the cover of Madden.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, Blake Unlively. So, I was watching Gossip Girls the other... Billy? What are you doing here?
Did you nish me, Cookie? Did you nish Dilly O'Brien?
What are you doing with that tire iron?
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy and I haven't spoken since our, disagreements.
Hey, I have a question to ask, Dunny.
Okay, just don't hurt me.
If Cookie would have drank the longest done in his dotty, what done would have broken? I said it once, I've said it a million times. You're a blockhead.
Where's that confounded right answer?
The feener, better known as the thigh done, is the longest done in the human body.
Please don't break my femur, Billy. I'll apologize.
Really?
I'm sorry. I said Justin Bieber sounded like a cat stuck in a dishwasher.
Okay, thank you. That means a lot to me.
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
May I introduce Rock Out With Your Spleen Out. Which of these bands' music would be, anatomically speaking, made of keratin? Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Nails and hair are chock full of keratin. I have no idea what I'd do with 9-inch nails. Probably give myself extensive brain damage when I pick my nose. That answer was not Fergalicious. But it was beanie, so get your mouth ready because it's ketchup, the baked bean sauce condiment. All the flavor of delicious baked beans without the unnecessary beans. You betcha, it's not ketchup. This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hold me, never let me go.
And now, if this van's a rockin', ring the doorbell. Who would most likely be chasing after a Turkish van as it sped away? I'm sorry to inform you, but we've lost your score. It'll be on the next flight in the morning. Next time, try this. A Turkish van is one of the 40 recognized breeds of cat, so most likely a dog would be chasing it. Then again, would anybody be surprised to see a cat come running over a hill, followed a few seconds later by Gary Busey in Wild Pursuit? I don't think so. Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. Detect this. What are you trying to detect? The right answers, I hope. Good luck. I've detected something. Complete ineptitude. I found it with my Ineptitudalizer 3000. But really, you can see it with your bare eyes just by looking at your score on that Jack attack.
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Yeah, we got a hot one. Everybody get ready.
30 seconds to air.
Super, I'll be internally grateful. A little hot under the cellar, huh? Let's move it out, gang!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Buzzkill Bee Beard Trimmers. When you've got bees on your face, make sure they're in their place.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer to the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's start with Happy Birthday! My last beer party was a huge success. The highlight was when I built that beautiful harp out of bottles of harp beer. I highly recommend it. Real crowd pleaser. Say you build a harp out of bottles of harp lager. If you use one bottle for each string, about how many 12-packs will you need to make all the strings? You're drunk right now, aren't you? This would have worked. There are 47 strings on a standard grand harp, and 4 12-packs will give you 48 bottles of harp. Which means you'll have one delicious beer left over to drink while you enjoy your awesome new beer bottle harp. Next, in Technicolor. Which group may be suffering from a severe case of the skin-related condition cyanosis? The Navi... No, they're all orange. Oh, honestly. Cyanosis is the blue coloration of the skin due to deoxygenated blood cells, and the Navi in the movie Avatar are very blue. Coincidentally, the dialogue in the movie Avatar, also blue. It's time for... Sounds like Rambo. In a game of Rochambeau, what would beat Tina Fey's NBC sitcom? 30 You're stoned. No, I'll get this. Rochambeau is a fancy name for rock, paper, scissors, so 30 paper would beat Tina Fey's 30 rock. Which still makes no sense to me. How does paper beat rock? By covering it? So using that logic, blanket beats soldier. Coming up next, boxes, boxes, boxes. If the Container Store had a Boxing Day sale, how would the advertisements read? Oh, speaking of half price, it was begging to be picked. Boxing Day is the day after Christmas when it was traditional to give servants and tradesmen presents. In America, we don't celebrate silly holidays like Boxing Day. We have real things to celebrate, like on Black Wednesday, when we celebrate awkwardly getting trashed in your hometown with people you went to high school with. Or Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving when we celebrate people getting trampled to death in the pursuit of an Elmo doll.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce Nice Unit, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a unit of currency somewhere in the world or a famous drag queen. If it's a unit of currency, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a drag queen, press right, or we could just get started. Not bad. You won a dong. I like to take a crayon to my dollar bills and draw lipstick and eyeliner on George Washington. Totally makes him look like a chick, and you don't even have to do anything to his ridiculous hair. That's the end of round 1. And it looks like your score is screaming for help. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And keep in mind, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. And get out there and make me proud. And on its way, I personally believe that people don't have maps. Suppose the Miss America pageant were decided based solely on who's the corniest. Considering which state grows the most corn annually, who'd be the big winner? Toto, I don't think you'll want to answer Kansas anymore. Were you thinking of this one? Iowa is by far the corniest state in the union, producing over 2 billion bushels of corn per year. It also produces the most pigs. No offense, Miss Iowa. Next, magic fingers. It's the Okay, this one's an order question, so I'm adding $1,000 to the prize total. Arrange these magical things in chronological order based on when they were first brought into the world, from earliest to most recent. Magic the Gathering, Magic 8-Ball, Magic Johnson. Air ball! I so wanted you to pick this one. The Magic 8-Ball was invented in 1946, Magic Johnson was born in 1959, and Magic the Gathering was introduced in 1993. But if you ask me, ladies, there's nothing more magical than getting to witness childbirth. Ladies?
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. Skeletor sliced it into the sand trap again. If He-Man became master of the golf universe by winning the Masters tournament, what would he wear? The winner of Golf's Masters tournament is given a green jacket. It's classy, really. Who wants a trophy or a plaque? If I ever start my own prestigious golf tournament, I'm gonna give the winner a nice pair of slacks.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
Here we have Lady and the Trump. What would happen if Donald Trump did a season of The Apprentice that accurately recreated the apprenticeships of the Middle Ages? Come on, it was the Middle Ages, not the Chinese gymnastics program. Here's what a right answer looks like. Originally, apprenticeships lasted about 7 years. And after all those years of work and study, Trump's apprentice would finally be qualified to go on to another lower-profile reality show. Or just release a sex tape or something. Hold me, never let me go. This one's known as the Caddis in the Hattis. Which of these adorable rhymes would you not see in an autobiographical book by Dr. Zeus? I would not, could not with a kite. You cannot, will not get this right. Here's where the money is. Hera in Greek mythology is Zeus's wife. He didn't kill her. Hera is also Zeus's sister. You can read about Zeus and Hera in the book Hop on Sis. Oh, do you need to be somewhere? My mistake. Here's your clue. Of presidents and popcorn. Please rise and figure out these cinematic commanders-in-chief. Good luck. Wow, the Academy called. You can forget about that Lifetime Achievement Award.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to places.
Nope, got it. This short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, Conrad!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Ted's Wires. We don't sell anything but wires, so please stop asking.
All right, let's do this thing. First on the docket, these mozzarella sticks could use a little dipper. If Planet Hollywood orbited within a ternary star system, how many stars would light up its red carpet? Ouch. I'm gonna have to subtract the full price of a Planet Hollywood hamburger. Want to see the right answer? Ternary means 3. That can be 3 of anything, but in astronomy, a ternary star system refers to 3 stars bound by gravity to the point they're forced to orbit one another. The good news is they'll get 15% taken off their meal price with their senior discounts. It's time for Pop. Tarts! I have to admit something. Every time something pops up out of my toaster, it scares the crap out of me. No matter how much I think I'm ready for it or how much I'm expecting it, and usually I'm expecting it, scares the crap out of me. This is why I started cooking my Pop-Tarts in the microwave. If my toaster scares me, which classic kids game should I definitely avoid? Perfection is that game where you try to get all the puzzle-like pieces in place before the board pops them all up at you and scares the crap out of you. Much like Pop-Tarts in a toaster. I mean, come on. Pop-Tart have to pop out of there so violently? Can't it just give you a polite warning ding and then slide open from the side like a DVD player? Why must I live in fear of toaster pastries? The Greatest Hits Generation. If the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers starred actual bands consisting entirely of brothers, what would you not see? This answer is 1/5 dead. Why didn't you pick this? Some of the Beach Boys were brothers, but some were also cousins, and some were just friends. But if they did go to Normandy, they'd have fun till the German forces unleashed so much artillery that they'd be trapped in a hellscape of bullets and blood. An ordeal that few of them would survive, and none of them would fully emotionally recover from. Bucker up for Don't Go Chasing Water Bras, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of waterfall, a style of bra, or both. If it's a waterfall, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a bra, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. You're a boob. Waterfalls and bras. 2 things I like to take telescopic photos of from helicopters.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at The Odyssey, the poem, the movie. Suppose Homer's Odyssey were made into an epic film. Which of these would not be an appropriate casting decision? If I were you, I'd backstroke myself in the face. Let me show you something. Sammy Davis Jr. is the Cyclops Polyphemus, Celine Dion is the singing siren, and Michael Phelps is sea god Poseidon. Only Emerald Lagasse as Circe the sorceress doesn't fit. Personally, I've never read The Odyssey or anything else written by that guy. I'm a bit of a Homerphobe. That brings a close to round 1, where you pretty much crap pants. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is double. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. All right, you ready? Too bad. Up Next, oral exam. So I've got all my teeth, including my wisdom teeth, and they're all pretty clean and healthy. It's time I did something exciting with my mouth, like got a grill up in that Say I decided to get a George Foreman grill. George on my top teeth, Foreman on my bottoms. If I have one letter per tooth, how many teeth will I have left over? Blackjack. No, sorry, I mean wrong. Smart people choose this. An adult should have 32 permanent teeth, including wisdom teeth, which of course I have. So taking away the 13 letters making up my George Foreman grill, that would leave 19 teeth still hanging out naked. And to make my new grill complete, I'm gonna hang a solid gold grease tray off my chin. Open wide for... None of this news is fit to print. Have you ever heard of the 6 W's? The 6 one-word interrogative questions a journalist needs to know to get a full story? Well, if USA Today decided to hire one specialized reporter for each of the 6 W's of journalism, who would they not hire? Exactly, because it doesn't start with a W. Easy, right? Wrong. There's one H in the 6 W's. Weird. Correct answer, show yourself. The 6 W's of journalism are who, what, where, when, why, and the tricky one, how. Okay, sometimes they're referred to as the 5 W's and an H, but as is the protocol in print journalism, accuracy goes out the window in favor of what sounds good.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, all rise for Mike Judge. Say Hank Hill becomes king of the hills by winning the mountain stages of the Tour de France. If he surges to the overall lead in his trademark white t-shirt, what color t-shirt would he have to switch to? Let me know when you're ready to shift into remotely possible gear. The correct answer is, the leader in the Tour de France wears a yellow jersey and/or undershirt. Just as in the lesser-known Tour de Texas, the lead rider is given a 6-pack of Lone Star and a shotgun. Yeehaw!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Say hello to... Rihanna, you glad I didn't say banana? Provided it's raining, which Ella would give insects protection similar to that of Rihanna's umbrella? Ella. No, a rosella is a parakeet that repeats the word wrong until your ears bleed. Why didn't you pick this? Scutella refers to the small shield-like plate on the backs of insects, thus protecting them from the elements, like an umbrella. You can see examples of scutellas on many of the creatures that live under the rock that Chris Brown crawled under. Hold me, never let me go. How about win, lose, or draw? You notice how game shows try to make themselves seem fresh even though it's the same thing over and over again by filming in different locations? It's North Dakota week on Wheel of Fortune. It's Deal or No Deal on location in Estonia. And I am not making that last one up. They actually filmed in Estonia. Anyway, considering the architectural feature added to the courtyard of the Louvre Museum in 1989, what TV game show would most likely film an on-location special there? No, but I once saw St. Bernard eat a Shih Tzu. I so wanted you to pick this one. The Louvre Museum in Paris features a giant glass pyramid in the front courtyard. The addition was built in 1989. Let's play some $25,000 pyramid now. Start the clock. Okay, I'm very grateful to you. I'm kind of sexually attracted to you. Oh gosh. I pooped in the garden today. No, sorry, the answer was things my cat Poopsie would tell me if she could talk. Oh well. Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. What a drag. Dude looked like a lady in these movies. Good luck. else you wrote! There is not enough makeup in the world to make that score passable.
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
Alright, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
30 seconds to air.
Great. No? Great. Got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by I'm not dead, coffins for the living. Why wait to be dead to live in comfort?
And we're off. Kicking things off, imaginary numbers. Pick a real number, any real number. In the US, a quadrillion is a 1 followed by 15 zeros. And if you earn $1 quadrillion in this game, I will personally come to your home and make you an omelet. It won't be good, but I'll do it. Here's a good one. The name is General Hot Stuff. What do singer Mark Anthony and Cleopatra's beau Mark Antony have in common? No, or as they say in Spanish, the opposite of C. Here's what you meant to pick. Both Mark Anthony and Mark Antony had previous marriages before they tied the knot with Jennifer Lopez and Cleopatra, respectively. And with one marrying J-Lo and one marrying the very wealthy Cleopatra, they both came into a significant amount of booty. This one's called I Like My Barbies Extra Chunky, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a brand of peanut butter or a vintage doll from the Barbie universe. If it's a brand of peanut butter, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a doll from Barbie's universe, I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Oh, nuts. I used to put peanut butter all over my sister's Barbies. I had some weird fetishes in my 20s. Here's one I like to call, You Make God Cry. If God makes it rain when he cries, what's he doing when it hails? That's how Mommy told me lightning was made. Was she lying to me? I hate her. Were you thinking of this one? Any 3rd grader can tell you that hail is little balls of ice. Try not to think about what God's doing during mudslides.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try Letter Wetter. How many points would you get for playing Boggle in a game of Boggle? Are there any games you're good at? Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. 6-letter words get 3 points in a game of Boggle. Of course, to really do well at Boggle, you have to come up with as many 3 or more letter words as possible using those same letters, like bog and log and, log. Did I say log? I hate Boggle. Round 1 is in the books, but you couldn't tell that by looking at your score. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And lest you forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. All right, let's get back to it. I call this one Working on My Fitness. My nose is a little shiny. Makeup! Oh, thanks, Dana.
No prob, Cookie.
What's with your feet? Looks like you're wearing Frankenstein sneakers.
Oh, they're those shape-up shoes that get your butt in shape. Can you notice a difference?
Looks kind of triangular. That is a shape.
Thanks, Cookie, but I have a question. Since it looks kind of like a triangle, what could it have meant when, a guy on the street whistled and said that my butt looked acute?
Dana, someone needs to borrow your concealer to hide their dumb. Ready for this? An acute triangle's 3 angles are all acute, or less than 90 degrees.
Oh, so is that a good thing?
I'm not so sure. Wait, Dana, what is that around your waist?
It's an abdoer belt. It contracts my stomach muscles so I can have killer abs without, like, doing sit-ups. I really love to exercise.
Clearly. And now, Dora does not rhyme with explorer. Which of Dora the Explorer's friends is a kleptomaniac? Boots? Don't you dare say anything bad about Boots. No, I'll get this. Swiper the Fox is always compulsively swiping things, so he may be a kleptomaniac. Maybe I'm getting old and cynical, but I don't think just saying Swiper no swiping cuts it anymore. It may be time to send Swiper to some kind of juvenile correction facility.
Looking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
Here's one for you. Picking on string theory. I recently went to cousin Cooktholomew's wedding in Kentucky, and there was a really great band playing bluegrass versions of wedding classics. Celebration, The Electric Slide, I Like Big Butts. Anyway, I asked them in to help with this question.
It's the perfect choices into order and buzzing and see if you're alright.
So, for this question, you're going to get some auditory aid from Jeb, Kleb, Reb, and Haas. So listen carefully. Oh yeah, don't worry, I won't forget to add $1,000 for a correct answer for this one. So, put these instruments in order from fewest strings to most strings. Violin, guitar, banjo. Okay, ready? Quiet, Haas. Here we go. The saying is true, the bluegrass is always greener. Bluer. Here's what a right answer looks like. A violin has 4 strings, a banjo 5, and a guitar 6. How many strings total is that, boys?
More than 10.
And to play us out of this question, would you guys mind playing that beautiful rendition you did of the Etta James classic, At Last?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Coming up, Mendeleev, Dmitri Mendeleev. Suppose James Bond villain Auric Goldfinger, named after the symbol for gold, AU, had a cousin named Silverfinger. What would be the most appropriate first name for Silverfinger? Silver is represented on the periodic table by the symbol AG, which starts the name Agatha, just as gold is represented by the symbol AU, which starts the name Auric. Yes, Goldfinger and Silverfinger were destined for world domination. If only they could have found a job for their poor uncle Zinkface.
Hold me, never let me go.
Next up, I'm working on my resume this Sunday. If monster trucks wanted to advance their careers, which of these real monster trucks would need to crush the CFA exam? Much like Jennifer Aniston choosing to do The Bounty Hunter, this is a very bad choice. Where's that confounded right answer? The CFA, or Chartered Financial Analyst exam, is something a broker would need to do well on. And I guess if it were looking for a job, then it would naturally log on to Monster.com. Of course, who wants to hear my yapping? Oh, I'm still doing it. Sorry, here you go. Sorry, I don't speak British. How do you say that in American? Good luck. Bloody hell, hope you feel like a bit of a wanker.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
We have a live one, all set.
Going in 30 seconds.
No instructions then. I see, big.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Red Council. From Rudolph to Russia, we are the Red Council.
So why not get started? Right off the bat. Oh no you didn't. The pro speed skater Apollo Anton Ono falls down and his body reacts just like the character who always says, "Oh no, what will happen?" Next time, try this. The character who says, "Oh no," is Mr. Bill, the lovable clay figurine who's always getting his body squished by one thing or another. Another similarity is that Mr. Bill wears red, white, and blue, just like Apollo Ono. Am I right? USA! 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 Come on, say it with me. USA! US... No? US... Yeah, okay. Next. Bucker up for Young Vampires in Love. In case you haven't read the books, the vampires in Twilight... The vampires sparkle like diamonds. What would vampire Edward Cullen look like if his diamond sparkle were GIA certified as grade E for Edward? According to the Diamond Color Grading Scale established by the Gemological Institute of America, E-grade diamonds are colorless. And E-grade diamonds are friggin' expensive. I know this because I've had several costly failed engagements. I think I'm gonna go read Breaking Dawn one more time. May I introduce, 'cause I'm a rocket duck. What do Scrooge McDuck and Sir Elton John have in common? Both are self-made men as they dropped out of school at early ages. Which just goes to show you kids that the only thing standing between you and a massive bin of money to swim in is school. Here we have, well, you sure smell fishy, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 animals. For each one, tell me if it's definitely a fish or if it's definitely not a fish. If it's a fish, press left on your plus control pad. If it's not a fish, you're familiar with the this or that. Perfect. Jelly. Crayfish. Don't be shad. Maybe next time you can regroup her and kick its bass. It's interesting how they have the word fish in their names, but aren't actually fish. It's like a grapefruit. It's neither a grape nor a fruit.
Actually, Cookie, a grapefruit is a fruit.
I hate you, Chad.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try. And introducing Brad Zapp with the son. Which difficult celebrity name have I misspelled? Jake Gyllenhaal, Shia LaBeouf, Scarlett Johansson, or Zach Galifianakis? No, that's spelled right, unless you were thinking it was an incredibly elaborate misspelling of Tobey Maguire. Allow me. Shia LaBeouf is the only name here that is misspelled. Next up, how to pronounce Giafor. That's round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. It's time. Coming up next, Choo-choo, meet Virginia. What train whistle notify the band Train that their career is going backwards? 3 short whistle toots means the train is backing up. In other words, Train's concert tour would sound something like this. Hello, New York! Hello, Toledo! Hello, Southland Shopping Center! Open wide for internal temperatures. Our interns bought me this cooking thermometer for when I grill because they kept on getting salmonella. I guess it was nice, but I tried to tell them I'm doing that on purpose. Okay, say I didn't want to get an intern violently ill. Okay, sorry, let me start over. Okay, say I didn't want to get an intern violently ill. What should be the minimum internal temperature of the chicken we'll be having at our next staff cookout? The USDA recommends chicken be cooked to 165 degrees to kill salmonella and other harmful bacteria. I guess I should stop giving the interns food poisoning. A part of me will miss it, but this does free up my schedule enough to fit in some flogging. Oh, hello! Unpaid help! I want to show you something! Come here, you! Oh, look at how cute they are when they're scared.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
And on its way, epic fall. You know, I'm really not hungry, so maybe we could skip doing the cookies fortune this time around. Maybe do a trash question or a, Okay, fine. You know, I'm putting on a lot of weight because of these questions. Let's just get to the fortune. No man is a failure who is enjoying life. Whatever. Which of these failures is enjoying Milton Bradley's game of life? George Costanza rolling dice, Willie Loman pulling a chance card, Wile E. Coyote spinning a numbered wheel, or you popping the Pop-O-Matic bubble? If you were a piece of Monopoly property, you'd be Baltic Avenue. Now pay attention. The game of life doesn't use dice or that weird bubble from the game Trouble. It uses a spinning wheel embedded in the middle of the game board. I hate playing life with Wile E. Coyote. I always get distracted by the free birdseed signs he leaves on the board.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Say hello to Darty Dar Dar. Suppose Charles Darwin's famous world-traveling ship gets bought and renamed for advertising purposes. Which new name would keep the same breed of dog in the ship's original name? HMS Marmaduke, HMS Odie, I hate you like Garfield hates Mondays. One right answer coming up. Snoopy is a beagle and Darwin sailed on the HMS Beagle. So then you'd have a ship named after Snoopy and then that MetLife blimp with Snoopy on it. All they need now is to paint the Snoopy on every car in America.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dreaming questions.
Next. I'm from the future and I need pants. So I've been thinking I'd like to do some time traveling, but I'm not really comfortable with public nudity. Which time travel method is the safest bet if I don't want people in other time periods seeing my junk? The one from the Terminator movies? The one from 12 Monkeys? The one... Stop trying to see me naked. Let me show you something. Time travel requires some nudity in the Terminator, 12 Monkeys, and the Time Traveler's Wife. But in Time Cop, it just requires you to ride in some weird crash test simulator thingy. It also requires you to be Jean-Claude Van Damme, which is too high a price. Too high a price! Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Can I interest you in a threesome? Okay, I'll start off with an easy one. Ready, set, go.
My brain can be really thought. Look at what's the Roblox, but there's the mashup button.
There it is! You have neither brain, nor brawn, nor beauty. You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
All right.
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
We're at 30 seconds.
No? Okay. Oh, you got your panties in a bag? Start the game!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Suitcase Suit Warehouse. Travel with only the shirt on your back and the many shirts folded and packed into that shirt.
Okay then, why wait any longer? Okay, to get things started, as the world churns. If Fox decides to create a spin-off of their show Glee, in which the students go off to sing competitively in college while dripping in butter, what would the series be called? Agree is a prize for a victory, and that's what you call irony. Oh, honestly. If you've ever eaten Indian food, you probably had ghee, which is a liquidy, clarified butter that's used in cooking. So that would be the name of the new Fox show. I only found out recently that I'm Fox intolerant. Excuse me, I've been watching reruns of the Wanda Sykes show. Take a stab at Fresh Funky Factory. Hey, remember C&C Music Factory from the 90s? You know, pump up the jam, because they're going to make you sweat, baby. Sweat! Sweat! Anyway, imagine Henry Ford became the manager of the C&C Music Factory. If he were to mandate the same work hours he established at his car plant, what would he say? We're talking Henry Ford here, not Genghis Khan. This would have worked. Along with other innovations like creating an assembly line and doubling wages, Henry Ford cut the workday from 9 hours to 8 hours. Of course, C&C Music Factory still wouldn't be as efficient as the Japanese R&B dance groups. I call this one, What Big Cookies You Have, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of a Girl Scout cookie or a ride at Dollywood Amusement Park. You know, the country theme park in Tennessee named for big busted country legend Dolly Parton. If it's a Girl Scout cookie, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Dollywood ride, oh, you already know how to play. Fine. You boob. Girl Scout cookies taste great when you leave them in the freezer. Dolly Parton just gets perky. Why not try Braveheart Attack? If William Wallace, aka Braveheart, wanted his soldiers to consider themselves friends of Bill W., how would he finish this speech? They may take our lives, but they'll never take... No, that would be unrealistic. See, the English army were a notoriously seductive bunch that few could resist. Here's where the money is. Members of Alcoholics Anonymous sometimes refer to themselves as Friends of Bill W., after Bill Wilson, the organization's founder. And I mean, come on, Braveheart needed to get his drinking under control. That blue stuff on his face was clearly drawn there by his buddies after he passed out. He has no idea how ridiculous he looks.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world. Ooh, yeah.
This one's known as I Can't Feel My Legs, or I Never Had Any. If a slug gets the munchies, which snack would it want to avoid? Hey, aren't you glad I didn't say banana? That didn't make sense, but neither did your answer. It's so obvious. Because of osmosis, a slug will dry up and die if it comes into contact with salt, something a bag of pretzels has plenty of. Slugs are also known to drown in beer, so basically these guys are no fun at parties, but they are very patient lovers. That'll bring an end to our first round. And from the look of your score, we didn't get out of there soon enough. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's keep going. This one's called McTheocracy with Cheese. So Saudi Arabia held their first municipal elections in 2005, and they also now have McDonald's restaurants over there, which leads me to this. Which character wouldn't be able to vote for Mayor McCheese in Saudi Arabian McDonald land? Pardon me while I robble your score. It was begging to be picked. Women do not have the right to vote in Saudi Arabia. It's unclear if birds do. But women in Saudi Arabia do have the right to become morbidly obese by way of fast food chains. So they're halfway there. USA! 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 Question 7! Up next, the vinyl frontier. So, back in 1977, the Voyager spacecraft was launched into space to explore Saturn and beyond. On board was a golden record containing different kinds of music for anyone who discovered it to listen to. And there's a German academic who says he thinks that aliens may have hijacked the craft because it's sending strange messages back to Earth. I know! Anyway, considering the only rock and roll song included on the Voyager spacecraft's golden record, how might the aliens greet us? Chuck Berry's Johnny Be Good is currently hurtling through the vastness of space. The most recent Mars probe was full of Metallica albums, but I think that was more a means of disposal.
Fucking chicken picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
How about Livin' La Vida logo? So you know how Apple's logo is just a picture of an apple? Well, which of these companies' logos is not a picture of the thing described in its name? Target. Shell is gonna cost you some clams. Want to see the right answer? Target's logo is a target, Puma has a puma in its logo, and Shell is a giant shell. But Caterpillar's logo is just the word caterpillar with a little yellow triangle at the bottom. Another company whose logo is thankfully not just a picture of their name, Johnson & Johnson.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Here's one I like to call Like a Bridge Over Troubled Water Chestnuts. I can't get enough of Chinese food. If it's poorly cooked chunks of chicken rolled in a spicy sauce, I am all over that. Wisdom. Let's see what my fortune is. Your life is like a river. Go with the flow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But tell me this, going with the flow of which river would totally make my life go south? As they say in Quebec, no. Ha ha ha. Would you like any furs? Where's that confounded right answer? The Nile, the Rhine, and the St. Lawrence River all flow north, while the Euphrates flows south through Iraq into the Persian Gulf. Now, let's see, it's been about 5 minutes since I finished that spicy Kung Pao chicken, and Yes, something has officially started flowing south.
Let me never let me go.
Try this on for size. Cuckoo. A haiku question. Which response completes this verse? The other choices are wrong, and so is this one. One right answer coming up. The 3 lines of a haiku are 5, 7, and 5 syllables long, respectively. Hey Bob, say haiku.
Okay. Hi.
Gesundheit. Oh, do you need to be somewhere? My mistake. Here's your clue. Hello. Hello. Good luck. There you have it. Goodbye.
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Donnie, let us know what we're doing.
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Great. One player coming down the... No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Breast Vet Cosmetic Animal Enhancement, because your pet deserves some heavy petting.
Okay, let's like this sucker. To get started, ESPN Sane. If Jason Voorhees played the sport associated with his famous mask, what might his new victim shriek? Fencing was always more of Freddy Krueger's thing. Here's what a right answer looks like. In hockey, a player is penalized with slashing when he swings his stick at the opponent. Contact is not required, which for Jason might be a problem. Hockey would be a nice fit for Jason. Plus, he's been looking to quit his job as a price slasher at a mattress outlet. And now, I could eat a chicken foot. You know, I'm really freaking hungry. Intern! I need an immediate intern over here!
Yes, sir, Mr. Masterson.
Don't startle me like that, intern.
Sorry.
Call Domino's and order us a pizza.
Yes, sir.
Pepperoni! Hopefully it'll arrive before this game's over. I'm starving and I'm losing the ability to come up with things. So, you ever notice how the little round pieces of pepperoni on a pizza look just like the little round dots on a domino? I mean, in that they're both round? If Domino's Pizza started naming its pepperoni pizzas after the little dots on dominoes, what would they call them? I don't think you understand how we play this game. Now pay attention. The little dots on dominoes and dice, among other things, are often referred to as pips. And before they made their recipe change, Domino's Pizza used to taste pretty much like actual Domino's. But now they taste like actual Domino's with butter. It's time for Date Movies.
It's the perfect choice to order and buzz in and see if you are right.
I'm giving out a $1,000 bonus to anybody who gets it right. Put these movies in chronological order from earliest release to latest release. 1984, 2001, 2012. Those are in the correct order, but for a different question. No, I'll get this. 2001 came out in 1968, 1984 in 1984, and 2012 happened to the world in 2009. So let's see, I fell asleep during 2001, fell asleep during 1984, and wished I could fall asleep during 2012, but it was too loud. Let's try the Greenpeace Lantern. Which superhero could be mistaken as someone committing self-immolation in the name of a cause? Self-immolation is the act of setting oneself on fire in an act of protest, and the Human Torch flames on to tackle both bad guys and humanitarian issues. And then the counter-protesters could use the Human Torch to cook up some nice brisket.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Up next, American Fido. Oh, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a Kelly Clarkson song or a dog that's won the Westminster Dog Show, within the past couple of decades. If it's Kelly Clarkson, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a champion dog, or we could just get started. Oh, woof. I actually trained this dog here to sing a Kelly Clarkson song. That's pretty good, huh? Round 1 is complete. And it looks like your score is screaming for help. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's move on, shall we? This one's called Your 4-Foot Grandma Isn't Very Grand. I expect a certain amount of excellence out of everything I do, everywhere I go. Yes, from now on, only the grandest things for Cookie Masterson. I'm only going to eat 100 grands. I'm only going to play Grand Theft Auto. I'm worth it. Which of these vacation destinations would be the least grand? Correct answer, show yourself. There's the Grand Canyon, the Grand Ole Opry, and the Grand Teton, but Australia's barrier reef is merely great. The rest of the world could learn a little something from America when it comes to naming things. Oh, Australia, you have a great barrier reef? Oh, China, what's that? A great wall? Well, welcome to America where everything is mother-f***ing grand! Boom! You're welcome. No, Wyoming's Teton is a Grand Teton. And speaking of Tetons, that's the French word for the tip of a breast. And that means you've just won breast implants for squirrels from the Breast Vet Cosmetic Animal Enhancements. Give your squirrels the boost in confidence they so desperately deserve. This wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations. This one's known as That Greek Party Got Way Out of Control. Who is geometry's mother's baby daddy? Eratosthenes. No. This would have worked. Euclid is known as the father of geometry, so at some point he must have gotten perpendicular with geometry's mother. Hypotenuse.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one I like to call Gopher Broke. So anyway, have you ever noticed how gophers are... Ow! What the hell? Man, I've got a bloody nose. Hey, hold on a second. Can somebody grab me my hanky?
Here you go, Cookie.
Thank you, Kimberly.
I've got to hold this white handkerchief over my nose for a few seconds, and then everything will be fine. Hold on. Okay, let's take a look here. Hey, wow! All this blood on my white handkerchief kind of looks like a flag. Which flag could it not be? My heart and sinus cavity bleeds for your stupidity. Why didn't you pick this? Pakistan's flag is actually green and white, which is what my hanky normally looks like after I blow my nose.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me about 9.
I call this one smooth as a baby's badonkadonk. Suppose Gillette came out with a new razor named for the philosophical principle Occam's razor. What tagline would you hear in the commercial? You're wrong, therefore you're wrong. Next time, try this. Occam's razor states the simplest answer is likely the right one. Now I just hope they come out with Occam's bikini wax. Some of the stuff I've tried is so complicated. Hold me, never let me go. Here we have David Hasselhoff owes me money. So, you ever notice how David Hasselhoff... Oh, there it is! Pizza's here! Pizza's at the studio!
Here's your pizza, Mr. Masterson.
Thank you, Danny. I knew you weren't such a bad intern after all.
It's Michael, sir.
Whatever. Oh, Lord, this is delicious. Hey, look at this Domino's box. There's actually a domino on it. I knew getting this pizza here would help me think of more things. How many total pips are there on the domino pictured on the Domino's pizza box? The domino piece found on a Domino's pizza box, which is Domino's Pizza's logo, has a 2 and a 1 on it, meaning 3 total pips. 3, the average number of pizzas I eat a day. Step. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. What'll it be? My favorite drink is a Shirley Temple Extra Water. Good luck. That's the game! Okay, I didn't want to be the one to have to say this, but it's for your own good. You have a drinking quiz problem.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
And 30 seconds, people.
Fair enough. Coming up. Moving along right. Let's go, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Mama Leone's Pasta Beauty Parlor. We'll give your rigatoni the Rachel.
Okay, what are we waiting for? Let's begin with You Don't Know's Jack. If Beyonce's song Single Ladies were about a planet that's single because no one's put a ring on it, what would one of the lyrics be? Up in the club. This is the wrong answer, but sometimes when it comes to Uranus, you don't want to be right. I so wanted you to pick this one. Venus has no rings, so it's totally single. Personally, I'd rather date Venus because those other 3 are all gas giants, if you know what I mean. Coming up next, honey ones. Which of these sweet nothings is not a word found on a US $1 bill? You can trust that the one will be tender in private, but oh no, share is not in its vocabulary. Also, every dollar bill has a little poop and cocaine on it. That's really true. They've done tests, poop and cocaine. Take a stab at feta toe cheese, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a Greek actor or the name of a skin disease. If it's a Greek actor, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a skin disease, okay, great. Let's just get right to it. I'll bet you fell awful right about now. It does kind of bother me that every time my Greek dermatologist burns off my warts, he insists on yelling, "Opa!" Buck her up for. Shut up and go to sleep. According to the classic lullaby Hush Little Baby, how could you assume Lewis Carroll's character Alice got her famous looking glass? Her mute? I'll show you mute. It was begging to be picked. According to the song Hush Little Baby, if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. Ah, yes, just what every baby needs, a diamond ring and or looking glass.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce Olympic lines? Which of these Olympic medal conspiracy theories is totally true? Let's see. Ow, ow, ow! Were you thinking of this one? The bronze medal is bronze, the silver medal is silver, but the gold is really just a silver medal with a gold coating. I heard that made an already awkward visit to a cash for gold place even more awkward for Michael Phelps. We finished round 1, although your score seems to be stuck in neutral. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And keep in mind, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Enough small talk. Next, your philosophy is comic. Oh. If philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche were alive today, who would likely be his favorite comic book superhero? No, honestly. Nietzsche had a theory of an Ubermensch, literally a Superman that mankind was evolving toward. He also foresaw mankind having a standard uniform of little red underwear with a cape. How about the many uses of wood? Hey everybody, my dummy friend Billy O'Brien is here.
Don't call me that.
What, a dummy?
No, your friend.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Oh, Cookie, I draw you a duck.
A book? Why, thank you, Billy.
You're welcome, Dunny. Now shut up and listen up. Which of these ducks is not a real for Dunny's duck that I could give to Cookie? Raising goats for Dunny. You should try online dating, you Dunny.
The correct answer is...
There is no real duck called skydiving for Dunnies. Don't tell Cookie. Here you go, Cookie. It's a duck called skydiving for Dunnies.
But Billy, this is just a folded over page of a stick figure jumping out of an airplane.
And is he wearing a parachute?
No, he isn't wearing a parachute.
Exactly.
Lord and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And on its way, Prince of Wales. You know the artist formerly known as Prince? Yeah, Prince. Well, if Prince Charles revealed that Prince was his long-lost son, what would Prince's real name be? Windsor is the official last name of the British royal family, so he'd be Prince of the House of Windsor. By the way, this is actually what it sounds like when doves cry.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I die.
Coming up, the City Beautificationator. If Governor Schwarzenegger wanted to make the City of Angels more angelic with pootie murals, what would you find throughout Los Angeles? Watch how easy this is. The pootie are those chubby, naked baby angels flying around in Renaissance paintings. And perhaps their sweet essence will have a profound impact on the city during the 15 minutes before they're all tagged with gang signs. Angel hair? That's impossible. And in your pasta bowl, you'll find a pasta curling iron from Mama Leone's Pasta Beauty Parlor. Never have a dull, limp noodle again. Today's wrong answer of the game is accompanied by an $8,000 cash bonus. Have at it.
Let me never let me go.
Here's one for you. Putting the F in arts. You know, some people think we do too many fart jokes in this game. Honestly, I think those people are talking out of their butts. But we're a class operation here, and I don't want anybody to get the idea that we use farts just for cheap comedy purposes. That's ridiculous. So let's talk about farts. Seriously. What's not in a fart?
That answer is so wrong! Oh wait, it's hydrogen. I thought this choice was helium. Oh well, still sounds funny. La 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 la!
Smart people choose this. Ethane is a gas that is not a component in flatulence. And you can't forget the other component of flatulence, the element of surprise! Brace your... Oh, I'll just shut my mouth then. Here's your clue. And this is happening where? The scene is set, I just don't know where. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Some people just have a presence so strong it doesn't even matter what city they're in. You strike me as that type of person. You could be in any city, in any country, on any given day, and anybody who passes you would say, now there's a person who knows how to fail.
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Yeah, we've got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
We're going in 30 seconds.
No, it is. I've got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Lawn Wax. Keep your lawn looking clean and smooth without the bump or red marks.
Okay, no turning back. To get things rolling, undergraduarments.
Attention, this is Bob. I need all interns and Donnie in my office stat.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, Cookie. We will have all your questions ready.
Okay. So, anyway, if the 8 Ivy League schools decided to pull panty raids on each other, who would not have to cross state lines with panty contraband? Oh, what a panty waste. Here's what you meant to pick. Of the 8 Ivy League schools, only Columbia and Cornell are in the same state, New York. And since they're panties from the Ivy League, I guess that makes them smarty panties. Say hello to Itch Like an Egyptian. Which of these pest control products could the Pharaoh of Egypt have used to protect his people from one of the 10 plagues? Life can be so unfair, Ro. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Lice is the only insect listed here that was one of the 10 deadly plagues of the Bible. I think the Pharaoh would have been better off getting the lamb's blood-based spray. Take a good look at. Sergeant, grab that whoopee cushion. At ease, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a military weapon or something found at the hilarious novelty mall store Spencer's Gifts. If it's a military weapon, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Spencer's Gifts, press... I understand, no need for instructions. Great. Not too bad, I'm not gonna make fun of you. But don't expect me to get you a pink chalice with kinky bitch written on the side. Although just about anything at Spencer's Gifts could be used as a weapon. For instance, you could scare away the enemy with a giant cardboard cutout of Robert Pattinson. Next up, look over there, suck-up. If the kids from the Animorph book series were to transform into animals that created a diversion whenever they were in trouble, what would they morph into? Allow me. A red herring is an expression used when something draws attention away from the central issue. I just thought it would be funny to have red herrings be the actual correct answer to a question. Yeah, turns out it wasn't as funny as I thought. But hey, thanks for playing along. No, pink flamingos are used for lawns, not diversions. And you want to know what else is used for lawns? Lawn wax. Like what you just won from the Lawn Wax Company. Because when your lawn needs a landing strip, use lawn wax. This wrong answer of the game has netted you an extra 4,000. Congratulations.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Why not try? This one hurts, but not for long. Right, we're up to question 5. So, I'm sorry, hang on a second. Bobby there?
Cookie, it's Kim. We're almost on the rest of the questions.
Oh, good.
Yeah, almost.
Excuse me, were it possible in the mainframe for someone to bring forsooth into a reference booklet on animal husbandry, I would be greatly iniquinated.
Oh, please, God, no. Anyway, which rod is 1 rod tall? 1 rod equals 5.5 yards or 16.5 feet. Next question. How many rods of unnecessary letters are there in Blagojevich? Round 1 is in the books. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Now get out there and make me proud. Try this on for size. The right to record a studio album with mediocre sales. Well, we're still here. Let's go. Which of these American Idols is doing something not protected by the U.S. Bill of Rights? The Bill of Rights is another name for the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution. It wasn't until the 19th that women got the right to vote. Although Clarkson was shocked to learn she couldn't vote for governor via AT&T text message. Open wide for Kiefer. I hardly know her. Alright, let's see here. If 24 did one more season, Jack Bauer got involved. Jack Bauer, what would the season be? Okay, this works. Good. Here we go. If 24 did one more TV season where Jack Bauer got involved with a Jack that's a Bauer, what would the season be about? Here's where the money is. So in euchre and a few other card games, the jacks are called Bauers. In fact, Bauer, B-O-W-E-R, comes from the German word Bauer, B-A-U-E-R, just like Jack Bauer. Which reminds me to pass out invitations to my 24-hour office euchre party. It's a $300 entry fee, and you have to hold in your pee the entire time, just like Jack Bauer.
Lordin' chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Why not try? The meaning of words can be what is oftentimes impregnable. Women today, what with the impetuous ordering of the unmentionables from the QVC unnecessarily is ludic... What? Women today, what with the...
Cookie, Donnie wrote this one.
Oh, boy. Suppose a woman requisitioned from QVC some slippers derivated from real Angora wool. Heretofore, when such slippers are dispatched, which slippers should one expect to be arriving from there? Yeah, Donnie wrote this. You know what they say, come marching in like a lion, go marching out like a lamb. Wait, no one says that. Ready for this? Angora wool has the alacrity to be derivated from lambs, cats, and goats. It cannot, however, be extradited from bunnies. Bob, please tell me that's the last question written by Donnie.
Well, he is currently writing the Jack Attack.
No!
Look, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Chad!
You need something, Cookie?
Chad, go write the Jack Attack. Do it!
Sure, man. Just shoot me a text as a reminder.
Right now, Chad! Right f***ing now!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if
And on its way, don't leave Happy alone with the turkey baster. Okay, now let me take this one. Well, it's in plain English anyway, so we're moving in the right direction. If Snow White...
Cookie!
Kim! This round is already screwy. I don't need you... But shut it! Now, if Snow White made the 7 dwarfs a Thanksgiving dinner, which of these would make Sleepy extra sleepy?
But actually wouldn't, even though some people think it would.
What the hell is going on?
Fact-checking error. Just keep reading.
Is it? Yes, tryptophan is a chemical in turkey that makes you sleepy.
But upon further research, we found that though the amino acid tryptophan causes drowsiness, the small quantity of it found in turkey, along with amino acid only being effective on an empty stomach, means that it wouldn't make sleepy more sleepy. More likely, people eating too much food and drinking alcohol on Thanksgiving is what makes them drowsy.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens next. Help me, never let me go. Take a stab at... Oh, crap. We don't even have a title for this one? Hello? Do we have a question? Bob? Kim? Helen!
Don't look at me.
Great. So, is it hot in here? Intern! Bring me a, raspberry lemonade. Good lord, it's hot.
Here's your Snapple, sir.
Good, now go vacuum my wigs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, be cool, Cookie. Question. Need a quest. Drop my lid. Oh, yes. All right. Here's your next question. Pigs have penises that are twisty like corkscrews. Right? Yeah. Look, I know this whole game is falling apart around us, but that's no excuse to give up. I mean, I'm not giving up. Yet. Anyway. Let me show you something. Sure, why not? That's what it says here, so, yeah, let's just say that it's true. This is a disaster. Chad!
Yeah, Cookie?
The Jack Attack, is it done?
Locked and loaded, man.
Really? Chad, you're beautiful. And you wrote it so quickly.
I think you're gonna like it. It's like real minimalist. Back to basics, you know what I mean?
Yes, amen, brother. Back to the basics.
What I say, I'm sorry.
together. You want to pick... Wait, what the hell did he do here? No, can't... Helen, shut it off! Shut it off! Are you kidding me? Seriously, it would be impossible to make a jack attack easier than that. I've really never meant this more than I do right now. You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Danny, let us know what we can do.
Okay. We've got one contestant ready to go.
30 seconds to air.
Instructions then. Ah, you're in a hurry. I see. Begin the commencing.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Felt Up and Puppet Lube. Which you know it's working.
Okay, let's begin. First... Ah! I'm free! Free falling! You know that John Mayer song, Gravity? I don't, but it probably goes something like, la la la, something your body is something, yeah. Let's say that gravity is working against John Mayer because he fell out of a hot air balloon. Ignoring air resistance, which of these statements is true? Correct answer, show yourself. On Earth, free-falling objects will accelerate at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. And we can finally know once and for all if his body truly is a wonderland, once the coroner finishes the autopsy. Up next, a chicken of a different color. I just got back from Panda Express. Today I had the orange chicken and Mandarin chicken. Yesterday I had the orange chicken and Kung Pao chicken. Tomorrow I think I'll have the orange chicken and the sweet and sour chicken. Anyway, I got this fortune cookie here.
Cookie, fortune,
Okay. Always remember to look at yourself. Oh, who would totally love this fortune? Nurse. Hello! Echo! No! No, get this. In Greek mythology, Narcissus fell in love with his own reflection in a pond, so he always remembered to look at himself. And I always remember to look at myself. It's why I have my toilet bowl chromed. Next up, the Moly Trinity. Which of these left-leaning mold celebrities might be mistaken from mole for the right because the mole is on the right side of their face? The side her mole is on is the left, just like your answer, the opposite of right. It was begging to be picked. Robert De Niro's beautiful blemish is on his right cheek. Moles can be confusing. I was watching Goodfellas for an hour before I realized it wasn't a speck on my TV screen. He really doesn't move much in that movie. How about a cult favorite? And it's time for this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a religious cult or a location in the Chronicles of Narnia. If it's a cult, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a location in the Chronicles of Narnia, press right. Oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Look, we've been talking and we've all decided you're out of this cult. Just leave. No poison for you. Just get out of here. I'm thinking of starting my own cult. If you sign over your worldly possessions to me, I can not only make sure that you know Jack, but that you come to accept him as your personal savior.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Pucker up for. Excuse me, this frontal lobe is undercooked. If a zombie ate 3 pounds of my brain, what might I yell? All of your bad guessing is starting to make my brain hurt. Here's what a right answer looks like. The average human brain weighs about 3 pounds. Let's see if that's true. Bring me an intern.
You asked for somebody, sir?
Hi, Josh. Could you stand here real still for a minute?
Sure, Mr. Masterson.
Okay, let's put this on the scale. Now, how about that? 3 pounds.
I probably should have put a tarp down first.
Let's say so long to round 1. Let's hope you do a hell of a lot better the rest of the way. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Let's see what's in store. This one's known as Don't Stare Directly at the Juice Glass. What would kids say about the great taste of Sunny D if it had the same main ingredient as the actual sun?
And though helium is not a bad choice, it is not the right choice.
Watch how easy this is. The sun is made up predominantly of hydrogen. Kids might also say,
It burns with the intensity of 1,000 explosions!
Here we have, you lipos suck. So, I've had a little work done. Can you tell? What would be the most accurate compliment to pay someone who had a little nip-tuck pointing done? You know those guys up on scaffolding who repair the mortar between bricks? They're tuck pointing. Word of advice, make sure you find an experienced bricklayer, or you'll end up tuck pointing in all the wrong directions.
Fucking chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry hate.
May I introduce... I'm so hungry I could choke a horse. Sorry, hold on, I'm calling the sandwich shop to place an order.
Sandwich shop.
Oh, hi Gus. This is Cookie here at the studio, and I...
Yeah, what you want? Very busy here.
Right, sorry. What's the special today?
Special is Hercules choice. You want it?
Gus says today's special is Hercules Choice. If I want to make the same choice that Hercules made, what should I order? And Gus, of course, by Hercules Choice, you mean famous French frites?
You know what? You're my worst customer.
Allow me.
Vegan virtue veggie soup. Hercules choose virtue, so the gods make him immortal. Oh, by the way, he'd come with side of curly fries.
Well, Gus, I'm not a vegan, but that soup does sound good, so... Hello? Gus? No, we always seem to get cut off.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
Coming up, tattoo. What would it look like if French actress Audrey Tattoo got a tattoo of Audrey 2? No, that would be a Lady in the Tramp stamp. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Audrey 2 is the dangerous singing plant with a taste for human blood from the musical Little Shop of Horrors. And the best way to show off Audrey Tattoo's ankle tattoo of Audrey 2 is if she wore a tutu. Let me never let me go. Next, they gave Kenny a horrible disorder. You bastards! Which South Park character appears to suffer from hydrocephalus? Hydrocephalus causes enlargement of the head due to excess fluid buildup, and Mr. Mackey has an enormous head. Hydrocephalus can be a serious condition, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be okay. Step right up to the... Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. You're my #1 fans. I'd like to thank my fan club, the Cookie Munsters. Good luck. That's the game! You know, you could take this show on the road. Travel from town to town as your loyal following watches epic fail after epic fail. You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
All right, we have one contestant. I repeat, one contestant.
30 seconds to places.
Great. One. Oh, you got your panties in a bag? Start the game!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Herbs. They are seriously, totally just herbs used for wholesome baking. We swear.
So let's get to it. Right off the top, make pranks, not war. Suppose you could travel back in time with some toilet paper. How might you TP Sitting Bull's TP? Wrong answers. Now double quilted for your comfort. Want to see the right answer? Sitting Bull, perhaps the most famous of all Native American leaders, is of the Sioux Nation. You could also go back in time with some modern toilets so Sitting Bull could spend less time as Squatting Bull. This one's called Baby Made a Mess in His Portfolio. I don't think that E-Trade baby should be sitting around relying on somebody else to make a movie about him and get rich. I think he should just be investing in his own thrilling biopic. Suppose the E-Trade baby uses all his earnings to produce a movie remake. If it makes as much international box office money as the original, which film would be most profitable? I so wanted you to pick this one. $1 Million Baby was outclassed by 3 Men and a Baby in the US, but worldwide, $1 Million Baby crushed it with over $200 million in gross revenue. I would love to see a movie starring the E-Trade baby. I would also like to light myself on fire. Oh, bad investment. Maybe you were thinking about rosemary and how you could use a bag of, oregano, courtesy of Herbs, spicing up your life one tiny baggie of herbs at a time. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. Say hello to the sport of Larry Kings. If Larry King learned karate and started competing but refused to wear a belt, how would you know he had reached the highest rank? Brown is the highest ranking color underneath black. And since Larry King doesn't compromise his style, they would be brown suspenders. Wax on, wax off is actually the instructions written on one of Larry King's prescription bottles. It's time for The Hills Need Bifocals. Which of the following hills have eyes? The Pope accepts your donation. Next time, try this. Parliamentary procedure states all laws must be passed with either an aye or a nay, and Parliament Hill, the home of the Canadian Parliament, is no exception. So, I guess Canadians would say, I vote aye, eh? I vote.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at Sleeping with the Fishes, and it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 animals. For each one, you need to tell me if the singular and plural version of the animal are the same, or if the singular and plural versions are different. If the singular and plural versions are the same, press left on your plus control pad. If the singular and plural versions are different, press, or we could just get started. What's the plural of cretin? Also, more than one octopus are called octopi. Octopi. That's all we got for round 1. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. Let's try, what happens in England stays in England. You know, marrying Henry VIII was quite a gamble. Which of these roulette bets has roughly the same odds as the odds of being beheaded after marrying Henry VIII? Even? That's about 50-50, the same odds as conceiving a male heir. Smart people choose this. There's about a 1 in 3 chance of winning this bet, and King Henry VIII had 2 of his 6 wives beheaded. Just goes to show you, ladies, a good divorce lawyer will make all the difference. Here's one I like to call, my number's been retired. Can I have yours?
It's the perfect choices into order and buzz in and see if you are right.
Okay, now sometimes these order questions can be a little tough, so I'm adding $1,000 for a correct answer. Put these famous athletes in order of the numbers they wore, starting with the lowest. Dan Marino, Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan. Illegal use of the finger. This would have worked. Their numbers were 3, 13, and 23 respectively. That's also the same order you'd put them in for how important the Looney Tunes were in their careers.
Blood and chicken taken out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Coming up next, I shudder to think. If Shutter Island were actually an educational film about shutter speeds on a camera, which sequel would you watch to learn how much or how little your camera lens should open? Don't worry, I'll fix this choice up in Photoshop. Why didn't you pick this? The aperture setting on a camera determines how much the lens should open when taking a particular picture. I love movies with twist endings. That's why I keep demanding that this game end with a twist. And you'll find out that twist after the 72nd and final episode.
Cookie, sorry to interrupt. There are actually 73 episodes in the game.
Oh, spoiler alert, Bob!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
I call this one geographically accurate fashion.
I don't think he knows the
All those colored shirts that have a little animal on the chest. It's like I have a little pet, or that I only have one nipple and it's in the shape of a tiny man riding a horse. Suppose you could only buy animal logo shirts if the animal were native to the country in which you were shopping. Which of these shirts would you not be able to buy? Can ya? Apparently you can't. The correct answer is, the tiger is native to India, Russia, and other parts of Asia, but not Japan. Which is a really good thing because tigers are terrible at karaoke.
Hold me, never let me go.
Try this on for size. Rhymes with cabbage. I feel bad for the really smart people from the 1800s who, if they were alive today, would be very rich and very famous. Instead, they rode horses and got syphilis. If Charles Babbage were alive today, what would his personalized Porsche license plate probably say? Ready for this? Charles Babbage created the first real working calculating machine and is known as the father of computing. Point of fact, the calculator was invented by accident when Babbage was trying to create a machine that could spell boobs with upside down numbers. I see you don't need me for anything. It's all yours. You're gonna stick that where? Scopes can get to some pretty hard to reach places. Good luck. To see if you have a brain. Bend over. You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are you doing?
We have a live one. All set.
We're at 30 seconds.
No? Great. A little hot under the cellar, huh? Let's move it out, gang!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Ultimate Control Remote Controlled Universal Remote Control. If you buy every bullshit tech device that hits the market, you should buy this one too.
Alright, let's make history. First up, all that vajazzling. Time for a good old-fashioned SAT-style analogy question. Caesar Milan is to dogs as Jennifer Love Hewitt is to what? Caesar Milan is the dog whisperer, and Jennifer Love Hewitt plays the ghost whisperer. I actually use a lot of Milan's dog whispering tricks on the interns here. Yeah, if they do something I don't like, I just poke them in the side, or I put on rollerblades and make them pull me down the street by a leash. Here's one for you. The Da Vinci Doodle Codes. You know, Leonardo da Vinci didn't just paint, he made sketches of things that wouldn't be invented until many years after his death, which I believe makes him some sort of evil wizard. Anyway, suppose the characters in Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code only investigated Leonardo da Vinci's famous sketches of inventions. What would not be a potential clue? Jesus? Da Vinci sketched drawings for seeing the machine gun, airplane, and parachute, but no evidence has surfaced to indicate Da Vinci foresaw the advent of a motorcycle. Which is strange, because Da Vinci is considered by most to be the inventor of the sidecar. How about when words try to find themselves? What are noun, verb, adjective, and adverb? Nouns, verb? No, but here are some adjectives. Terrible, wrong, sucky. Were you thinking of this one? They're all nouns. I guess it seems kind of weird that a verb is a noun, but hey, my name is Cookie, and I'm not a cookie. Let's try The Audubon Guide to Vampires. And bloody hell, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list 7 names, and it's up to you to classify each one as either an official U.S. state bird or a character from the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. If it's a state bird, press left on your control pad. If it's a character from Buffy, you're familiar with the dis or dat. Perfect. Your heart's not in it, is it? You ever get pooped on by a vampire? It's hard to get out, but it's supposed to be really lucky.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next. I'm so happy, and you know, I'm not reading this question title. It's stupid. I can already feel myself starting to get annoyed with everything during the show. I should probably go ahead and take the medicine my doctor prescribed for my so-called out-of-control anger issues. Let's see here. How often am I allowed to take these? Oh, come on. You know, I can't understand anything it says on this friggin' bottle because it's using all kinds of crazy medical lingo that no one ever explained to me. That pharmacist is a gigantic f***ing liquor. What medical shorthand should I write on this bottle if I want to tell my pharmacist to stick it where the sun don't shine? T&A stands for tonsillectomy and adenoidectomy, and not that other thing that I also thought at first. And it makes me really angry that it doesn't mean that. Where's that confounded right answer? PR is medical shorthand for per rectum. I think that gives you a clear enough visual image. You know what? Screw it. Can't read the instructions. I'm just gonna take some of these. Can't get it. Won't open. How do I get this? Damn it! Damn it! It's stuck! So tired now. That brings a close to round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And lest you forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Okay, let's do this. Why not try novelty buys for the hearing impaired? You ever go to a ball game and wave one of those big foam fingers around while I'm trying to watch the game? Given the letter those #1 foam fingers resemble in American Sign Language, which Major League Baseball team would you expect someone with a #1 finger to be rooting for? Oh, actually, this is a trick question. No one roots for the A's. Now pay attention. In ASL, a D is formed by touching your fingertips to your thumb and extending the index finger upwards. And after a game, it's customary to greet fans of the other team with a similar hand formation, just with a different finger. Try this on for size. My teeth are falling out, and everyone has dog faces. Oh man, last night I watched a movie and ate 3 boxes of toaster pastries, and as happens, I fell asleep and had the craziest dream. So in this dream, I was invited to a mysterious gathering during a thunderstorm at this mansion with all these strangers, except one of the strangers was my cat Poopsie, and one was my cat Mayonnaise. And my mom was there, but she was murdered. And we had to figure out which one of us was the murderer. The weirdest part of the dream is that there were 4 different endings. What could possibly be the movie I was watching last night? Clerks was probably shot on a budget that was pretty similar to the amount you're about to lose. Want to see the answer? Oh, yeah, Clue. That was the movie I watched last night. I know it was just a dream, but I should probably call my mom and make sure she's all right.
I've been murdered! So I can't take your call now. Leave your message after the beep.
That's weird.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, in the face! Imagine a Hellraiser movie where Pinhead gets his normal pins replaced with acupuncture needles in an effort to calm his temper. What would be a good name for the movie? I hate to be cruel, but here's what you meant to pick. Filiform needles are used in acupuncture to relieve pain and stress. And as someone who knows the level of stress one goes through when harvesting human souls, believe you me, he needs the therapy.
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
And on its way, turn me in line. So, after the Nile, the Amazon is the second longest river, and the Yangtze is the third longest river, which leads me to this. If you wanted to order a book from Amazon while near the Yangtze, which web address would you use? You really cooked that one up, governor! One right answer coming up. The Yangtze River is in China, and domains in China end in CN, like this real address for Amazon in China. Of course, if you just wanted to order a book from Borders while near a border, you'd have a lot more options. Hold me, never let me go. And now, credit or dread it. Suppose the number of free credit report commercials you've seen is the same as the highest possible FICO credit score. If the ads are a half-minute long, how many minutes have you spent on them? 499.no. Here's where the money is. The highest possible FICO credit score is 850, and at 30 seconds or a half minute each, that means you've spent half of 850, or 425 minutes of your life on those commercials. Which is only a fraction of the time I spend watching QVC, which is also why my credit score is 14. What? Okay, if that's how you want it, here's the clue. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. Good luck. That's all she wrote! I have to come clean, you see. I'm actually an angel. I was sent down to Earth to let you know how the world would be different if you'd never been born. It'd be pretty good, actually. There's a little more legroom for everyone.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
Yeah, we got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
This is 30 seconds, folks.
Nope, got it. This one is chopping. Oops, okay, I see. Big hurry. Hurry it up, people!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by New Planet Murder Supplies. Because the best murders are carefully premeditated.
All right, let's do this thing. Let's start with, do I have any math in my teeth? If Greek number cruncher Archimedes competed on Top Chef, how might the judges react to his famous Euclidean pi? This, on the other hand, is not hard to divide at all. Where's that confounded right answer? The Greek letter pi is given to represent the ratio of the circumference of a circle and its diameter, an irrational number with no finite value. I don't know, the only math I can handle is adding up my combination plates at Mexican restaurants. Say hello to. You should direct garbage. It's time to play Send In Your Trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Says here today's trash was sent in by a famous Hollywood director. Oh man, this smells. Okay, found some pointy ears, a gorilla suit, and oh, some really quite lovely bones. Which Hollywood director sent in this trash? Maybe you should have stayed silent, Bob. Here's what a right answer looks like. The ears from Lord of the Rings, the gorilla suit from King Kong, the lovely bones from, the Lovely Bones. That's interesting. I would have expected to find more nappy beard clippings. Up next, error, question 3 not found. And I think it's supposed to be a this or that. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a famous computer virus, a flavor of Mountain Dew, or both. If it's a computer virus, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Mountain Dew, oh, am I wasting your time? Excuse me. Wow, either you did really badly or your system has taken on so many viruses it can barely operate anymore. I've been lucky enough to never get a computer virus. On the contrary, I generally get very encouraging offers from attractive, sexy women, and most recently a gentleman in Mozambique who just needed my bank account and social security number, and I should very soon be seeing a 500% return on my $10,000 investment. It's a very exciting time for me. Take a stab at the Eagles are all getting bald. Which band would only be able to see its namesake during a North American tour? Gorillaz, the Mountain... It was begging to be picked. Mountain goats, sometimes called Rocky Mountain goats, can only be found in North America. Yes, the Mountain Goats. Look, a North American bar mitzvah / wedding tour is still a North American tour, okay?
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here we have 9 things I hate about you. 2009 was a great year for the number 9. Put these 2009 9 movies in alphabetical order. District 9, which starts with a D, is obviously first, except that it's not, and you're totally wrong. Want to see the right answer? Alphabetical order starts with numbers first, then letters. So the number 9, District 9, and finally 9 spelled out would be the proper alphabetical order. I can't wait for their sequels, 9-2, District 10, and 9s. That's the end of a thrilling first round, where you pretty much crapped your pants. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And keep in mind, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, we're bringing it on. Open wide for Avian Bird Funk. So maybe you've heard of the legendary funk band George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic. And if you haven't, just pretend that you have. It'll make you look cooler. If George Clinton wanted to incorporate a parliament of birds into his live show, what would be featured on stage? A group of owls is known as a parliament. Another group that should try this owl thing would be the Who. Who? May I introduce... Nice sermon this morning, Mr. Manson. What do Marilyn Manson and the Notre Dame Cathedral have in common? As the Parisians say, nope. Next time, try this. Marilyn Manson performs Gothic-inspired music, and the Notre Dame Cathedral is an example of Gothic architecture. They also both make you contemplate the existence of God.
Walking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry a hate.
This one's called Hide and Geek. Where isn't Waldo? California. Correct answer, show yourself. Apparently there are towns called Waldo in a bunch of U.S. states, but Alaska isn't one of them. I thought I spotted his red and white striped shirt there once, but it turned out it was just a baby harp seal that had been mauled by a polar bear.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
This one's known as Me Talk So Good. So, if there's one favorite time of the year for me, it's fall because of all the beautiful fall foliage and the...
That foliage, Cookie?
What, Bob?
I'm saying the word is foliage. A lot of people say foliage, but that's wrong. It's supposed to be foliage.
Oh, well, excuse me for talking like a human being. In order to help me not offend the sensibilities of Bob, which expression am I using correctly?
This expression is often misused as brass tack, T-A-X, but for once, Cookie was actually correct when he said tack, T-A-C-K-S.
Thanks, Bob.
No problem, Cookie.
So, irregardless of that,
Regardless?
Bob, shut up.
Hold me, never let me go.
Coming up next, Ocean's Zero. Which of these movies has the greatest difference between its title and the number of Oscars it was nominated for? 7. 10. The classic Bo Derek running on the beach in a bikini movie was nominated for 2 Oscars. That's a difference of 8, the largest difference here. And if I were in charge of the Oscars, I know exactly which 2 things in that movie I'd give those Oscars to. I'm sorry, was I talking too much? Fine, here's your clue. Dot your I's and cross your I's. Keep your eye on the eyes. Good luck. There it is! Speaking of eyes, you had to be one of your teacher's worst pupils.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Man, lift your shirt off.
Okay, looks like our player is all set.
30 seconds to
Good, I'm ready to... What? Short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, Conrad!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Bedroom Buddies Fetus Doll Factory. Just insert your fetus doll into the plush uterus accessory and watch her grow.
Hang on tight, we're in for a ride. Okay, to get things started, pool search party. Considering Marco Polo's famous voyage, if you yelled Marco while covering your eyes in his home country of Italy, what would you hear back? Next time, keep your eyes open when you choose an answer. Want to see the answer? In his journey, Marco Polo left Italy en route to China. He spent many years there. Just be careful when you're trying to find him. At about the 5,000 mile mark, you might bump into this great big wall. Bucker up for more than a dealing. If you were horribly ichthyophobic, which card game would you most likely avoid? Who could be afraid of old maids?
Would you like some coffee candy, young man?
Why didn't you pick this? Ichthyophobia is the fear of fish. The only fish I'm afraid of is the mega shark from the movie Mega Shark vs. Giant Octopus, which isn't really a fish or a real thing at all, but still it frightens me. It's time for Burrito's Beautiful this time of year, and it's a this or that. I'm going to read a list of 7 items. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a city in Southern California or a Taco Bell menu item. If it's a SoCal city, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Taco Bell item, okay, great. Let's just get right to it. Didn't quite find all 7 layers of this burrito. This reminds me, I actually just ate at Taco Bell a few hours ago and... Excuse me, what was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Take a good look at the Uptight Love Boat. Which one of these movie titles contains roughly the amount of time it took the Mayflower to sail from England to America in 1620? 8. Contrary to stupid belief, the Pilgrims did not ride in on jet skis. Now pay attention. It took the Mayflower 66 days, or roughly 9.5 weeks, to land in America. And it only took nearly 400 years afterward for the ShamWow to be invented.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one I like to call Trapped in a Laundry Box. If French mime Marcel Marceau had worked at the French Laundry in California, what would have gotten him fired? Merely No. That reminds me of my ex-girlfriend Vanessa. She always told me she wasn't faking doing the ironing, but I know she was. Guys can tell. No, I'll get this. The French Laundry is perhaps the most famous 5-star restaurant in America. Although, do they have an unlimited salad bar like Golden Corral? I don't think so. That'll wrap up round 1. You'll want to try and earn some cash from now on. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Well, no time like the present. I call this one, Oops, I Did It Again. You know, if there's one thing I bet Britney Spears is good at, it's math. So, imagine you have 10 of the year's hottest new toy, the Britney Sphere. It's a ball filled with silicone. How could you arrange your Britney Spheres in the densest way possible? Oh, missed it by a Federline. Let me show you something. The densest way to arrange spheres, that is, if you're looking to use the least amount of space possible, is in a pyramid. And on top of that, those Britney Spheres are already pretty dense. Yeah, they're really dense. Very dense, those Britney Spheres. Let's try. Confucius says, "Wake me up when it's over." Well, I grabbed a sweatshirt full of fortune cookies from this Chinese restaurant I always go to. They never check. You're supposed to just grab one.
Cookie, fortune, cookie, fortune,
Anyway, I'm now going to tell you your fortune. Here we go. A true friend never asks for too much of your time. Ah, profound. So with that in mind, which of these movies would be the worst friend of all? Stop breaking my balls! Smart people choose this. Clocking in at 194 minutes, Titanic would require more of your time than any of these other films, making it a very bad friend indeed. At that length, you could eat 3 Chinese meals and be hungry for a 4th by the time it's over.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry hate.
This one's known as Dog. The extra G means it's good. If Snoop Dogg wrote a rap dedicated to Snuppy Dog, what would be an appropriate lyric? In 2005, scientists in South Korea announced they had created the first cloned dog, an Afghan hound named Snuppy. And if Snoop did clone that dog, he'd have twice as many bitches.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
May I introduce Shoehorny? You know that saying about how the size of a man's foot is related to the size of his... I don't know if that's true, but it definitely makes me lie about my shoe size. Assuming we're talking about men's shoe sizes, which one of these pickup lines would make women most impressed with me? A UK size 9 is the biggest shoe size here. It's equivalent to a US size 9.5, Europe size 42.5, and Korean size 272. But as we all know, it's not the size of the shoe that matters, but how you polish it. Hold me, never let me go. How about ABC? Because their alphabet has the most letters, which game show would be the hardest? You are so stupid. One right answer coming up. The Cambodian alphabet has 74 characters. Interesting tidbit. Over there, Vanna White is spelled V-H-U, V-H-U, H-U, R-R-R-R-U, H-A-G-H. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match... Well, don't mind me then. Here's your clue. And the horse you rode in on. Giddy up. Good luck. That's the game! I'd say it's time to ship you off to the glue factory, but clearly you can't hold your shit together.
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Donnie, let us know what we do.
Discovered that apparently 4 out of...
Okay, we've got 1 contestant. Let's get moving, people.
We're at 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'd be deluded. Okay, let's cut to the tape.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Vitamin Holy Water, made with the right vitamins and minerals to make you feel born again.
Pick the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to win a fabulous prize and big cash. All right, here we go. Kicking things off, what about Biob? Which scream does not have the proper amount of A's for the situation? Well, the first step is admitting you are an idiot. This would have worked. AAA is the highest corporate credit rating score. It doesn't go up to 4 A's. Plus, the A's are good, not bad. I also would have accepted, these batteries are really small. Or, I'm a hot air ballooning enthusiast in Albuquerque. Up next, more garbage than meets the eye. If Transformers director Michael Bay only used the editing technique where overlapping images fade into one another during scene transitions, what would his Transformer name be? A dissolve is when one scene gradually blends into the next one. Another thing that dissolves in those movies are the rational plot lines. It's time for... I refuse to make any jokes about Paul Rudd. Oh man, I was just thinking about Paul Rudd. I love that guy. He's funny, talented, he just seems like a good dude. I'm a Paul Rudd fan, do you hear me? I'm pro Paul Rudd. Oh man, could Paul Rudd get any ruddier? I mean, seriously, could he? But that's the thing about Paul Rudd. I don't really think he could put on a lot of weight because he just seems like a generally healthy person. Not a freak about it, just the right amount. Allow me. Ruddy means a sort of healthy red, so yeah, that's one way he could get ruddier. Which totally makes sense because people must always be complimenting him, and Paul Rudd, he's a humble guy. I mean, compliments are true, but still Paul Rudd must be all like, stop, you're making me blush. And that just makes people like him more because he's friggin' Paul Rudd. Oh, I love that man! Next, Q is for question 4. You know those Sue Grafton mystery books where she works through every letter of the alphabet? The first one was A is for alibi, then B is for burglar. Well, say Sue Grafton decided to write a new mystery series about far more minor crimes. What would be the 12th book in the series? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to pull a rank on you here. It's so obvious. L is the 12th letter in the alphabet. My favorite book in the series is probably S is for stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi. Gripping.
Where's the file, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, damn.
Next up, promenade to the hoop and slam dunk. It's time for this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a move made in the NBA or a move made in square dancing. If it's an NBA move, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a square dancing move, press... I understand, no need for instructions. Great. I'm calling this a flagrant foul. I tried square dancing once, but I couldn't control my balls. No, wait, I meant basketball. No, wait, it was square dancing. That's the end of round 1. But you couldn't tell that by looking at your score. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Okay, here it comes. Why not try Better Be Careful? Oh no! There's a new avian flu going around where people can't recognize words with the letter A in them. To test yourself, you start counting up from 0. What's the first number you can count to that'll test whether or not you have this illness? ONEHUNDREDSEVENTYFIVENO. The correct answer is, believe it or not, the number 1000 is the first number counting up from 0 that has the letter A in it. Hey, I said the letter A. I guess I don't have the avian Lou. The avian Lou? Lou? Oh, mother ucker! I lost my S! Question 7! Here's a good one. Shack Attack. So I was reading Shaquille O'Neal's Twitter the other day.
Cookie, might I beseech upon you to allow me to profit this interjection?
Okay, Donnie, but it has to be concise.
Concise, as if to say any other way would be disparageable? Ha! Suppose you desire respite and henceforth proceed to vacationing. While postulating a destination, you choose upon further askew New Jersey. If, while being there, you listen only to musicality originated from New Jersey, what melodious offerings would you not be comprehending?
You are the boss of nothing. Were you thinking of this one? Journey inaugurates their musical Journey in San Francisco before caterwauling to national attention theretofore after. Whoa, what the hell? You know, Donnie, maybe you should try cutting out a lot of the extra words you say. You know? Maybe just try cutting right to the point.
Oh, really? Maybe if your prattling were less ampule, then maybe my elocutions wouldn't seem quite so relevant.
Yep, forget it.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one for you. A super convenient truth. Which of these animal acts would Al Gore have the biggest issue with in regards to global warming? With over 1.5 billion in the world, cows emit a massive amount of methane through belching and flatulence. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years, you can't teach cows anything via a PowerPoint presentation.
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
Take a stab at Martin Lawrence of Arabia.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Alright, there's a lot of information to process in this question, so it seems only fair to bump up the cash a little. Let's add $1,000 for a correct answer. Arrange these Martin Lawrence movie roles in this order: security guard, cop, undercover cop, thief posing as a cop. Your answer makes about as much sense as a cop only being able to solve a case by dressing up as a morbidly obese old woman. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. He played a security guard in National Security, a cop in Bad Boys, an undercover cop in Big Mama's House, and a thief posing as a cop in Blue Streak. I'm looking forward to his upcoming role as a cop who goes undercover as an actor, playing a thief pretending to be a cop in National Blue Mama's House Bad Streak Houseboy 2. Yeah, that should be good. Help me, never let me go. Take a good look at pirates who understand science. What would a pirate who only sailed with ocean surface currents, and never against them, be able to accurately claim? We sailed from New York to Florida. We sailed from California to South America. We sailed from North Africa to England. Or, and don't you know we had a wonderful time in Orlando? Some things for the kids, some things for the adults. Watch how easy this is. This is the only route here that follows an ocean current rather than fighting against it. Although they could have traveled faster in a car, have extra time to stop at a bar. Ringo Starr. Oh, you know all about the attack. Lovely. Here's your clue. Taking it to the max. I love pushing the limits of what's possible. Good luck. Well, I have to hand it to you. That was a perfect example of how not to take it to the max.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
Alright, we have one contestant. Repeat, one contestant.
30 seconds to air.
Alrighty then. No more waiting. Right. No more waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Loco Louie's Breakable Party Favors. On sale this week, ceramic water balloons.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. That, bury me with my slide rule. You know how sometimes they rename shows and they put them in syndication like American Idol Rewind? Well, if the HBO series 6 Feet Under were repackaged under a different title for syndication, which fresh new title would be accurate? 1 fathom under, 2? You might want to consider burying yourself 4 meters under to be spared the embarrassment. I so wanted you to pick this one. A fathom is a unit of measurement equal to 6 feet. Can you fathom that? Huh? Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you, I pretty much phoned that one in. I missed the meeting. This one's called Marvelous Jewelry. If the Hulk were a mood ring, how would he be feeling? The Hulk is green, and so is the neutral color on a mood ring. I think he was so angry because the only pants that came in his size were purple. Here we have, you're fired, now marry me. On which special version of The Apprentice might Donald Trump ask contestants to perform a Trump marriage? The Pinata Apprentice, the Pinochle Apprentice, the Pinochet Apprentice, or the Pinafore Apprentice? Wrong. Ah, that's okay. Donald's a very forgiving man. In fact, he's just crowned you Miss USA. Ready for this? A Trump marriage occurs in the game of Pinochle. I think Trump's wedding vows sort of went like this. I promise that this is going to be the biggest marriage of all time. Really just a great, classy, super successful marriage that will tower over and dwarf all the other marriages. And it's really just going to be top-notch all the way.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
Say hello to Rich's Brew, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 phrases, and for each one, tell me if it's the title of a Miles Davis album or a t-shirt color at the Gap. If it's a Miles Davis album, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Gap t-shirt color, press right, or we could just get started. Guess blue's not your color. I hear they're releasing a Miles Davis line of pants at the Gap. They're khakis with a spit valve.
Where's my girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And on its way, Fiery Balls of Death and other children's stories. You gotta hand it to Buzz Aldrin. Sure, he's walked on the moon, but he's not satisfied. He's now tackled the equally challenging tasks of appearing on Dancing with the Stars and writing a children's book. If Buzz Aldrin wrote a new children's book about a space rock who's fallen through the atmosphere, landed on Earth, and is trying to make new friends, what would it be called? The Adventures of Mikey the Meteor? The Adventures of... While moving through space, it's a meteoroid. While entering the Earth's atmosphere, it's a meteor. And when it lands on the Earth, it is a meteorite. Or if you're my great-uncle, the Reverend Cookadiah Masterfoot, it would just be called one of God's kidney stones. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay, how about it? Coming up next, 7 ancient Wonder Breads. Remember going on field trips in school and your mom packed you a miserable lunch in a brown paper bag like it was your ransom or something? Well, imagine you're on a school trip to one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Which of these is a Wonder Bread sandwich being enjoyed at the only wonder of the ancient world that is still standing? The only wonder of the ancient world still standing today are the pyramids of Giza. The 8th wonder of the world? Why there aren't more bus drivers who murder children. Try this on for size. Easy as @BC. You know, I really feel we gotta milk this Kesha and her ridiculously spelled name for all she/its worth. So, what would Kesha's Twitter updates look like if the shift key on her keyboard broke? The $, an integral part of Kesha's name, is located on the 4 key of a keyboard. What was even more confusing was her post about will being greater than I, which is greater than am. Still trying to figure that one out.
Fucking chickens picking out of me. Guess I'll marry 8.
Fuck her up for. Sock your mom.
Hiya, Cal.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Why, it's my good friend Billy O'Brien. What brings you here today, Billy?
Well, Cookie, do you like kids' playground chants?
Kids' playground chants? I love those, Billy.
Great. Listen up and you just might learn something, Dunny. Nine nother and your nother were hanging up clothes. Nine nother punched your nother right in the nose. What color was the blood, Plasma?
You mean plasma?
Yeah, that's what I said. Is it blood red, Lennon yellow, asparagus green, or turley white?
Blood plasma is not green, is it, Billy?
No, it's not. Hey-yo!
Oh, honestly.
Blood plasma is yellow, so your nother's face is gonna be covered in yellow liquid. Yeah, well, last time I saw your nother...
Billy!
I mean, her face had this...
Billy!
No comment.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, a time.
And now... Nice bra, brah. What does it sound like when a brome hits a Brahmin? Sound 1. Sound 2. Sound 3. Let's hear that again. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Want to see the answer? A Brahmin is, of course, a type of cow, and a brome is a classic line of Cadillac cars. So we've heard a brome hitting a Brahmin, now the sound of a Brahmin being hit by a Dennis Rodman.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dreaming question.
Open wide for There's No Place Like a Coffin. You know, I love watching Wizard of Oz whenever they play it on TV, but it's kind of weird now because, except for a few remaining elderly munchkins, just about everybody in the movie is dead now. It's kind of creepy. Which dead cast or crew member from The Wizard of Oz has, according to a famous saying about death, gone somewhere over the Rainbow Bridge? Judy Garland because she's a woman, the hanging stagehand because he committed suicide, the mayor of Munchkin City because he's a little person, or Toto because he's a dog. When pets die, they're said to go over the Rainbow Bridge. Somewhere over the Rainbow Bridge. But let's be honest, we all know that little f***er Toto went straight to hell. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Names are for the birds. These names are pretty foul. Hope you have a safe flight. Good luck. I'd say your performance was for the birds, but that would be a slap in the face to all birds.
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
Hey, are you eager to play another round? Guten Tag, I am Pope Benedict XVI. When I enter a church, I always reach for the basin of holy water as a gesture of symbolic cleansing. But when I enter a gymnasium to either get my elliptical on or just to wail on my rock-hard abs, I reach for a bottle of vitamin holy water. Vitamin holy water replenishes my electrolytes while giving me godlike strength for higher reps and an even higher calling. It's sacred, refreshing, and loaded with vitamin G.
Are you in the market for a new used van? When you think Vans Van Lot. Hello, I'm Vans Van, and I sell the sweetest vans in the city. They've got 8-track players, water beds, airbrush murals, beaded curtains.
Hey, Vance, what's that weird burning smell?
Never you mind that, kid. You'll understand when you're older. Hey, okay, my vans don't come with satellite radio and GPS and la-dee-da, but they do have character and carpeted walls. So, when you think Vans Van Lot. Conveniently located down by the old abandoned airport that's probably haunted. You know the one. And remember, if Vans Van Lots are rocking, be sure to stop in and buy a van. From me, Vans Van.
Immigration, gay marriage, the Bill of Rights. Is it just me, or is America falling apart? I'm Lindsay St. Simone, and if you vote for me, I promise to construct a 40-foot concrete wall around the entire nation. No one will get in or out. Under my regime, I guarantee that my oppressive foot soldier militia will strip all citizens equally of their every right. Isn't it about time we got America back on track? This November, vote Lindsay St. Simone for fascist dictator.
This message paid for by St. Simone Mini Golf and Go-Kart on Route 16.
Poor Alice, stuck at home doing chores. Housework sure can be tiring, huh, Alice? But robot maids today can be so expensive. Well, why not try a reformed evil robot from the Reformed Robot House Cleaning Company?
I'll take the spaghetti. You should have tried the veal better. Spaghetti. Big spaghetti. Veal. Well, worry no longer. Thanks to the new book, 1001 Excuses Not to Order the Veal. This handy restaurant companion lists over 1,000 excuses to use when you don't want to order veal. Just listen. I can't eat veal because I'm from Scandinavia. I'd order the veal, but it causes my limbs to fall off. Or come pressed as a calf and try the excuse. How dare you? I'm not a cannibal. So order 1001 excuses not to order the veal and have a pleasant veal-free meal the next time you dine out.
Century-old local hot dog stand is causing some controversy among neighbors. The statue of an 8-foot-tall hot dog in a bun looks shockingly like a big, thick, meaty, fully engorged
I'm the brazen paper towel man, and I'm here to clean up that spill, unless you'd rather use that paper towel you usually use. Well, how good is brazen? How good is brazen? Shut your trap and I'll tell you. Hey, you can't talk to my mom like that. Shut up, punk, or I'll smack you on the back of the head with my class ring. Brazen paper towels eat spills for breakfast. One single sheet of brazen will sop up a small, scummy pond. See that milk? Yes. Well, watch this, baby. What was that scream? That was the milk. Begging for mercy.
gathering this very moment to discuss what sports officials are calling the worst water valet scandal in the history of the sport. A representative of the WBU refused to accept that this sort of can make for a terrible commute. Authorities hope that the trains will be running in the next few hours once the dung, confetti, and pantyhose are cleared from the track.
one contestant ready to go.
Donnie on the instructions. Not a problem. This player has it down. Time is money. Got it. Let's get this ball running.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Nighttime Putty. Warning, do not use nighttime putty during the day, sunset, or sunrise.
Okay then, why wait any longer? To get started, a king-sized water bid. If eBay creates a sister site named after a long, narrow inlet with steep sides formed by glacial activity, what would it be called? Oh, bite me. Why didn't you pick this? A fjord is a long inlet of water with steep sides caused by glacier activity. Fjord, the #1 auction site for Norwegian knickknacks and Scandinavian pieces of crap. This one's called Catching the Fortune Fever. Dear Magic 8-Ball, will I be happy with this fortune cookie's fortune?
Cookie fortune cookie message.
Please say I'll find true love. Courtesy is contagious. Catch it, it's in the air. Well then, which of these courtesies could I catch from the air? Nope. Wrong. And did you know that syphilis can make you go a little crazy and stop making sense, Moondoggy Frankfurter Movie Taco Shelter Phone? Here's where the money is. Tuberculosis can be transmitted by a cough or a sneeze, which releases the bacteria into the air. So what's my point? My point is this. The only foolproof way to not get tuberculosis is to abstain from being courteous. May I introduce game shows that serve 4 terms. If Franklin Delano Roosevelt were the secret banker on Deal or No Deal, what would be a fitting new title of the show? Deal or Square Deal? The New Deal was a program designed by the Roosevelt administration to promote economic recovery and social reform from 1933 to 1941. And as Joe Biden would say, that was a big f***ing deal. Why not try Bada Bing, a song of sixpence? And here's an offer you can't refuse, a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a character from The Godfather or a Mother Goose rhyme. If it's a character from the Godfather trilogy, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Mother Goose, press right on your plus control pad. Oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Don't ask about my business! I'd like to combine The Godfather and Mother Goose for some really great stories. Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? No, because your severed head is lying on the pillow next to me.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at... I would totally tap that word. I don't understand why people have those crazy smartphones with a full QWERTY keyboard built in. I don't understand it. I'm perfectly fine with my faithful old cell phone that's barely a step up from a landline. And anyway, I've got the hang of this one. I can text like a jackrabbit on it. For example, which of the following words can I spell on my phone using only one button? Oops, indeed. Where's that confounded right answer? I can spell the word feeded by hitting the 3 button 11 times. Hold on, I just need to text this girl I'm trying to get to go out with me. Just a sec. Let's see here. And where's the P? And now... forget this, I'll just fax her. That about does it for round 1. And from the look of your score, we didn't get out of there soon enough. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Now get out there and make me proud. up next. You must be this dismembered to party. I don't get why people donate their body to science. I don't want a bunch of nerdy med students poking me with a stick. I want to donate my body to being awesome, so that even in death, I can be the life of the party. Yeah! Which party supply made from my dead body parts would be the longest? An esophagus limbo stick? They ought to hit you across the head. One right answer coming up. A small intestine is approximately 22 to 25 feet long as compared to the 5-foot-long large intestine. The others are shorter. Although before anyone drinks anything out of my GI tract, they might want to rinse it out first. Just going off of what has come out, there's probably got to be some weird stuff still in there, like goober jelly. Bucker up for Trashylvania. Well, looky here, somebody sent in their trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Fucking trash.
Oh, now this sack of garbage is kind of weird. There's a dummy's guide to conducting an interview, a book illustrating New Orleans nightlife, and a headshot from Kirsten Dunst signed Fangs for the Break. Whose trashy research is this? Did you know in Transylvania that's actually pronounced choker? Here's what a right answer looks like. Anne Rice's interview with the vampire is mostly set in New Orleans, and the film adaptation starred a 12-year-old Kirsten Dunst in one of her first roles. I especially enjoyed the sequel, Customer Service Survey with a Vampire.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Let's try a plain pickup line. If Orville Wright was Wilbur Wright's wingman at a bar, which pickup line would be the biggest lie? Look, you won't win by just gliding through this game. Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. Wilbur was older, a bike repairman, and he had a patent for the airplane. But Kitty Hawk, the town where the Wright brothers successfully tested the first airplane, is in North Carolina. Another pickup line he could have used was, would you like to join the Quarter of a Mile High Club?
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla.
It's time for The Rain in Spain Falls Mostly on the Plane. What's the secret code word? Trousers, flugelhorn. Oh, I see. Someone doesn't bother to listen to my opening comments at the beginning of the game. Well, this serves you right. Allow me. As I mentioned at the top of the episode, the secret code word is flugelhorn. Okay, the new secret code word is Zubas. I'm not going to ask about it again this game, but someday, years from now, I may come and ask you for it, and you better remember it. Let me never let me go. And my Next, direct-to-DVD sentence diagramming. Suppose some cheerleaders made a cheer to identify what part of the sentence "it" is in the movie franchise Bring It On. How would the cheer go? It is the direct object that is being brought by the understood you. Hey, Cookie, you're so fine, you blow my... Ah! This is why I need interns that know how to partner stretch. Ah! Ah, you already know the rules. Off you go. What's your secret? Can you keep a secret? Good luck. all she wrote! Come here, I have a secret for you. You suck!
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
Okay, we've got one contestant. Let's get moving, people.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Okay then, I'd be happy to service you. Got a motor? Fine. Light a flyer under it, people.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Gas of the Sea dolphin-fueled cars. Why wait millions of years for a dolphin to turn into oil?
Find the wrong answer associated with our sponsor to get yourself some sweet prizes and bonus cash. All right, we're taking off. First on the docket, I prefer books with paper. Which radical thinker would be livid if he discovered his manifesto were being distributed via Kindle? As a neo-Luddite, Theodore Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber, held a staunch anti-technology stance. The fact that we're asking this question in a video game probably wouldn't make him too happy either. Here's one for you. Tyler Perry presents a question about Tyler Perry. If Tyler Perry made a movie titled Tyler Perry Presents Presents, what would he also be presenting? That was the opposite of right. Smart people choose this. Presents and presents, as in gifts, have the same spelling but different pronunciations and meanings. That's a homograph. Yeah, so I'm working on a screenplay for the movie Cookie Masterson Presents Diary of a Mad Game Show Host. It's a coming-of-age tale about a troubled yet charismatic host and his erotic journey to adulthood. All the parts will be played by Tyler Perry. I call this one, laughter is best medicine unless you have a tumor. You know, I'm not even hungry, but these stupid fortune cookies are right in front of me, so... Can't help myself, I have to eat them. Alright, let's see what my fortune has to say. He who laughs last laughs loudest. I'm not sure who laughed loudest, but given when they died, who almost certainly laughed last? Kinnison died in 92, Farley died in 97, and Pryor died in 2005. McMahon died most recently in 2009, so he most certainly laughed last.
Get released in 2011. That's how long the timing is.
Ed with his final breath replying, "You are correct, sir." Up next, don't summon that band, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a voodoo spirit or a band name. If it's a voodoo spirit, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a band name, you're familiar with the this or that. Perfect. You don't remind me of an annoying band at all. Actually, you just remind me of an annoying person. Seeing live bands play is just like being in a voodoo ceremony. There's smoke, people are all singing along, people are sacrificing goats. Yeah, that Jonas Brothers concert really got out of hand.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And now, who cut the cheese? So, who most likely cut the cheese? The potager is the person who makes the soup, which would answer the question, who sharted? The correct answer is, an affinieur is a cheese expert. Tomorrow we'll learn about Dutch ovens. That's round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Enough small talk. And on its way. Yes, but does it come in a V-neck? If former American Idol judge Simon Cowell were to create a new talent show for people who wear cowls, what would it be called? Nurse Idol, Monk Idol, Prisoner Idol, or Farmer Idol? Next time, try this. A cowl is that hooded robe that monks wear. Little known fact, under the hooded robe, monks generally wear low-cut, tight-fitting black V-neck t-shirts. Say hello to, but I like my kneecaps. Oh, hold on. Let me take this. Hello?
Yeah, hey, it's me. Where's my cabbage?
Oh, hi, Sling Jimmy. Cabbage? Oh, right, the money I owe you. See, I was gonna...
Look, I'll be there in a Howard. Have my cheddar, or I'll snip off your joystick.
Okay then. Bye, Jimmy. Oh, man. I innocently borrowed $200 from this guy named Slang Jimmy, and now he's coming by to collect the cabbage.